What's happening? Benton here. Coming at you live. Going early. Going live a tad early. Oh, there's the backlight. When will I ever learn? When will I ever remember? What's up with this camera? Give everybody a minute to roll on in. What's happening, Ginger Ridge? First. All right. Good to see you. What's happening? Miss Splurge was the first comment. Oh, man. We got some Aerosmith lyrics from Music Holds a Secret. It's a bit of a low energy Benton today, but we never know. Never know when that will change. I'm wrapping up the, still got a little bit of hotspot data left. I thought I had ran it out yesterday when we had the technical difficulties, but apparently those were unrelated technical difficulties. So I think we've still got about a gig and a half, 1.7. Go ahead and run that bad boy out. I saw Razvan dropped a video that was a snippet, like an hour-long snippet from Toilet Bowl Earth's live stream. I've just gotten to where I've almost completely lost interest in some of these folks' live streams. I really have. Yes, that's right. That's right. Music Holds a Secret. Well, I'm a little bit low energy, a little bit cranky. I don't know. Maybe it's my mama. My mama had her hip replacement, and she's not, she's in a lot of pain, I should say. So probably go and see her pretty soon. And, Friday morning, I guess checkout here is 11 a.m. Friday. And I've just had enough of being in this area for the most part. So maybe this is like a good crankiness. Maybe this is a like get Benton moving crankiness. Good to see you, Scott Core. Best thumbnail ever. Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be back in a rig pretty soon. I figured out why they're not beating a path to my door with respect to the truck driving. I was looking at my work history. And so my first job, I worked there like 14 months. Next job, I worked 10 months, but I would have been there longer except for the whole, I dealt with the mask and the temp checks, as long as I could before I finally threw in the towel and quit. And so, I've had like my last 3 jobs haven't lasted very long. And then if they actually, Lord only knows what my most recent employer will say when contacted. So probably just going to have to pretty much go work for whoever will take me at this point. And like it or not, I think I'm pretty well married to the truck driving, mainly because of my lifestyle and needing to have a certain routine, especially being able to prepare my meals. And the truck is ideal for that. I got that cooker that I ordered. Unfortunately, I accidentally set it to warm last night instead of low or high. So the food wasn't quite ready at the normal time, but I was able to roll with the punches there. I don't think the pork's going to work out, though. I tried some pork in those smaller cookers. I think I think I've just gotten to where I'm not able to eat that kind of stuff for whatever reason. As prohibitively expensive as the tuna can be, I think I'm going to stick with the tuna. And, it's a blessing to even, some people don't even have food, right? So, when I get in a funk like this, I can tend to take a negative outlook, towards my situation, so-called. But the reality is, I've got a car, money, the car's registered, I've got insurance, I can pass a drug test, I don't have a criminal history. Hypothetically, I could drive a truck at least long enough to maybe save up a poker bankroll, possibly. Music Holds a Secret says his last job, and he was a truck driver, long-time truck driver. They complained I didn't stay as long as I said I would, but that was before COVID-19. If not for that, I might still be working there. Yeah, and these companies, there's no loyalty to me. Why would I be loyal to them? But I do understand, from their standpoint, most of these companies would prefer to, hire someone with a certain work history. But I don't know, not really my problem. somebody will employ me, right? Just trying to avoid the bottom of the barrel companies, but it's a good problem to have. We're still in a something of a first world country, but I'm reminded of the societal collapse because I've already been to Walmart this morning to get a few groceries, and man, these people are gone, man, and you got all these. I know I'm not the only one that's been frustrated by this, but you got all the women pushing the carts, doing the shopping for other people type of thing, and man, they don't even view me as a person. I guess they'll just more or less just run you over, push you out of the way. So I got a little cranky with somebody had invaded my space. Space invaders. Not a big fan of the Space Invaders. What's up, Terry Miller? Good to see you. 5:45 a.m. Excellent. Yeah, I'm not feeling so good, man. I don't know what the deal is. I've had a lot of times though when I felt ill and then was more or less thinking, how am I even going to do a live stream? And then the live stream starts, and magically I feel much better for whatever reason. However that works, y'all, I can't call it. And I may play some of this Yurt's appearance from yesterday on OTW, possibly. Oh, by the way, if Yurt ever hears this, I still want to do that podcast conversation or whatever we're calling it, Yurt, in the morning sometime. But I'm actually now rather than just randomly applying for jobs and waiting for them to call me, I'm actually going to call some of these companies today. So the goal would be for me to, best case scenario, to take a drug test here, probably in Springfield. I don't think there's any clinics here in this little town, but probably go up to Springfield, hopefully tomorrow or Friday, right? And go, give a urine sample. And then, I don't know, I guess maybe I could give them some money here and stay till Monday. I don't know, but hopefully be able to go to some sort of orientation next week with one of these companies, get back to making some money. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, those are terrible jobs. Yeah. Well, and EBT and I've talked about this, that I can tell I'm very good at reading people, and those workers don't want us in those stores, especially, I tend to go in there like right at 6 a.m. Because when they were 24-hour, I would have been in there at 3 a.m, right? And I don't think they have overnight stalkers anymore. I don't think they do that. So what time do these people come in? 4 a.m., 5 a.m. So, they're trying to do what used to be done overnight. Now they're just doing that in the middle of the day, apparently. But they act like they own the place, and I'm just, in my mind, it's like, look, I'm just in here trying to buy stuff to keep the doors open. And I'm firmly convinced next fake pandemic, they're going to shut these big box stores down, especially Walmart. They're just going to shut it down. They're not going to let people in there. They didn't, there's a reason why they numbered all those spots in the parking lot, and they bring the groceries out and put them in your trunk for you. And they're, autonomous delivery is going to be more and more of a thing. They're already running drone delivery in Rogers, Arkansas. I don't know if y'all know about that. Yeah, right now I could drive to Rogers, Arkansas. It's not that far away from here. And it's right from the parking lot. They're running the drones out of there. And I think eventually Walmart and Amazon will either merge, or Amazon will just buy Walmart, and then they'll run these super centers, some kind of combined version, drone delivery, autonomous delivery, self-driving vans. And then, and by the way, what better time to implement such things than the next time, society locks down, which is obviously going to happen. It's just a matter of when. Anybody that thinks that this system is done with us at the level of medical tyranny and pandemics is, in my view, that would be a foolish way to look at things. All right, this backlight's killing me. Hang on. Be right back. Shout out to 12 folks in the house. Oh, how did we get so many yesterday? Must have been my long extended diatribe. I have no idea. That's a good question. Will hijacking or hacking drones to catch a free ride ever be a thing? I don't know. That's a good question. Hey, there you go, Terry Miller. Yeah, what's up, Carl? Yeah, a little earlier than normal. Well, the reason for the slightly earlier start, and then also probably won't be live streaming for very long today. I got stuff to do in the real world, and I've been procrastinating on the laundry. So maybe I'll do that today, but might as well wait till tomorrow, right? Oh, and then the organizing and packing up of all of my belongings that are in this motel room. That's going to be fun, right? Although it's never as bad as I think. I think OTW, he's live right now, and he was making a similar point. You know, the dread of the event. It's never quite as bad as the event itself. Yeah. Well, I've ridden for free a lot in my hitchhiking days, Terry. But yeah, generally we understand where you're at. But yeah, just not feeling it today. I guess at this point I've got such a long unbroken streak of live streaming, but I do think that's going to come to an end soon. Friday, in fact, might be the day. We'll see. Anything on y'all's minds? I may just jump into this clip. Although it skews a little too religious. I'm not sure I can even deal with it right now. My fucking nerves are shot, man. I guess I'll just come on here and whine and complain about how I feel, right? Let's throw that link out there. I thought I had a little more material, but I can see I'm already more or less running out of shit to say. Great stream, Benton. Benton came on and talked about how he doesn't have anything to talk about. Maybe we'll bring up Razvan's clip. That might get me a little fired up, right? Or we can. Oh, this will be a good trigger. This will trigger me into hooping and hollering. By the way, Bad Barney No Bullet. I haven't seen him around here lately. It's funny how people kind of, the ebb and flow of people, coming into the broadcast, leaving the broadcast. What's up, Capricorny? Good to see you. All right, let's share this screen. Let's see what these fellas are talking about next door. And I'll drop OTW's link while I'm at it.
Truly oppressed. There's no truly oppressed class in the Western
this
world
flow
that
state,
I'm aware of.
Except those that are being slave traded.
Well, yeah.
Or sex trafficked.
Right.
Yeah,
I guess I don't necessarily consider that a class.
Stuff.
That's like those are victims. Like that's just a straight up victim.
What do you mean no oppressed class? What is wrong with this guy? Dude, the masses in the United States are oppressed. The masses of people in the United States are an oppressed class as far as I'm concerned.
Group. That's not a class, really.
I get you.
What a bozo. Good to see you, VC.
I'm just saying, like, if there's anybody that would.
Well, yeah, that's what reminded me of Bad Barney. Yeah, exactly, RT. Thank you for pointing that out. Good to see you, brother.
Not a fucking victim because they work at McDonald's. Kind of.
Well, and look how degraded people's understanding of racism is now because there's no racism. Like, well, I mean, let me soften that up. I've been institutionalized enough to recognize that there is some fuck shit, but it goes on across economic lines. The racial.
Yeah, that's probably true, Miss Splurge. Why don't you tell us more? Why don't you tell us more about the perversion? Yeah, indeed, hopping trains can cost you an arm or a leg, and I've actually met several train riders who had lost limbs. Oh, I see where you're going now, Miss Splurge. That's good. It's an astute point, certainly. Oh, really? You're in Ginger Ridge in Spokane. So I had not realized this previously, although I'm certain the clues were present, Ginger Ridge. Do you travel for work? What's up, Christos? Good to see you, man. Oh, let's drop OTW's link real quick. Hang on. It's like everybody to know who's live. Okay. Shout out my stage hands, grips, and riggers. Ginger Ridge is probably like some kind of literal rock star, right? Life is like life is a death sentence. Holler at let's get old Talcott over here. I guess he's getting his beauty sleep. Spokane, I have to say, it's a visually interesting town, certainly. All right, can we listen to these bozos? I don't know. We'll see. And I don't mean OTW. I mean, or Nubs, really. I mainly mean this Flow State guy.
Racial lines are incidental.
Yeah, it's an economic thing. I would agree. It's a status thing or a caste system like they have in India.
Right.
I'll
it?
agree with that. I mean, hell, even in my own fucking community, my own block, even, I actually live on a road that most of the houses border the lake. They're all multi-million-dollar homes. Mine, not so much.
I'm in a rental.
So.
There you go, Terry Miller. The mass of men and women lead lives of quiet desperation. Yeah, could not agree more. And, then here come the drugs, and that's, I think, a lot of the problem, when I talked about these people they're just gone, the masses, I go in the Walmart and just observing people's psychologies. And, the fact is it's mostly women in there. And most women of a certain age in this country are on mood altering pharmaceutical drugs. I think if we could get to the real number, it's got to be well over 50% of all women. I'd say age 30 and up. Right. I mean, what do y'all think? Hey, Terry Miller was Paperboy of the Year in Spokane in 1962. Got a little trophy statue of a paperboy. I'd like to see that statue. Damn. Thought I was old.
It's a full house and everything. Like I've got a basement and it's not my mom's. And I've got yard, I've got a garden, I've got everything.
All right, I can't.
Else.
I can't do this. Can't do it. We tried. Yeah, exactly. Mood altered people. Yeah. And, and out of touch people, like somebody doesn't need to be very perceptive or observant to see that when I'm shopping at 6 a.m., I don't want to be approached or have my space invaded or certainly, I might be willing to have a conversation. In fact, there's this like 70-year-old lady that, works up at the self-checkout area. And I've had a couple of good conversations with her, although I did go full doomer with her yesterday. I have a little bit of guilt when I go full doomer with these folks because by the end of the conversation now I'm saying, well, I got to get out of here. See you later. And it's sort of killed the vibe, right? Because I'm like looking at the person's face and it's like, oh man, why did I take it to full doomer territory? Yeah. Well, thanks. Well, thanks, Miss Splurge. I have my moments though. I certainly realized I was I was borderline too cranky with the folks at the Walmart, but I would say they bring it upon themselves to some degree when they, I'm literally like getting the beets, I'm over at the, where the produce is, the greens, and I'm trying to bag up these beets. And so I've shifted my weight to 1 foot and then literally went back, never moved my feet. So I'm planted into the ground and shifted back the other way to kind of, go back from my left hand to my right hand, putting the beets in the bag. And there's a woman just like, I mean, we're almost touching pelvises. This is not an exaggeration. Like if I hadn't, if I'd had my elbow up, I would have elbowed this bitch in the face. And I am, by the way, pretty fucking observant. The fact that, and I do tie this into the spiritual gang stalking. It's amazing how if my physicality or my sphere is invaded, it's always from that same side. She came at me from whatever pain and trauma I have from the past, that stagnated, energy that, and then by the way, like the gallbladder stuff's all in like the upper right shoulder. They're always just right there somehow. And I'm just turning and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I could have just if I would have done like this, I would have literally just wrapped my hands around the woman. That's how close she got to me. Am I crazy here? Do y'all just go out in public and, get that close to strangers? I don't understand it. And then the autism, so I'm doing my best not to, but at a certain level, I'm a person and I get to just be like, hey, this is fucked up. And I didn't use any profanity, but it's like, hey, what's going on here? Can we not do this? What is this? Hey, good to see you, Rob. I'm just baffled. And it happens. Like these type of things have happened regularly, right? And I can't be the only one, but so over time, it's like they bother me less and less. And ultimately it's the joke's on me. I should just understand on some level that, more or less like the worst case scenario is possible, in any given situation. But I think I get lulled into a false sense of security because everything more or less goes well. But then one of those cart chicks that works there, like the time before, like I could tell I wasn't in her way. I'm not between her and something she's trying to get to. And she's just intentionally going behind me and acting like I'm holding her up. And then, we get out to the main aisle and there's plenty of room for her to go around me. And she's like acting like I'm in her way. And I'm just like, I'm not in the way. Like, what is this? And then I watched her after I went to the self-checkout and where she went, she didn't need to go there. She just like went over to an area and then just turned around and went back where she came from. Because I've walked in a Walmart before and I've had people just come out of nowhere, like almost run me over. And then I just watch them and they don't even know where they're going. Right. So it's like, what is this? At a certain point, I make fun of, on some level, I make fun of the people I call hoarder shut-ins, but fuck, dude, I'm starting to be getting a little jealous, man. I'm starting to envy that lifestyle. I at this point, I can just come talk to you folks on the metaverse. I'll just fuck off somewhere. And, unfortunately, since I now have to eat real food, right? That's prohibitively expensive. Shout out to 26 folks in the house. Good to see you, Pamela. Just in here doing my old cranky old man in the morning complaining. That doesn't bother me because I can go around some way. Like it's not convenient. And, presumably they're actually having a real interaction, so there's some version of a coming together. But, I do find it a little baffling that out of the 5 of them or whatever, nobody realizes that they're in the way. And I will just be like, coming through. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'll just make them part the fucking sea if I need to. Like, if it's a busy, like, by the way, this wasn't busy at all. Like, there was maybe 3 customers in there. Everybody else was staff. But yeah, if it's super fucking busy, and I'm just, here I come, dude, I'll just be like, coming through, and I'll just fucking roll right through the middle of them. I don't give a fuck. But, but yeah, if there's plenty of room to go around, I'm glad they're having their little powwow or whatever. That's fine. The main thing I find confusing that happens regularly is people stop right in the doorways. That I've always found bizarre, and old people seem to be the worst about that. It's like, you'd stop anywhere but right there. Like, keep going 20 feet and then kind of pull off to the left or the right, or stop 20 feet earlier, but don't stop right in the middle of the door. That doesn't make any sense. Well, but only if it's like busy, right? Oh, but another thing is when I'm truck driving, I'm on a clock usually when I'm doing my shopping. So I am kind of like, I'm trying to speed up if possible. I'm trying to hustle up. Although some of these towns I've noticed, dude, the people are so out of it. And I am one of those fast walkers, and I have good agility and balance, and I can move around pretty fast. That I realized at a certain point, some of these stores I have to slow my movements down to match the speed of these people's brains. Because it's not that they're rude necessarily. I just don't think they can process like my quick movements. So I'm like intentionally going slow. And then sometimes like I'm stuck behind people and I'll just start exaggeratedly kind of like picking my feet up real high because I can't walk as slow as some of those people do and still at a normal. It's like, how do y'all step this slow? I don't like, how is this even a thing? And then they say that's one of the things to determine somebody's mortality is like how slow they walk or whatever. Yeah, exactly, Rob. Exactly. And by the way, if somebody's actually working and I can, like the cart chicks, dude, if I can tell where they're going, like I just stay out of their way, right? You know, I always default to just stay the fuck out of the way, but it's fucking bananas in there, man. It didn't used to be this bad, you know, it just didn't. And meanwhile, even at 130 pounds, dude, I'm aggressive. I can just go in there and push everybody out of my way. It's no way to live, man. I'm not down with it. It's like, can't we all respect each other on some level? You know, you would think so, but I think it's gone, man. And it is I think it harkens back to the societal collapse in a lot of ways, that just these, you know, this basic level of humanity and regard for other people is just gone now. And I'm almost a fool in a lot of ways, by extension and not that I'm out here being overly nice to people or accommodating, but I'm considerate, you know, I'm a considerate person. Well, that's part of it, Jim. But like these cart chicks, it's not that they're doing a job and they view me as I'm in their way. They're in there working, you know. But, you know, I was born in a time warp where it's like the customer's always right. And, you know, hey, he's in here spending his money. But I think we saw during the fake pandemic, I mean, a lot of these businesses, they just don't give a fuck anymore. You know, I don't think they care if the businesses in a lot of ways don't care if they get my money. I mean, I know it sounds insane, but I really believe that in a lot of ways. Well, that is an astute point too. Also, yeah, kick out the jams. That's what I'm going to call you now because some of these names are hard to say, but or we'll just call you repairman. These people live almost their entire lives through voyeurism. Yeah, and the phones, I think, has made that much worse because they've actually gotten used to watching, you know, either you know, when something novel happens, they're watching it through their phone screen as they record, you know, or they're on TikTok watching, you know, real life, what seems like real life with this commentary over the top, right? But and by the way, just what TikTok alone is doing to these people's brains. I mean, think about that. And my mom, you know, she kept bringing up TikTok, and you know, finally, gently, I suggested to her that probably it wasn't good for her to be on TikTok, and of her own accord, she said she wasn't using it anymore. But she'll probably go back to it. And now I guess she's more or less going to be in bed for 3 months or whatever with the hip replacement. You know, with some walking, I guess, for, you know, physical therapy. Oh yeah, exactly. Music holds a secret. Yeah, you can't just be like, I'm taking my money elsewhere. They're like, fine, get the fuck out. Yeah, they don't care. No, I mean, why would they? You know, really, realistically, why would they? And I think it is some acknowledgement that people more or less are aware that the whole fucking system it's just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. It's scam upon scam upon scam. You know, like Walmart, they might close. You know, they do close some stores here and there. I don't know if y'all heard about that one they closed in Portland. You know, but you know, as long as one does not live in an area where the locals are just more or less ransacking the Walmart, like they're not going to close these stores other than strategically, you know, for their own purposes. And by the way, in Arkansas and, you know, most of the South, dude, every decent sized town has a Walmart. So none of these things are going out of business. Well, that's interesting. Feel free to expound, sir. Repairman says that he has been entrapped by the voyeurism. Well, and I guess this broadcast is that to some extent, right? Is it not? Yeah. Well, see, I'm not that way. See, I'm you know, I do practice egalitarianism quite a bit. Now I got to look that up to make sure. Yeah, as much as I don't really, here's another paradox. As much as I really am a misanthrope, but I do relate to or believe in the principle that all people are equal and deserve equal rights and opportunities. Right. So I attempt to practice that. Although, again, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. I'm sure you'll find examples of me falling short of that. But not everybody's that way. Certainly. When truck drivers definitely get treated like the scum of the earth, I can tell you that. But I'll be right back. Since I'm on job watch, I heard my phone make a notification. Be right back. It's not like we get signal everywhere in this room. So. Hey, it's Mr. Austin emailing me. Sweet. Yeah, it was from our boy Yurt. We're going to try to do a podcast, a pre-recorded, by the way. Pre-recorded podcast. Yeah, what's civil about war? That's right. Well, that's interesting, Terry. I think a lot of factors have come into play. With the decline of civility, I believe would be the correct term. So please forgive my pedantry. Apologies. Yeah. My bad with the mic. So yeah, I'll try to do better. Well, I will do better. How about that? I'll do better. I have a mic gain here. And I used to be in the habit of turning it down all the way down before I made a ruckus. And for whatever reason, I've gotten out of that habit. Yep. Exactly. They're not letting me get past 500, which is actually, I kind of like the size of the channel. And I don't think the monetization is really going to work for me anyway, probably in the long run. So not with the type of broadcasts I've been doing. Although I think that will change over time, especially if I manage to get back in the truck sooner rather than later. I think that will obviously, well, and Terry Miller also, the violent crime, people, we have a perception that it's a much more dangerous world, but the reality is violent crime was off the charts in the 70s. And then the early 90s was very high violent crime in this country. So especially in the deep South, where I'm from, being, one of the most violent regions of the country, a lot of the civility and this idea of, that Southern politeness, a lot of that's just based on, we don't want to be rude. We don't want to accidentally be rude to the wrong person at the wrong time and have violence inflicted upon us, right? It's not a fear. It's more of it's like a strategy. Like, hey, let's just avoid whatever trouble can be avoided. What's up, Lori? Good to see you. Oh, is B Smiley in here? Or are you making a smiley? Well, we're getting there with the mic technique. Part of that is that I'm not hearing it in my headphones as it sounds different. Like I'm not getting the same volume, right? Because I've noticed on the replays, the mic is it's driving a lot harder than what I'm hearing in my ears for whatever reason. Yeah. Repairman says he was entrapped by the voyeurism he allowed himself to be. It probably has something to do with my childhood and such. It really did take me some time to realize doing things is important. Yeah, definitely. Yes, Paul's helped him with that. Well, excellent. And I want to say this, sometimes people look at the way I live, but, I literally lived in the streets and traveled around the country for 6 straight years. I mean, I was outside for almost 6 straight years. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. So if I spend some period of time holed up in a motel now or, in a big rig, to me, it's not really a thing, right? But yeah, Miss Splurge, what happened was that with my old mic that I destroyed recently with my loud ass voice, I think I gained it up too high. The proper technique with that mic was to have it, very close. So I'm attempting to train myself to hold the mic farther away. Well, and yeah, especially, I just feel better. Me personally, I feel better about myself when I'm, especially being unemployed for that period of time. One of the things I noticed when I first went into truck driving is I do feel better about myself. My mood's better, or just everything's a little better when I'm actually, working, whatever that may be. Right. Well, and actually it was almost an entire decade, Terry. There were some times where it was broken up, right? Like, I was indoors for some of it, but it was 6 straight and damn near an entire decade. So yeah, pretty close to a decade. I think I was trying to figure it out on the calendar, and I think it was like less than 10, but like more than 9. So probably I'd just say 9 years. But yeah, definitely 6 straight. But I enjoyed it, man. It was great right up until it wasn't. I wouldn't mind going back to it at this point, but earning money, now that I'm on this specialized diet, the food is expensive. The price of everything's gone up. Certainly it was much easier to do that in the past. I was able to eat the junk food, or I thought I was. Even if I just didn't eat the tuna, just what I'm eating in vegetables and fruit every day, it's a significant amount of money. What's up, Barney? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I'm doing all right, man. It's a bit of a challenge today, but we will rise above. We will rise above that. Well, that's a good way to put it. Repairman. Yeah. Indeed. Yeah, Mr. Mercury. Not a big wasn't a big Queen fan, I have to say. I do like some of their songs. Certainly. I'm going to play a little bit of this OTW. Well, no. I'm going to play a little bit of at the risk of summoning some of these people, I'm going to play a little bit of the Razvan's clip called War on the Safe Space. Let me drop the link here real quick. So we'll give a little support to Razvan here. Maybe at some point I can unban all these people. Drew's been unbanned. I'll have to leave it up to you guys to let me know if he's been behaving himself. I was on one yesterday. I wasn't really able to read his comments. What's up, Oracle Light? Good to see you. Oh, I'm going to turn. Hey, we're getting a phone call. All right. Hello. I'm good. You said Tony? Yeah, man. What's up?
So I'm reaching out to see. I saw you filled out an application for us.
Yeah.
So which position would you like? 1099 or W2 company driver?
Yeah, company driver 1099.
We're initially paying 65 cents per mile for empty loaded antenna.
Cool. Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. Number one, would I be able to not have to drive a Freightliner? What would be the possibility of that? I like the Volvo a lot, actually. Cool. I saw something about an escrow also. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm not familiar with that. That's the first time I've ever seen that. So I'm just curious what that was all about. Well, I know what escrow means. I don't know what it means with respect to being a truck driver. Oh, I got you. Okay, but you said after 45 days you get it back and then they don't do it after that, or how does that work? Okay, I understand. I understand. Okay. Did you do like my any of my MVR or anything yet? All right, cool. Okay. And I can tell you're busy, but while I got you on the phone, I want to try to get all these questions out of the way. Are we doing the driver-facing cameras? Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's no problem there. I don't have a problem with that. When would the orientation be, or do you not know yet? Where? Okay. Where is the main terminal? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I've been to Chicago a lot. But I said, when? When would it be? Okay. Yeah, yeah, definitely. And then what about like the drug test? Do I do that here or when I get there? Okay, cool. Well, just so you know, I bought a car recently, and I'll have my things with me, and I'm just going to drive there. Yeah. So. Yeah, yeah. What's that? I'm not scared of flying, but ever since the pandemic, I'm probably never going to fly again, most likely. Yeah, people are too crazy, man. People are too crazy now. Yep, I don't have to tell you. Yeah, and where are you from originally, if I may ask? Okay, great. Yep, good deal. Is most of the company from Eastern Europe? Okay. Gotcha. Because I sound like I'm from the country, but I'm Oh man, these recruiters. Thank y'all for hanging out. God, I hate dealing with these motherfuckers, man. Good Lord. Brutal. Brutal. This country, man. It's a wrap. Dude, it's a wrap. Just talking to these people, it's just everybody pretty much just accepts that the country's gone to a hell in a handbasket, right? And it's like it's all about us keeping a positive attitude, apparently, as if that's going to help. All right. I'm going to drop the link. I got to send in some paperwork real quick to this guy, and then I need to eat some fruit real quick. So while we're doing that, let's listen to Razvan's clip called "War on the Safe Space," which apparently is from a Toilet Bowl Earth live stream. And if the audience revolts too hard, we'll abort the mission. How about that?
Really,
They don't have the cohesion in their thoughts and actions and everything like
you know, like, have you ever heard that whole thing with like things come back in fashion every like 20 years? It's like a cycle. It's
Yep.
like, I feel like I'm back in Instagram in 2010, 2015. I feel like I'm back in that thing, and it's like it's got this resurgence, this revival of the same talking points. And hold on, let me get
Yeah,
that.
now instead of just an Instagram meme repost, now these people think that they're teachers.
It's like
Can be
their
out
entire entire worldview now. It's well, yeah. Get back to my comments here. You know, Aphrodite's up in here.
Layla says it says she's blocked from coming up by the browser.
What the hell? I don't know why
It's gonna
that.
be on the Chrome browser. So I don't know what browser you're using. If you open Chrome and just paste that link, try that.
That's weird.
Yep.
Hold on, yeah. Let me pull up this one. Now let's pull up Old Spirit on. Old Spirit on is based.
Like speed it up maybe, and then just play like maybe the first like 4 minutes or something.
Yeah, I'll speed it up to. I know you watch things at like way too fast, man. I'm gonna do 1.25. Maybe actually for him, 1.5 would work.
1.5 is good. Now, this just got pushed to my feed. Like I didn't even search for this. This came in my feed today, and I was like, "This is perfect."
Will set you free. Chapter of the Gospel according to St. John. There are two sayings of Jesus.
Turn it up. Can you turn it up?
Whoever sins, if sin, so he says truth will set you free. Whoever sins is a slave to sin.
There you
The
go.
truth will set you free.
Hold on, let me
There are two sayings of Jesus. Whoever sins is a slave to sin. And later he says the truth will set you free. Whoever sins is a slave to sin. The truth will set you free. If truth is freedom and sin slavery, then we know sin is a lie. It deceives us. Sin promises fulfillment, content. But as Jesus warns, it only enslaves us. We recognize, all of us who are Christian, those worldly voices that try to convince us that freedom means to do as you will, as Aleister Crowley famously taught. But we know that our desires and our impulses only enslave us. And this is Satan's great lie.
Bam.
Only obedience to Christ is freedom. Christ is truth. He says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. And those who oppose him are liars. Those who oppose the teachings of Christ, the commandments of Christ, are teaching lies. They are themselves teaching that which comes from the father of lies. They are enslaved to the father of lies. Satanists, humanists, materialists, all who oppose Christ are enslaved to the father of lies. The tension between freedom and slavery isn't just something that attacks us from without. It isn't just a consequence of the teachings of the world. It's something that exists within us. In the 7th chapter of St. Paul's letter to the Romans, he says there are two laws battling within us. Now, the Church Fathers, in their explanation of this chapter, say to us that there are two wills within us. The lower will, which seeks after the things of this world, the things of the flesh, and the higher will, which of course seeks after Christ and the things of the kingdom of God. In this conflict, we must say, in this conflict, for most people, the lower will is victorious. When we look at the world, when we look at ourselves, we know that the lower will is being victorious. But most people seek those things of the world and not the things of Christ. This lower will is really under the direction of the demons and their fantasies, but also the impulses of the flesh and the attractions of the world. The higher will, that will that seeks Christ, is dependent on God's grace. The life, the power, the strength of this will is entirely based in the grace of God and the presence of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
We are reminded that there is only one way of truly being free, and that is to make the lower will the captive of the higher will, the servant of the higher will. But we must be careful, because even in the lives of the saints, we see that when the higher will takes control, the devil is cunning. He changes tactics. He tries to corrupt the soul by leading us to do even what we think is good, but is reaching, for example, for spiritual heights of which we are not worthy, spiritual heights without God's grace, things that we are not ready for, things that are based in our will, things that glorify us and not God. Anything that is not for the glory of God is ultimately enslavement. This is a difficult teaching to hear. But if we do not live and if we do not act with a desire to glorify God alone, then we're acting out of enslavement to sin.
Eric, can you
That's why
pause it real
we
quick?
must never fall into
I
the
think that's a lot to unpack. Let's unpack
we
that.
are victors in this life.
Let's
Yeah,
unpack
it's a lot. You know, of course, you know, when people watch that, they're like, "Oh, why do I listen to this guy? What does he know? You know, what does this guy know?"
I mean, sorry, it wasn't Wes Watson, but under that robe, he's even more ripped, if you believe that or not.
I mean, and, you know, in my daily life, I think one of my biggest struggles is patience. You know, when I get impatient, I'm brought to anger a good bit, because I'm just like, why? Like, especially with like, really, it's really like impatient people brings out my impatience, and then I just like,
Okay.
I get so angry, not like livid anger, but I can feel myself getting angry, and I can feel myself just kind of losing my foundation, and it's true. You know, like it's such a big testament of will out there to be a beacon of Christ. And it's tough, man. It's, you know, because the world bombards you constantly with these. I mean, there's demons out here, you know, and they're out here just trying to drag you down to their level. They want to influence you, and they want to. I don't know. I just, you know, I feel that because, and I identify with that because, you know, like as I've said before, like, you know, I've been Orthodox for, I'd say, about 3 years now, and in the grand scheme of my life, you know, I'm in my mid 30s now. That's a lot of damage I have to like undo to myself. You know, I can't. People assume, you know, and I've said this a lot, and I've said this so many times, that, you know, just because someone, you know, confesses Christ and becomes Christian, that it's not, you're not just like magically just like transformed, and then you're just like, that's not real. That's not like, that's not a real thing. For some, maybe some outlier instances, like that could be a real thing, that it affected them a lot more. But sometimes, like, lingering habits, lingering things in your life will remain and try to drag you down. And like, people don't seem to want to identify their own problems, but they can somehow like manage these big worldviews that summate their existence. You know, I mean, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I think what we talked about last time is what I see out here is when you see the pick and choose, the smorgasbord buffet, where these people just go through and pick and choose whatever they like from whatever books or spirituality concepts or anything like that. I think that's pretty, excuse me. I think that's pretty nonsense, because it's like handbooks of different companies, right? Like these companies
Right.
might all be similar. You might have like 3 or 4 different companies that are similar, but each one has a different handbook of like rules you can and cannot do. They're not interchangeable, really. They might all be very similar, but it's not going to be the same thing. So these people will just, you know, pick and choose whatever they want, man. And
Yeah, and
anything good can come from that. Like,
yeah,
you're determining, but then you're going to leave out the parts you don't like, whatever. Like many of these things are like, you know, 1,000 years old, 1,500 years old or more, you know?
right. Like there seems to be a whole family and tradition of believers that this has been going on for so long, and this is how you've known to come to know it. It's just so strange to pillage a holy tradition like that for your own sort of, like, I don't know, is this like a self-help thing? Like, I just want to feel good. I don't know. Like,
I think, yeah, ultimately it might be good in the short term if they're still working on themselves or anything, but eventually you got to like come to stand for something. Like, if you're just
Right.
kind of first brand new getting into this, I can see, yeah, okay, look, this is going to help you, you know, deprogram some of this deep rooted programming that you have in you or whatever. But eventually you can't just keep, you know, picking and choosing whatever you want or whatever.
Right. It's like, you know, I kind of mentioned it in the stream I did before about like short form media. It's like that. It's like, you know, it's like the algorithm of what I pick and choose, like the short form media that sort of my likes and dislikes, and you're sort of being catered to by the world. and you sort of derive a world, like your ultimate worldview from that. Like, I just don't get it. You know, like everyone's lived a life, and you've known yourself. Do you really think you can trust yourself to know those things? You know, like some things are left out of your hands. You know what I mean? Like you learn from other people, right? Why is that such a bad thing? Why is it so viewed as so bad? Learning things from people before you. It's
That's what I see a lot in these from the panel philosophers and stuff like that, is the number one, the absence of the sin in their worldview, but also the absence of faith. It's just like me. I'm going to do this. I'm going to manifest the reality that I want. There's no external grace or anything poured upon you. And it comes down to, the belief. They might not even say it a lot. I do believe a lot of these people believe they are Jesus Christ, or they are a fractal of God and not separate from God. I mean, they may be like, I just wish they would say that. You know what I mean? I wish they would say, I am the Christ. Some of them do, but I think very few of them actually come out and say that, which I would.
What's really funny, right? No, I agree with that. They need to be a little consistent. But what's funny is they have such this sort of staunch militant need for evidence of a historical Christ, but their worldview doesn't need any evidence at all. It's just feelings. It's just how you.
I don't need evidence that he's speaking of. Who's he talking about?
It's like, I don't know, like how I could communicate with people like that. How do you communicate with people that just say, "Well, I'm right"?
Listen to them,
because I feel I'm right, and whatever your historical evidence and tradition, that doesn't mean anything to me, because what I feel is wrong. You know what I mean? How do you communicate with somebody like that? I mean, it's completely
by being open-minded and listening to what they have to say.
Spirituality to me, it's just I can just make it up, and nobody's wrong. This is what I was trying to drive at the other night on.
But here's the thing: is see, I think that's what Toilet Bowl Earth is an understanding, is that this is all in a framework of supposedly the person who is a church-going so-called Christian, would presumably have some interest in getting more people to come to the church and join the religion. And that's almost impossible to do that while refusing to listen to the person that you're trying to bring into the organization. Because, what type of person responds to authoritarianism? Like, here are the rules, follow these rules, or we don't want to have anything to do with you, right? That doesn't work. I know, because I grew up in a religious cult that put out very strong, efforts towards, recruitment. And I was actually involved in the recruitment efforts. Yeah, and I'm getting made fun of in the live chat, American Bald Guy. Oh, no content of your own. Meanwhile, yeah, no, I just come on here and do hours of my own content every day. So it's like, what's the purpose of even saying that? Is it like, that it's a non-starter? It's just, I don't know. I find it amusing. It's like, no, actually, I've been applying for truck driving jobs, and now I've decided to go back to work. So I pretty much need to get this lined out today or tomorrow so that I don't have to pay for another week of a motel room that I may not end up using, right? So it's all coming together, man. So I'm literally eating my food, applying for a job, and more or less getting hired. I'm in the process of being hired for a job right now, and I'm doing that while I'm doing a live stream. Yeah, I guess I could have just, not been on here. I guess I could have left the audience to not have anything to listen to, presumably. But out of consideration for the audience, I figured I would pay them. I'd give them something to do while I was otherwise engaged, right? Thank you. I just find it amusing, like these constant attempts to undermine the other person, right? Versus, maybe Benton knows what he's doing. Is it possible that Benton is a competent human being? I mean, is it possible to start from that? Just, okay, well, Benton knows what he's doing. Well, I understand what you're saying, Land of the Blinded, but see, my thing is, I agree with you to some extent, but then of course I'm going to want to accept someone even if they're doing something that I don't even disagree with. Somebody going to church, I'm not going to be going to church, right? Because I don't believe that represents good fellowship. I don't think that's I think it's effectively no churches are good places to be. And especially for many of the reasons that Land of the Blinded is pointing out. Good to see you, Woody, by the way. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have a strong sense of that Oracle Light. So thank you. I certainly do. And part of me likes the back and the forth clearly, but I get confused. I'm confused on their behalf. I think even somebody like Smiley, B Smiley, who's always seemed to have a good head on his shoulders. I think people are just losing their fucking minds. And even talking to, what I was talking about that went on at Walmart this morning, which really ultimately is no big deal, right? But then talking to this recruiter, dude, people have just, something has happened to their brains, man. And, maybe it's the fact that calling back to what I covered for 2 hours yesterday, I spent all of those many consecutive years, going to war with my, Babylon psychology, if we can call it that, and getting rid of the parts that weren't helping me and installing new code to benefit me. And I think now I'm so different from these people, and maybe the audience resonates with this to some degree also. It's just even talking to this recruiter on the phone, it's just like, man, he's not tracking. It's almost like all he does is talk to prospective truck drivers all day, and I'm just another, like, he's not present in the moment. He's just doing this script, and he's almost like he's answering questions I'm not even asking him, just based on like the normal pattern that he's used to, right? And which is fine, I understand, but then there should be a clue or two in the way I communicate and the type of questions I'm asking, to kind of make him realize, oh, well, wait a minute, this guy's a little different, right? Maybe I could wait a minute and, pause and sort of come to the present moment and all of this. But because I'm the type of person, I'd rather they just say, well, fuck you, than to like, because it's this version of like sort of kissing my ass, but then like these weird, almost like I'm asking strange questions. It's just, the whole thing's bizarre. I guess I should have just plugged into the mixer and let y'all hear it. It's just bizarre, man. Well, and common sense actually that's not even a thing, by the way, Lori. That's not a thing, because what's obvious to me is not obvious to a lot of other people, and vice versa. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, but I call them smart idiots because they're very sophisticated and they're capable of complex tasks, right? Like, presumably somebody who's been in recruiting for 8 years for the same trucking company must be doing something right. At the end of the day, he's bringing the truck drivers into the company, right? I'm assuming they have a very high turnover. And then this is one of the few companies that does an escrow, because they just hire everybody that qualifies sight unseen. So what happens is some of these bozos will just abandon the rig, and then the company has to pay money to go have the rig recovered. So they actually do an escrow, meaning they take $150 out of my check and, set it aside in case they have to, to pay the expenses if I was. So I'm already guilty. I'm already treated as if I'm wrong and I'm bad, right? And so I'm asking about this, and then he's putting it back on me, and as if I don't know what escrow means. I'm like, well, no, I know what escrow means. Like, I could tell you the definition of escrow probably, but I'm saying I'm not familiar with that in the context of working for a truck driving company. Could you please explain that? It's almost like, oh, I'm the idiot for not understanding. Oh, okay, you don't trust us. You don't trust new drivers not to fuck shit up, and you need to take $150 a week for some period of time to recoup the cost of me potentially fucking some shit up. Okay, I don't fuck shit up, so as long as, I'll have some trust that I'll get my money back eventually. Apparently they cap it at $1,500, so worst case scenario, they would just rob me of what would represent like a week's wages. And then I asked him about the 3,000, because they say 3,000 miles a week. And I'm like, well, I can drive 3,000 miles a week, but, and I'm trying to explain that I really don't want to. And he interpreted that as I want to drive more. It's like, well, wait a minute. So I can already tell, of course they're going to be pushing me it'll be the constant thing of just trying to push me to just do and do and do and do. But that's all right. They'll be paying me. about 2 G's a week probably. So I think I am going to do the 1099. So I might have to go take the drug test today, though. I'd really rather do it in the morning. But the problem with that is now, and now I look like I'm trying to buy time for the drug test. I'm like, no, man, I'm ready to pee right now. But it's like, dude, I'm in this small town. There's not going to be a drug testing place here. You're going to have to send me to Springfield. It's like an hour drive probably. I left out the part where I go to bed super early, but it's like, dude, if you sending me the information at 2 p.m., I'm probably not going to be trying to deal with all that till tomorrow. Well, if I'm able to. The problem with truck driving is I can't really ever ensure that. What happened with the last company was that it just got to where I was so sick, man. And especially once I hurt my kidney, it was just, I just wasn't going to do it. Like I was just going to work my schedule and fuck them, So with this company, there'll be some period if I'll have to be a good boy and do things that I don't prefer. Right. But once I prove myself, but probably once I get the 20 grand in my pocket, I'll probably just exit stage right anyway. Right. No, Rob, I'm just not ever willing to carry synthetic urine with me everywhere I go. I'm just not living that way. But no, they don't watch you. Some companies do hair tests, though. My first company did a hair test, which is actually, believe it or not, it's actually better to have long hair than short hair. I know it sounds insane, but I've researched it extensively. But yeah, I'll just do whatever to start with, Michael A. No, none of that stuff. No, not really. And that's been out for a long time, the blue headlights. Because my dad had bought the Audi TT like the first year it came out. And it was one of the first cars to have those kind of blue looking headlights. Nah, none of that shit bothers me. I don't even know who this is. See, y'all are always talking about content creators, and I don't even know who they are. All right, I'll unblock everybody. Asking ye shall receive. I think, can't you unblock people, by the way? I think you can do that. You probably just don't know where to do that. Hell, it took me forever just to figure out how to do it myself. All right, I'm unblocking everybody. Music holds a secret asked, he shall receive. Man. Hey, we're back up to 503, by the way. We were at 5. I woke up, it was at 501, then it went down to 500, and now we're back up to 503. But it'll be back to 498. Actually, I think we've been above 500 here for a while now. But yeah, they're definitely holding us here. Holding us at 500. All right, hold up. Settings. Community. All right, unbanning everybody except Fed Up Southern Girl. I might have accidentally all right. I might have accidentally unbanned a Fed Up Southern Girl AE alter ego. Smackleford's staying banned though for now. So almost everybody's unbanned. Smackleford really annoyed the fuck out of me recently. So yeah, I took care of it. And that's funny. That one time Tommy accused me of like not knowing how to unban him. It was like, no, I really didn't know how to unban you. And eventually figured it out. Good to see you, Monel, by the way. I was my attentions were diverted in too many areas to greet you sooner. Let me see where I'm at on the at some point, if the broadcast pauses, or I'm on the StreamYard, so the broadcast will continue, but at a certain point we're going to run out of data, and then I'll have to switch over to my phone. Let's see, what's it say we got left? Right at a gig. I don't know, we'll see. I'll kill the cam, maybe it'll go a while. Complex grifter. Do look up his bread scientist face. There you go, Monel. Yeah, it's not the numbers, that's the connections. Great comments as always, by the way. This is why I think Paul and some other folks don't understand why I'm so lenient or tolerant with the live chat. It's like, man, get some good comments. I'll put up with a certain amount of teasing and needling. Well, I don't know. I didn't really get to hear much of the war on the safe space, so we'll go back just a little bit. I kind of am trying to get a feel for what they're even talking about here.
On the psychopath in the fireplace, his live stream. This is what I was trying to say to him.
And where he doesn't want you to go, he'll just throw you in the background.
Oh, Talcott.
Right.
Drew, you do that, by the way.
Same guy that says good and evil is the same thing. Then why would you care if someone's being hateful? That's my problem with their philosophy. Is everything is one, all is one.
Right.
And good is evil. Then they'll literally say good and evil is the same thing. Then why are you mad if someone's getting like what you call hateful or anything like that?
Why do you have any?
Well, by the way, and I don't. It doesn't matter to me. And again, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. I'm not holding Drew to a standard here. What I'm saying is, he seems to be speaking as if he considers these to be, things that shouldn't be done, like Talcott backstaging, putting somebody in the backstage. Drew does that anytime he wants to. He puts somebody in the backstage. And our, now infamous last broadcast for the morning show, he just ended the stream. Like, I'm just talking and the stream ends, right? Now anybody can have an opinion of how I was expressing myself, but ultimately, wouldn't the thing to do have been to let the show continue? It seems to me like what would have been the harm? Clearly, and this is something I wanted to talk about, and I don't really have any notes for today, but that's I think some of these folks, like Drew, it's too disorienting, So it seemed like, oh, well, Benton's, behavior is kind of coming out of left field. When in reality, that's some version of jumping out the window, like Paul likes to call it, Paul Enslaved. But see, I'm not nearly as disoriented by some of these things as some other folks are. Yeah, disoriented meaning having lost one's sense of direction, then confused and unable to think clearly. And then also like a lack of trust, versus, well, Benton can just, okay, maybe he is about to start spurging. Well, it might make for a good broadcast to just let him spurg for 45 minutes, right? Well, and then in fact, I ended up going live after that and sort of, continuing on, right? But, ultimately in this format, in the panels and all of this, that would have been the move, presumably. But then you get into, somebody curating their own channel, which is fine. But then now he's like, oh, Talcott, he seems to not like the way Talcott is curating Talcott's channel. But Drew, trust me, he will curate his channels any way he sees fit, which, by the way, I don't have a problem with. But it's like this. Well, why, Drew, are you expecting to be, granted some leeway that you yourself, may not be willing to grant to someone else? I find that strange, right? So you may notice a lot of times if somebody just wants to go on and on and on about something, I'm happy to let that happen to some extent. But there's a method to my madness, and I know maybe people don't even know what I'm referring to now, but if we do play some of the Yurt stuff from yesterday, I think I will play that from Yurt on OTW, because Yurt does make some good points about, you can really, this is a very good example, I think, of the way in which the conversations, it's very difficult for everybody to sort of get their points across. And what you'll see over here is a lot of times I'll just more or less remove myself from the equation because I know that it's better for the broadcast. Well, at least some points are going to get made, even if it's me sitting here hearing a bunch of things that I don't necessarily agree with, right? Versus 3 or 4 people all sort of trying to forcefully, seize control of the floor enough to actually make half of a point, by the way, because it seems, difficult to even make, a full point. But yeah, let's go ahead and play some of that. Keep killing my cam to save data, and then for some reason I turn it right back on. I guess I like to look at myself. So he's so vain. He probably thinks this broadcast is about him. Anyway, where was this? Videos. Yes, here it is.
And then these are all Ellie Goulding.
Actually, that's not it. That was my buddy Henry Hopper in Starbucks in Isla Vista. Let's see. Where would this be? Oh, yeah. No. Should have been. It should be there. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. Final answer.
To go against your own beliefs, you're never going to find the truth, in my opinion.
Well, you don't have to worry about that, Monel. That's never that's always in play. I can promise you. This is a process of critique, a never-ending process of critique. But thank you, Monel. Much appreciated.
Exactly. You have to be willing to be convinced otherwise, and you have to be willing to change if you're going to have an intellectually honest conversation. It means you're not dogmatic to the point where you're saying, I know everything, I'm rigid, you can't change my mind. Yurt can come up here right now and he can change my mind. If he presents something that genuinely is compelling to me and intrigues me and is factual, he could potentially change my mind. What's up, Yurt?
Yeah. Can we stop calling him Yurt? Can we call
Austin?
him
What name do you called? What's in the name, Yurt?
Tent.
Yeah, I don't care what you call me.
A yurt is much more extravagant of an idea. A tent is more.
All right, fuck you, Lou. You've been boring and everyone's shutting off anyway, so you can just be quiet.
Okay, sir. Please,
yeah,
sir.
You're all right. I won't beat you up too much.
Forgive me, sir.
Yeah, so the conversation is one of my favorites. I've spent, a lot of time, like all you gentlemen, investigating these things, looking at them from all sorts of angles. And I've just come to a position where I think it's hubris to say either way. There's obviously allegorical elements, but to say there's no historical basis at all would completely divorce it from history and our personal connection and all that. And even in the conversation that you guys were just at, and Lou, please, the mute. Jeez, Lou. You've been here. Your daughter's a huge YouTuber. You're a whole family of YouTubers, Lou.
None of us are saying there's no historical relevance to the good book, to the Bible. I'm saying there's cases where it's obviously apparently presenting it as allegorical. And even if later what's being presented is literal, it just shows there's contradictions that the genealogy, and also that's another place it doesn't line up. If you look at the genealogy, it's crazy. Like the bloodlines and where all the different characters came from, there's all kinds of ripe with contradiction. But that kind of illustrates what I'm saying. Again, it's like some of it could be true, some of it could be allegorical, but the fact that any of it is presented adamantly by the book itself as allegorical, when it says Abraham and Sarah are an allegory, you obviously have to take from that if they're an allegory, that disputes everything that comes after it. So the Bible either misinterpreted, miswrote itself, was a contradiction, which shows it's not inherent to the Most High. It's not a perfect book to or it is what it says. You take it literally as what it says, that it's an allegory, which would throw off the whole fucking book. So I'm not saying what came after that there wasn't a Christ being named Jesus.
And I'm not trying to interrupt, but you're making a lot of complicated statements there, and then they're just being sort of one after another. So like you say, if it says Abraham and Sarah are just allegorical, it throws off the rest of the text. Well, why would that? True. Yeah, if that's true, why would that throw off the whole text? The whole
because Abraham and Sarah would then be fictional, which would mean they never actually existed. It was just a spiritual story told to you to create a deeper meaning for you to glean from it.
Yeah,
and so when it's presented that way,
are strictly fictional, and which ones aren't, and then what reasons are you coming to that conclusion?
We would just have to take another man's word for it. That's the whole thing. So all you got is your discernment or another man's word. You can't know with absolute certainty because you weren't there and you didn't experience it. So you're always just using the best available information to make an educated decision. But when it comes to this stuff, we have very little information. We have some accounts from anonymous authors, Josephus, and we've got a bunch of dogmatic people running around saying you better believe it's fucking literal when it directly contradicts itself. So is it an allegory? Is it real? I don't need to, like you said, I think it's hubris to say with certainty because I can't say for certain what did or didn't happen. I wasn't there. But allegorically, I get a lot more value from it and I learn from it. So it's funny people want to tell me to throw it away when that's where I actually walk away in harmony with the book.
And I basically agree with that point. And I found a lot of meaning and significance for me by understanding and researching and reading and taking time and exploring those allegorical lessons. Same time, though, if we're going to say that ultimately it's our individual discernment and education and experience that allows us to come to our understanding of the truth, then why are we holding on to the ledge of the Judeo-Christian Abrahamic traditions? If we have all these...
Well, and real quick, and this may sound like I'm disagreeing with Yurt, I would say that's the only way that an individual can come to those conclusions is by those means. I think where, the toilet bowl earths of the world don't realize that they are failing is this idea that can somehow be farmed out to some sort of external group or group of persons, which I don't believe is a thing that can happen. People can certainly, fool themselves into thinking that's what's happening or believe that that's what's happening as far as, leaving it up to an outside authority of man. But I don't think that's a thing personally. There you go. Musical's the secret. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. It's I have a complicated relationship with this material. I'm actually closer to Music Holds a Secret's views than I am other views. That's certainly the case. I've managed to become more open-minded over time, just me personally, but for my own purposes, right? It's like, what's in it? What's in it for me? Exactly. That's very true, Tommy. It's a relatively new thing. When, in fact, at a certain point, he was going hard in the paint about religion, and somebody finally pressed him on his church going, and he was like, "Oh, I don't go to church." I think he probably does now, although I don't even know. He may not even go to church. This could literally be somebody who doesn't attend church. Now, I don't know that for a fact, but I know there was a time when he wasn't even going to church, but he was still doing some version of forcing religion down people's throats, whether he sees it that way or not. That's how people are interpreting. It's the forcefulness, I think, is what people take issue with. And I think that's part of the reason why I can discuss some of these topics without causing, half the audience to run for the hills.
Questions. If there are so many contradictions and all this, why even
That's
hold on
right.
to the ledge if we know
That's right. No sacred cows, Tommy.
we're gonna have to swim ourselves? No
sorry,
matter what.
Yurt. Can I just have a little bit of a contrary thing to what you said? This idea of
He's going to take
today-
me out of the conversation, so I can't
No,
answer.
I
So by
don't-
the time
no,
I
I'm
get
gonna-
around to
I'm
actually
gonna let
present my
you-
thought, it's going to be so
Okay,
fucking
go
diluted
ahead,
and
Dick, go ahead,
down
Dick,
the
go
rabbit
ahead.
hole, Dick. Go,
Go
Dick.
ahead.
Go ahead, Dick. Dick,
Sorry,
what were you saying again, Yurt? I don't even know what the fuck.
Well, and that's
my
why
point was.
you know what. And here's the point, man. And this is why I almost don't even come up and join the conversation. I love listening to him, but it becomes so difficult to even track one thought. And it's not Lou's fault or your fault or my fault or anyone's fault. It's just the nature of having multiple people, the complicatedness, our own personal issues that are bringing the energy to all this. Because that's the other issues.
Well, and well said, Yurt. And that's why, if anybody's confused, why I will just sit here and let other people have their say. I'm happy to just listen, number one. And number two, it's the difficulty and the amount of energy required to try to get in a point or two and then really never actually be able to accomplish. Now part of that is my, lack of ability, because we see people like Tommy who can more or less go into any sort of environment and, manage to accomplish these things, right? It's just not my strong point. I've gotten better at it. My level of skill is I'm not as poor, I'm not as bad at it as I once was, but it's probably never going to be what I'm good at.
This partly is an attack on organized religion and what we've seen it manifest in the world. That is partly what's going on with our.
What do you view as the
that's why
traditions of
it ties
Abrahamic
into that.
religion, though? Because you were saying, what are these traditions like Saturnalia, Christ Massacre, the Ishtar, Easter? Like, I don't do this shit. I'm not in their cycles. I abandoned that over a decade ago. So when it comes to the carnal ordinances, traditions of Christianity, keep some law, commandments that the God itself in the book breaks habitually, and also you yourself would break with a clear conscience if you were doing it out of intention and purpose, knowing that, again, you're protecting innocence from a terrorist or something. You're not going to give the destination. You're going to lead that asshole to a bear trap because that's what he deserves. And you have that righteous judgment in you, and you have the authority to employ that when you've done a correct observation. And that's the free will that's within you. And we're actually commanded by this Christ character to go take all that and actually sow it into this world. And that's what I get from the storyline. That's what's valuable to me there.
And I was largely at the same place, Dick. I was largely at that same place.
Yeah. Yeah. Music holds a secret. Do not engage. Do not engage.
To admit here recently in the last several years, and maybe even 4 or 5 years, my understanding has changed a little bit on that, where you can't take away the ceremony or the passion of the Christ. You can't take away some of these rituals without losing the significance. That is the performance of the allegory that makes it real.
You're saying like the Passover?
There's a word for this, by the way. It's called liturgy. Liturgy.
Yeah, well, just any of these rituals, we could pick any of them, like the Passion of the Christ, where in Catholicism, they do the 12 signs of the cross, right? When Jesus was crucified. That theater, that drama, that performative aspect of church, of religion, is where that allegory is manifested in the real tempo, spatial space, zone. That's how we make it real. Sorry, 1 second. So
that's why when people say that, I ask, like, when you're taking that body in, what body are you taking it in? The Christ that was on the cross, his new body after he was resurrected?
Dude,
what are we doing?
I always hated that picture of him on the cross, and
we're taking the blood and the body.
He's engaging.
What are we doing?
But you're doing what you're doing.
That's crazy. That's crazy, Luba. That's crazy, Luba.
You're doing what you're
why
doing.
Would you wear? Why would you wear such?
Sorry,
such
Boy, I only got 1 minute.
such a sadistic, ritualistic thing on your chest.
I'd like to answer that if I can, because I can relate it. I can relate it to what Yurt's talking about, right? The ritual. This here is
Nah,
just
shut
a
up,
piece
Lou.
of silver.
Nah. We don't want to hear it actually because nobody has something to say for one more minute.
Okay, I'll shut up. Sorry, Christos.
It's
Hey,
all the same
Pamela.
thing.
Hey,
It's all the same
Benton.
thing. And you got to separate the issues. Is all I'm saying, man. And it does become
I figured I'd come up here while it's quiet and say howdy.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. That was I was just about to pause the clip, so perfect timing.
Okay, I'll kill my cam because I know you're trying to save on data, but I just wanted to at least come up and say hi and hang out for a minute.
Right on, that'll work. Yeah, please do. Good to see you, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It was a good stream yesterday,
Thanks. Yeah, I thought it turned out pretty well.
especially at the end. It was quite lively. It was awesome. I thought everyone, did a good job of trying to get their points across at least.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and that's sort of where I was going. No, you're good. Music holds a secret. No, I'm. That was tongue in cheek saying, "Do not engage." I was, I'm making jokes. No, you're good, man. If you want to have a go with Tommy down there, that's your business. I don't have a problem with it, but yeah, Tommy might be coming in with a head of steam. He might. Tommy might be a little cranky in the morning. Who knows? But yeah, that's kind of the point I was trying to make about Drew, especially when, things were kind of went sideways with me and him on our last morning show and he ended the stream. It's like, like yesterday, some of those, sometimes we have to, I have to sort of wade through some not so great material to get to the really good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I tend to have a lot of patience with, even if it's Paul and Wizard coming on here and arguably looping for 45 minutes.
Well, there's that. I didn't know things were with Drew were like at a state of what they were. I run across Drew thanks to his Archaic X content, and I thought that was quite thought provoking.
Oh yeah, we've had issues before. This is not the first time. Yeah, so it's not a. Some people kind of view it as like now some people are on Team Benton and now some people are on Team Drew, but I don't really see it that way. And I don't hold a grudge, or probably it's whatever the relationship with is probably now damaged beyond repair, I would assume. But you never know. You never know about these things.
Right.
Shout out to Freedom Grower, by the way. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, I think there's enough space in this whole YouTube thing for everybody, to do well and succeed and all of that.
Yeah, it looks like I may have actually gotten a job here on the stream, by the way. That's how easy it can. Well, it's how easy it can be to get hired in truck driving. But
those recruiters are relentless. My partner, he's an HVAC contractor, and even though we have we started an actual business, we still get job recruiters calling, and I feel bad for him having to deal with matrix people like that because they're all a certain way, and they all say the same things and.
Exactly. That's what I was dealing with.
Yeah.
Well, and I know they're not listening to me because they talk over me so much, but then if I talk over them, half the time they get upset. Mm-hmm. They're like, well, what if you let me talk? And I'm just thinking, well, you're doing the same thing. Like, I'm not going to get this. Oh, and one time I got a job and this lady, you could tell she was like a kind of a probably early 30s, late 20s, probably kind of a cute ditzy type of girl. I swear she just talked for like an hour. I just listened to her talk. And I wasn't really doing anything, I was just doing stuff around the house. She just talked for like an hour, and at the end of it, she was more or less like, I think I ended up going to work for the company, but it was hilarious because I wasn't going to talk over her, and she just talked for like an hour. And I just don't know what's going on in some of these people's heads sometimes.
No kidding.
But we'll see. I definitely, I bought a car and I have a certain amount of savings. It's not a lot of money, but it's enough. And I would like to keep my savings. So if I go back to work right about now, it'll be perfect timing. Big drink tea in the house, by the way. Good to see you. Go ahead, Pamela.
Oh, I was just going to say, I know a lot of people are saying there's not jobs out there, but my partner, even when he has jobs, is getting calls from recruiters 24/7. Now, they aren't paying much for said jobs, but there's a lot of jobs out there, but they're just not keeping up with the raising cost of everything.
Well, that's true. And yeah, can one take the job and maintain one's dignity? That's the question.
Exactly.
Like, how much shit am I willing to eat? And I've referred to, it's kind of a poor analogy in some way, but I've referred to truck driving as a shit buffet, and it's just all you can eat, all the shit you can eat. And at a certain point, it's just, I'm done eating shit for a while. So
that's one way to put it.
yeah, shit buffet. But I don't know. It's not a very good industry, but the paychecks are nice, and I have the advantage of living in the truck, which is very helpful. So I do appreciate that part of it. Did I lose you, or did
No.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
listening.
No worries.
I actually like it when you talk, Benton.
Well, thank you. Yeah, somehow I'm never gonna completely accept that people will just listen to me talk. Oh, that sounds nuts. Tommy, though, I can always see why Tommy, people would listen to Tommy. I can understand that, but I don't understand it with respect to me. But yeah, I do all right sometimes, I suppose. But yeah, Tommy's going after him in the chat down there. He's getting him.
Yeah, he's not playing around today. I can see that.
Well, anything on your mind? I know London Man's got a live scheduled. Is that when is that going to be the debut of the new the second installment of his videos about Tommy, or what is that?
Oh, the social experiment. There's a
Yeah,
part 2 and a part 3, and I think the part 2's coming out, and there's a couple other things coming out on Friday too.
Oh, awesome.
Some of the things I'm surprised with, but I know I've already seen part 2, so y'all are in for a real treat.
Man, I'm a little jealous. I feel like I should be afforded a sneak peek. But we'll go ahead and promote the live stream here. Hang on, let me drop this link.
So I know some people have already seen it already because it was aired on. There's a streamer called Max Remote Viewing, and I know some of those folks had saw it. But yeah, y'all love the end of it, the part 2, the end.
Well, let me ask you this: is that live stream somewhere that I could find it?
It could be. I would have to look it up because it was a couple days ago.
Well, if you can just tell me the content creator and give me a couple of hints, I can do the legwork. What's the channel called?
It's a Max's Remote Viewing. At least I think it's what it was. I think it was that one.
Nothing yet.
Here, let me find the link to his channel.
All right.
I'll put it in the chat.
Thank you. You may not be a moderator, though. I don't know if you can. You might have to drop it in the private chat.
That's
or
fine.
you might be a moderator. I
No,
can't
I'm
keep
not,
up.
but I'll throw it in the back.
All right,
on
cool.
the private chat on the thing.
And if you lose me briefly, I'll be back on my phone because at some point the hotspot data is going to run out. So we'll see. But I'll be right back if that happens. What's up, Gary Baxter? Good to see you, brother. Welcome to the stream. Oh, man.
I put the thing in the...
All right, cool. Let me share this, and then I'll see if you can give me a hint as to which stream it might be, and then I'll go through it on my own time and find it.
Yeah, it was from this last week. That's all I really know between like all the dental medical.
Oh, yeah.
And stuff.
Well, and there's so many streams.
Yeah, and they're so long, so.
All right. Well, I'll figure that out. Well, wait a minute. Are you on all of these or just one of them? Because I see your icon on the most recent one.
I'm on a couple. I go over there
Okay.
sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll find it. Awesome. All right. Here comes Christos. I think Tommy's looking for any excuse to come up here and settle our hash. Freedom Growers.
I
What's
rather
that?
enjoyed hanging out with Tommy the other day. He was on the panel last Friday, and I think he's going to be on the panel coming up too. It was a really good show.
Yeah, I actually saw quite a bit of it. I think I ended up going to sleep because I'm an early to bed type of guy. But yeah.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I always cut out about 6:37 in the evening, and I always get up around 2 in the morning.
Me too.
That's
I love it.
Cycles I was trying to talk about. There's like the way we all have our own one of 3 or 4 learning styles. There's like 4 or 5 cycles that you can work better as far as your, like you should do that solid sleep and wake cycle, but we have different schedules individually that can work better for us.
Yeah, man, I found that to be true. And like my dad, he's 20 years older than me, and he does best staying up a little later and sleeping in, in the morning.
Yeah, there's one where you will feel super productive in that night owl phase, and it's because you're on that, whatever that cycle is.
Indeed. Yeah. I think if people discover what that is, it certainly can help them out. Because I feel great other than my illness. I feel great waking up about 2 a.m.
Me too. I'm ready to get the day started.
In Christos, it's not that I'm tired, it's that I'm doing the Tom Green bit, the morning voice, your morning voice, morning voice, your morning. You guys remember Funny Tom Green?
I do. Yeah. I used to like him quite a bit.
Because he would point out that shit. Like when you were a kid, you'd have the deep morning voice. It's my morning voice, my morning voice.
Yeah, Tom Green underrated in my view.
And he
At
really
least back in the
cleaned up
day.
after he survived the testicular cancer. And has kids and stuff. He'll get up on stage and people will think he's gonna like eat a Vaseline and hair creature, and he just like has some still funny stuff, but he's just being real, talking about life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. He's got a lot of good things to say. And he started that internet show like way before almost anybody else.
Oh yeah. And he
That was
had
awesome.
Phil that just his job was to sit there and laugh in the background. That's all he ever did.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the grossest things I remember is he brought some guests, some like studio audience guests on. They all got to make a creature or an animal out of Vaseline and barbershop hair. But then at the end, he ate his. And I was like, oh my God, when you think about getting a little bit of hair in your mouth and he's got a mouthful of Vaseline and hair, God, it's disgusting.
Yeah, that sounds pretty fucking gross, I have to say.
I'm going to pass on that.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, miss me with that one.
Then he had his dad was like an uptight suit type guy, and he had like Mexican dudes airbrush like a lesbian scene on the hood of his car, like this really good airbrush art.
Man.
And then a fountain. I don't know why people didn't love this show. Put a fountain in his parents' front yard that was a statue of them, like fucking doggy style, and the fountain and his dad like moneying all over his mom's back. Oh my God. You can't do that on TV anymore. It's fucking, yeah, all the good movies that they say you can't make anymore. I'm like, why not? Because beast system.
Yep, there you go.
Because you've got to be all like you guys say, I don't have any manners as I play people like a fiddle, but now you must have manners for like gender confused people. And then the narcissist saw that and said, I'm gender confused too.
Yes, you know what? I have noticed that now. Yeah,
Oh, dude, as
absolutely.
soon as I heard that, like, specifically with trans teachers, just a whole second or third grade class one day suddenly realizes they're trans. I'm like, imagine that. Imagine the fuck out of that. Like, I'm no stranger. I'm no stranger to pointing out that kids are fucking stupid. That's why we call them kids.
Indeed, indeed.
So if Christos is coming up, he has nothing to fear but me himself. But I'm just going to point out today and yesterday on Paul's stream, it's very much this app that makes me have the white picture. And I've troubleshooted it. I don't know how to get it consistent. Like on my phone, I see my picture. On the screen, it's not.
Well,
But
I'm seeing your picture, but not Pamela's.
yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. It's just StreamYard bullshit.
Yeah, StreamYard is not as quite as rock solid as we may have once believed.
That's weird because I'm seeing all of your pictures.
Yeah, I don't see yours for whatever reason.
And
That's
it might
odd.
even come down to the individual device because I see all of us on my phone, but not on the TV. And in my research over live stream stuff, all I saw was YouTubers bitching about StreamYard. And I would probably agree it's probably the best thing we have to use. I haven't heard anything better about OBS. But yeah, everybody bitches about everything. I doubt there's any like 100% live streaming to use.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Well, you'll see on the actual live broadcast, Tommy's icon is not there. Pamela's is, but on my screen, Tommy's icon is there and Pamela's isn't. If that makes any sense to anybody. That's bizarre. I'm sure there's some kind of reason
Like,
for
and
that.
on my Cricket
makes sense.
phone, I guess the YouTube app, I should say, on my Cricket phone, I see all three of us. But yeah, your reference and the one I'm watching on Xbox, it's not showing up. And then Pam doesn't see hers, but I see hers. And I have troubleshooted it. Like I'll sit here live and switch mine around, and people say it doesn't change. But Christos, no matter what you want to think of what you're doing as an individual or interpretive, the all caps thing is still with everybody on the internet consistently. Like that dude's yelling technically.
One thing I do is when I send an email, I almost always do my subjects in all caps for some reason.
Yeah, and you do want to regulate it because sometimes people think I'm raging because I all caps, but it's like, no, when you look at how Gary's chat looks there, that's so like I'll go all caps when I'm like, hey, everybody notice this one in this moment. It's not just jargon I'm scrolling through here. And it doesn't even necessarily mean I'm raging. Like this morning, you guys read my chats and had that context of, oh, he sounds like he's fired up. It's like, no, I just hate a few people consistently and they'll get it when they step up. And even like music's like, he attacked me. Like, no, you suck. You fucking suck. Music holds the secret. And now you cannot wrench what you cannot see. Like I unblocked the other day. Like I unblocked at least 12 people. It was more of a measurement of my phone screen to think about, wow, look how many people I had blocked. And as soon as I unblocked all those people, it was like the chat started greeting me with meth again. Like these people didn't realize they were blocked and it had been consistently meth greeting me. And they were still to it when they didn't know. They were doing it when they were blocked and they're still doing it.
That does speak to the level that some of these folks are at, right? And although I do want to say for Music Holds a Secret, I don't believe he's ever abused his mod powers. Not that you were implying that, but
right, he hasn't. But that doesn't mean he doesn't suck in my context. Because I know you have whatever with him, you dig him, but I see just another. Like Jessica released her Lewinsky blowbang status because I saw that for myself. She started showing up a lot more wrenchless. And I was like, wow, she heard me out. That makes her a good person. And music holds the secret is a Lewinsky blow bang. Like I see him on Paul trying to be somebody. I see him everywhere trying to be somebody for power, and that's a Lewinsky blow bang.
Yeah, Terry Miller points out lots of enemies is a sign of success. Well, it certainly could be in a certain way, right?
See, and the Terry Miller I know in person is the one back in my Facebook days that whenever I went to that boxing tournament and didn't get through the second night, a lot of haters were on Facebook talking shit. And my in-person Terry Miller was like, dude, it was something just to get in that ring. And he was like, I think you won on that fight that they called you out. But he goes, it's a thing just to show up to a boxing match where you will fight everyone as long as there's someone left until one person is left. It's like bracket boxing.
Oh, yeah, I'm not interested in that. I absolutely. That's a thing for sure. Yeah, I got no interest whatsoever.
Yeah, and one of my best wins was a guy that had like a foot on me, and he wore work boots into the boxing ring, and I almost got knocked out and still beat him. And motherfuckers will still talk shit. That's why the occult slaves don't get to me at all, because it's like, y'all aren't even getting in a ring with me, and those people talk shit.
Yeah, other than if I had done it for a sport, that's the only way I would have been interested.
Yeah, and I still hate getting punched in the head. That's
fuck
the
that.
thing. That's why it's getting punched in the head. If you like it, you might have like a screw loose to enjoy that.
Yeah, some people do like it. I'm not one of those people.
Yeah. See,
I
I'm
like
the
the
opposite
competition.
where
The competition.
I'm the
I like.
opposite where I've got like too much compassion where I have to, I'm in the ring all geared up. I'm still just sparring until you ring my bell a little bit. And I'm like, oh, I forgot this guy wants a piece. And then I'm on. Then it's like we're doing it.
Yeah. Well, and see, this was the point I was making. You know, one of the points I was making yesterday is people have trouble when you don't present as someone that they think would be that way. But, you know, how somebody comes across or how they physically appear, it really is not, it's not a one-to-one correlation with how they behave or how they view certain situations.
Right.
It's
And
just
I want to commend you, Benton, for helping voices be heard, because at this point, the only way I'll see music's fucking chats is if a host shares them up front. Like, he might not realize I suddenly am not weighing down his chat experience anymore. Okay,
Yeah.
and I do find a lot of people like to get so triggered by me that they have to explain how I am, like that last chat was. Like, let me tell you about this guy that I'm mad he doesn't like me. Thank you, Tal. And I won't say I'm not in this human experience of being manipulatable, because I wasn't heated when I came in, but when everybody started mentioning that I'm heated, I was like, oh, I'll just go up laid back. And that just, I'm not one of those people that will do the opposite, because then you're still letting people manipulate you. But I'll say, like, people occasionally remind me, like, unless I am pissed. Because anybody that saw The Unslaved last night, I played those motherfuckers like a late night fiddle, just fun raging on them and screaming at the camera. And it had witness that that Pitbull mom, she's like concerned. Like, when Paul would backstage me, she'd get that Oprah look at the camera like, man, something must have happened to him. That's trauma. That's trauma coming out there. And I'm like, just sitting backstage like, seriously? Just like this piano lady in the chat right now, Sly Shy, she's one of the biggest jokes on these streets, and she thinks she's getting that respect because she comes up on the panel and just informs us that this is how she is. And it's like, no, Sly Shy, you're getting played like a fiddle. You thought you could go back to the slave cult just off of our opposition, and now you're not even there again because you realized, oh, I really did leave by my own hand. And just because Tom triggered me on Larry's panel, I think that means I can go back, and you can't, Sly Shy. And if you didn't care about shit like you say you don't care about shit, you wouldn't be sitting here trying to narrate my stuff, like informing everyone I'm lying because you care so much. Like, I didn't mention you until now, Sly Shy. I gave you free walk so that you weren't awkward around me, and you're showing me you don't want that. You want this because you care. Like, Rob knows that when I call him Piano Man for smiling, that we're friends. And even Manel, in one breath, she chatted that she wasn't watching Unslaved last night. And then when I call Rob Piano Man, she laughs along like she gets it. And it's like, you just said you weren't there. I called Rob Piano Man to trigger them racially because Rob has already come here to show. Oh, Sly Shy, you went with the meth tweaker thing. We know. Yeah, watch how that worked out for the Unslaved, because they still do it too. And maybe if you say tweaker while you're there, they'll let you back in to show they're not racist. Name dropper, right? No, I say your name because I ain't hiding it. You came in chatting lies while I'm talking. That's worse than name dropping. Rhymey, 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 rock steady, beat bopping. And Pamela, I do hope to incorporate you this Friday. You give me this vibe like you're the London co-host. And
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm always reading things whether people think it or not. And whenever you turned your camera off, with some people I'm like, good, they turned their camera off to show they don't want none. Like last night on the Unslaved, I'm fake raging and he keeps backstaging me, and one
Yeah,
by
but
one.
don't ever assume if I turn off my camera, it's probably because I'm going to hit the bong or something, you know?
Yeah, and I accept that too. It's like I have to turn my camera off because I've convinced these people I'm not actively doing meth, and God forbid they catch me like show a pipe on camera, and that's just trolling as I say that. But I'm agreeing I have reasons. I'll turn my camera and my audio off. Like I used to turn my mic off to take a piss, not thinking anything of it, until Paul and a couple people would just openly trickle sound. And I was like, man, I really was considering everyone all the time I've been doing that. But yeah, I don't think I ran you off. But
No, you don't, Tommy, you don't bother me at all.
I know, but with the way London I felt in a way the way you feel when a crowd of people is singing you happy birthday. I kind of felt that way after all these months having London like welcome me in and make a show about me, and it's not a trap to try and like exploit me. I was like, this feels a little friendly awkward just in that sense.
No, he genuinely, the thing is, Tommy, is I hear what's said behind the scenes, and he genuinely wants to like work with you, and he genuinely values your perspective, and I do too. You know, I'm just getting to know you and things, but I can definitely see the value you bring to the table, even though you're quite polarizing. But we don't have to agree or like be on the same hug a buddy, fuck a buddy page. Like, you know, to respect people, you know.
And I saw that. I see what you're saying, and it's like that's what I've been trying to tell all these people, because you can watch these chat people try and play the like I'd rather be accepted, so I'll modify who I am. And that's the quickest way to not have my respect, because you're right, we don't have to agree and we can all sit here civilly. And just like music's trying to explain away all over these months, it might not have been in the moment that I'm giving somebody the business, but you've all earned this business if I'm giving it to you. And it's just as easy to correct it. And that's how me and Benton will sit here and go on our individual rants. It is just as easy to correct things with us, and we demonstrate that with each other.
Yeah, I agree.
And look at Sly Shy giving greetings to my most recent block.
Well, how long you want to hang around today, Tommy? I'm gonna eat around 10, and then gotta go do my laundry. But I can actually just stay on the StreamYard on my phone if you want to hang out.
Is it 9:38 where you are?
Yeah, 22 minutes from now.
Okay, so we're an
It's up
hour
to you,
ahead.
man. It's either way
I'll probably
because we can
how
just
lo-
wrap up. Well, real quick,
Well,
we can just
no,
wrap
no. I
up at
mean,
10. Yeah, go
well,
ahead.
that's what I'm asking you. Did you want to do that stuff and then keep streaming? Because I also
Yeah.
don't want to use up your hotspot stuff.
Well, I'll just turn the laptop. I'll close the StreamYard on the laptop, and I'll just get on my phone, and then I'll be good on the phone.
Hey, Sly Shy, I even benefit from my enemies. Thanks for showing me Joe Cool's punk bitch ass has me blocked because he still has a room to use when he's in Denver. I've never strayed from that. But Joe Cool, you fucking up and you get it because I'd be racist to not stick it to your dumb ass. You're out here fronting books from Oprah that I dispelled as a child, and you're trying to tell Aaron cult support that Conversations with God is some deep ass shit. It was deep when I was 16.
Yeah, it's a good getting a little bit awake book, but my
Yeah,
goodness,
it is a good
it's
intro book.
kindergarten.
And that's why I see Joe Cool's fascination with it. But Joe Cool, I had all three. That's a 3-part series. Yes, Rob, you definitely have that offer. I'd love to see you come out here and you already know how to be a friend of me while being in the cult. So yeah, as long as you can handle the type of N-words and spics I live around, you're more than welcome. I got an extra vest for you. What do you mean you bet I wouldn't say that to Joe Cool? Joe Cool came on Lauren to call me a racist nigga, so I started dropping N-bombs back at him. Not directing them at him, but Joe Cool is joke cool. He is good at what he does, and I've given him props for that. But then, he's overstepped who he thinks he is in these streets. And that's why as soon as he's not in the when he leaves the Unslaved panel, some of the people even in this chat know he's free reign compared to what I respect him enough to give him to his face. As soon as he's gone, those people talk shit. But I mean, that's what they do. I referenced it last night, Rob. We all remember the Joe Cool white woman extravaganza, which I think in itself is pretty racist and exploitative to be carrying on that, oh, black men and white women, that's Pornhub shit, And yet the Christed one is hosting that shit. And that was a joke. It was a joke of a stream. It had the creepiest of the creepers, Brian O'Shea to name one. They're all oogling that online stripper while Joe Cool sits in the dark, only letting his blunt cherry light up in the darkness.
Man, you guys eat that shit up. I saw dudes biting their fucking lips.
Yeah, man, it was creepy as fuck. I
Hey.
was like, what did I come across here?
Well, and to Sly Shy's point, I have no interest in having any sort of arguments with Joe Cool. I'll put that out there right now.
Oh, I do now that like I said, man, I was invited by that classy motherfucker Henry, who's always kept in contact with me. I was invited to the viewing party of Lauren going on that forget what it's called, but it's kind of like a classier version of Fresh and Fit, where they line a bunch of bitches around a table live and talk to them. There was that channel has 4 million subs, and Lauren went on it live, had the viewing party on her channel, and Joe Cool pops in just to start the same old racist, hey, you can't tell me white people ain't racist bullshit. And it consumed the fucking show. It was, and I still give him shit for that. Shout to London McLovin. He's battling
London,
that.
your ears must have been
globy
burning.
Your ears still burn when people are giving you props, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Man, I gotta be careful. They say itchy palms or money's on the way, and I'm like, Jesus, do I need any more? I do. I'm covered. But if I can hit another boom boom candle like last time, I'm gonna show you guys some YouTube fucking what do you call it? That word for like when rich people do charitable shit. Like I have fuck you money right now for my independence, but now I'm shooting for that there it is, philanthropy money. That's what I want to play with. That's one way I'm not Jesus, is I'm not gonna go. I might go broke on this gamble I'm on, but I'm not gonna go broke handing it out. I'll take my surplus and hand it out. But you're right, Big Drink Tea, but rather than say there's never enough, I would say the thing I've been telling people is you can cite me on all kinds of times I've talked about my shit computer setup and all these things that people would be like, oh, if you're so rich, why this? And it's like because I re-threw that into that quote unquote roulette table because daddy's hot and daddy needs a new pair of shoes or whatever the gambler. You know what they say, Benton. You hear them as you make your way to the tables.
I think Benton is temporarily stepped away according to the screen.
Yeah, he was talking about it too.
Yeah.
But sometimes he still hears. He doesn't necessarily have to reply. But you know he knows. You've all been to a casino where people are saying their little ritualistic shit. So yeah, man, I'm tied up on my fucking my next predictions for the market and the crypto. So it's like I'll either have to go back to working a job or I will be like sound financially.
Well, I hope it works out to where you don't have to do the job thing.
Yeah, that's what I would encourage people to shoot for, because when I came into the streets talking about being rich, I'm like, well, you got people with good families and stuff that are like, yeah, I'm wealthy because of my family. And that's true with a lot of people. But when I say rich, I'm like, anything that keeps me from cucking for a paycheck, I think is rich. Like to sit there and just decide what you want to do that day doesn't mean I'm like Bill Gates rich or even like some of these YouTubers.
Yeah, I'm not a very materialistic person myself. I like to live within my means.
Mm-hmm. And that's some of the advice I give. Like me and you can sit and talk about our prepping methods.
Yeah.
But I've been pointing out to a lot of people, like, I won't tell you how you individually could get a lot of money, but I can tell anyone how to need and use less, because that's half of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the reason half of you don't have the money you want is because you let your first big money feelings encourage you to go spend it. And then before you know it, it's gone again. And that's why Paul used to call me out about my my hoodie with the stretched out neck I wear around my house. I'm like, well, number one, that's kind of like the Zuckerberg effect of he still dresses Walmart and drives a Hyundai or whatever the fuck that is, despite having Facebook millions. But number two, Paul doesn't understand, I don't think, what it is to have like hoodies you wish still smelled like the person that used to wear it sitting around your house. Like everyone wants to tell me I don't have any action. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm openly talking about current celibacy and the voluntarism of that. But goddamn, I miss some of the girls that wore that hoodie around my house. Like he's challenged me for how many hoes we could line up that have given us the time. And I'm in the back of my mind, I'm like, Paul, if you lined up all your like fair weather hoes, I could show you a laptop picture, probably like 5 laptop pictures for each of them. But if you're on my laptop as a picture I'm carrying, you weren't a hoe. You were someone that I don't necessarily wish was around, but I don't want to forget. And
yeah, but they still had sentimental values, what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, those were, some of them were girlfriends and some of them were like, don't know, I considered them close enough to girlfriends. But if you're a picture, if I die and you find you were a picture in my laptop, don't get creeper vibes from it. It was like what you're saying, total like props shrine.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Rob, you are the one that clarified that I'm hood rich. And think about it, Rob. For me as a white guy in these streets to open with hood rich, they'd probably be telling me I'm like a wigger, or I think I'm black or something. Sly Shy, can you try a strategy that's not played out and like everybody already knows it, what you're doing? And Carl is right. You're triggered as fuck, you old geezer. Like, you'd know that whole Paul's in love thing is a typical, like, Tom controls you type response. We saw CBO try and call us an old married couple, while CBO is the new obsessed one with Paul. Like, him and EBT, first time I met those fools, they kicked me from their panel because they asked me how I got there, and I just dropped the fucking, oh yeah, I'm here because of Paul on these YouTube streets. But now that that's not as much a thing, I'm just still here. They threw me backstage and kicked me because they were like, we don't want to hear about that fucker. Now you can't get that dude off their fucking lips. Like, they're the ones watching and fucking rolling up on him all the time.
It's
and they
funny
don't
how
see
that
it.
works.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's even funnier that if anybody did catch last night, like, that was just my leisure because it was late enough. I even came into it saying, oh my God, is there any hour that I won't sit here and get backstage? Let's get it the fuck on. And I just got loud. Like, and he'd backstage me and ramble on, say his
Was
narrative.
this on Paul's stream?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. I might have to go take a look-see later or something. I've heard like several people talk about it now.
Right. And yes, Sly Shy, this is the voice of a triggered man. Just, God, change the record, Sly Shy. Tell us how you don't care. Yeah, man, and Pamela, I would advise you to check it out because and you're sitting here while I say, like, yeah, that was just me playing them like a fiddle, as one does for months. And that's why he has to backstage me and explain the narrative to his cult, because the only thing that will like I used to think about how when the truth comes out, I have to figure out how to keep him from eating a bullet, because it's like I have to look at myself and think, if I ever just spent months looking like a fool and getting played by people while I'm calling myself like a guru of Christedness, I'd be hard pressed not to like tie a rope to my ceiling. It's like the lack of awareness while explaining people's lack of awareness is very aware with me.
Right. Yeah, I notice that all the time too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Dark Christos is going to get plateaued out.
The chat's cracking me up today.
Yeah, that's why I follow the chat. That's half of the fucking journey, is being able to watch the chat. Like Sly Shy says, following the chat, getting triggered. Show me how Sly Shy could figure out how to be on a panel and watch the chat. It's like I have to carefully navigate explaining how fucking stupid she is while not looking racist.
Well, I don't think I haven't had the pleasure of interacting with, so I can't really speak on that.
No, you have had the pleasure of not interacting. That's a good way to put it.
Well, I just mean I haven't interacted, so I can't speak on that. I wouldn't speak on that if I don't have any experience. But
and I have interacted, and you don't hear me saying anything good. But you are entitled to your own experience and opinions.
Yeah. I do appreciate your perspective, though. I find a lot of the things you say very fascinating. I think you say things that a lot of people wish they would say, or that they wish they could say. Because sometimes I'm like, did he just say that?
And Gary, once again, as a guy that's one of the older people in these streets, I only use old. Like, I grew up like Christos claims he does, where most of my friends were older. And even when they weren't, I was still very tentative to like older people speaking, as I said, on like barbershop porches and shit. I only use the age disses if I see it as something that people will be triggered by. Because the same thing's done to me. You guys think you're picking out things that you think will trigger me. It's a strategy we all use with our egos. But I really do respect old people unless they show me why not to respect them. Because it's like old people have a higher bar. You expect them to be matured or wise or whatever. And if you don't live up to that, like shies of the slyness, you're going to catch it because someone failed you in life, or you failed yourself by not doing it. Same way I give people like Christos more room because he openly talks about being 25. I remember when I was 25, Blink 182 even talks about nobody likes you when you're 23. And my Missouri roommates proved that as well. Yeah, I give Christos more room because I know he's coming up. And we have to correct some of the props we gave on the show next Friday, Pam, because we both agreed on your show that he's one of the good ones, but at 25 as a male, it's his responsibility to block us out and not hear that, or he'll just go through the years thinking he's squared away and then lose that thing we told him he has. Like I appear as intelligent and wise as some won't admit, because all I've ever done is be harder on myself than I am on you guys and disregard frivolous comments and shit, worried that I wouldn't become something out of comfort. So we got to keep Christos from that while not being hard on him. You got to balance the props versus diss. And then there's still a whole village that has to contribute to his development. It takes a village to raise a child.
Hey, I'm still here, but I'm having to do some shit for the potential job here, so bear with me.
Carl, I always try and follow your chats. I don't just follow the chats to hate on people. Are you talking about that fucking Guyver shit where like it's kind of like an adult Power Rangers? Is that what the fuck you're referencing, Carl? Because we're about to fanboy the fuck out. Like I saw the. Hey, I'm Gen X. Well, yeah, I get what you're saying, Carl. Gen Xers do surprise me because we're the last good fucking generation. That's why
I was gonna say I'm glad to be Gen X.
Oh yeah, every day I'm in these streets. I'm like, you can really tell. Like that's the dude that, like, I don't want to spoil too much of the continuation of London Man because there's a lot of good shit going on London Man. We're gonna open with a segment this Friday that I'm ripping off of Fleckus. Like we'll do our typical greetings, the way he starts out and everything. Then for my start, we're going to start with housekeeping, where I'm going to reference the past week. Like whenever I left the one stream that wasn't in my honor, I left because like I was being too much on that fatherly dude. We're just going to housekeep a bunch of shit like that, like him and the communications background dude. Because that is my perfect streaming situation is you give me a stream to spurg out and do the thing. Then I need some reflection time. Then I need to revisit the previous stream to make comments on post reflection. So that's what we're going to housekeep at the beginning. I'm going to reflect on some things I've thought about over the week from those streams with London.
Yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait.
Yeah, man, London's doing it right. Like,
agreed.
There's so many panels out here just trying to stroke themselves off. And he really caught me off guard. Like, oh, here's a video about me. Wait, this is like pro me. Oh, this is fucking awesome. And people think that sounds like I want stroked off. It's like, no, London Man just sees something I was waiting for people to see. Like, they don't disappoint me with their words. They disappoint me when they show me what they're getting out of all this.
I think our community has a lot of people with that type of potential, and I'm excited to see more and more people starting to, really like shine in that respect.
Right.
Like, like you've been like you've been in a area of illumination, I would say. Like people are starting to recognize you, and I think that's awesome. And I see it going on for other creators too. I think it's awesome because I think there's so many people here that have so much they could say. So
Yeah.
I'm just excited to see everyone create.
Yeah, and like I'm trying to get across to people, because I came in to the unslaved cult, a lot of people used to try and say like, oh, he has no value, he brings nothing. And like from the stock market to your daily life, all the value is your responsibility to see and find for yourself. That's why the stock market makes nobody somebody or somebody's nobody, because you just make the wrong call sometimes. But if you see value, you can be right and everyone can be wrong. And then with the stock market, one thing people don't know is everyone can win. Like it doesn't require someone to lose. If everyone makes the right call, you can all win. There are some situations that it requires someone else to lose, but you can also control your level of involvement in that. But that's one of the things that were kept from the middle and lower class. That is the secret. It's like you were conditioned to think that's just another casino. And then the elites are like, that's right, plebs, keep calling it a casino. And even now that they all jumped in over stimmy checks, they just countered with manipulation. And as long as you're aware of that algorithm manipulation, you can still make money in it. You just have to know it's happening. You have to see it for yourself. But yeah, it's like, this is its own thing. Like what you were talking about with everybody having their own evolution, coming around the different people. It's a lot like our daily in-person lives. There's just modifications because it's got its digital and panel aspects to it. But we're all still people, or having the people experience. That's why I play whole groups of you like fiddles, because you forget who you are, forget where you are, forget that. Like, it's really great to see Paul using my shit against me when he says, you only know what I've told you. All these streets know is the information I gave them. I'm like, where'd you hear that? Who'd you hear saying that? Was it this meth pedo guy? Hey, Carl, answer me if I missed it. Was the Guyver you referenced that live action movie / anime series? Guyver, not MacGyver, who also had a role in my development. He never answers direct contact. Like, he'll always give me props and side comment when I'm doing. I can make a direct comment as a message on his videos. He doesn't reply. He's elusive. He's an enigma, shrouded in mystery, with a puzzle for a hat. I'm not even sure if he's making a play on the Zionist thing or not. What do you have an opinion on Zionism? Because I see the gambit of explanations and opinions on Zionism. Oh, Pamela, I know I come off as a misogynist, but I was speaking to you.
I don't have a particular opinion on it either way. I try to stay out of a lot of topics like that.
Yeah, and that's smart too. And
I don't like the topics that divide. I want to bring people together.
Well, sometimes, like with the rebuilding after destruction,
Agreed.
sometimes we've got to lean into that division to bring people together. Because if you think I'm going to be unified with all African Americans as I cuck my speech the rest of my life, no, it's just not going to happen.
No one said that. I'm just saying. There's
No, that in my walk, that's whenever we talk about how triggering and offensive, quote unquote, I get, that's my quest for equality. It's like, I hope, what was his name? It's that electro band, the Trillist. I was calling him the Trillist McCoy. I hope he comes back for housekeeping, because I'm going to reference him a lot on being a black guy that understands my use of the N-word, especially on Sir Drop. And I thought it was cool to have him and Christos at the same time on the panel, because those are both people that were like, hey, I was watching Sir Drop when you dropped an N-bomb on him. And the funny thing is, the black guy McCoy gets it, and Christos originally came at me like, not cool, bro. And I'm like, really? Did you see why I said it? Did you see how they reacted? Like, it's all cool. We're getting there. Hey, Carl, props for, like, going at that Boomer RT, because him and Music both got blocked this morning, and RT got blocked simply for asking, why did you tell London Man not to bring me up on the panel? I told you back then, RT, because that was my special show. Someone put my picture on the thumbnail. I don't enjoy your conversations. You have nothing to bring but material I can call you a boomer off of. And even the people I respected back then, RT, they were still making an effort to ruin my special day, and that's all you're out to do. So take what's coming to you. The streets know who you are. You ruined your chances, and you ruined your chance with me when I saw you actually panel and realized the guy I hated all this time was indeed a boomer. Like, you're just in a bad way trying to get in with these kids, man. Like, I can sit next to Christos and look like we're in the same class. You act, walk, and talk and look like the boomer you are. How did you get here? You might be as lost as Wizard needing your pills, looking for a room. God, man, Wizard is fucking insane. And I'm saying that because he showed up here recently, been cool with me, and he's right back to being fucking crazy, man. Did you guys see him sticking his feet in the camera like he's Belle fucking Delphine? Like he's Belle Biv DeVoe fucking Delphine?
Oh
He
my
is
god, dude! I was
insane,
so
dude.
grossed out. I mean, but anybody's feet though. I like Wizard for the record, but I don't want to see anybody's feet that close.
That's what and that's what I complained about. I said, this is my Pornhub problems when I do that shit, is a couple weebs pointed out that they really like feet. And now every female that gets pictures and videos taken of them, they gotta stick their spread-toed foot up in the camera.
I
And
don't
I'm
want to
like,
see anyone's feet.
yeah, that shit's making my penis soft. Because I can have appreciation if someone has nice feet. I'm like, oh, it's good you don't have gross feet, but I don't want your feet jacking me off or shoved in the camera. It's like, that's just a fetish end. It's like, not everybody needs to get shit on.
What's it
Just
with
'cause
all
you
the fetishes being like put in our faces? Is like, god damn, how about some
Oh, beast
privacy?
system. Beast system. Yeah. It's like, oh, now that you guys are past that, like, touching yourself makes baby Jesus cry shit, now you can lean into it as we go into, like, Mark of the Beast territory. It's like, yeah, consume your fetishes. Yeah, it's silly. But yeah, feet, it's like, I think, and you might agree with this, Pamela, like growing up Gen X and before, there was a lot of, like, as a kid, there's a lot of reference to like, ew, stinky feet and shit like that. And so now,
Yeah.
like, you could have freshly washed, nice feet. Like, you could have the pool by your bed that you washed your feet in. Still not interested, man. It's just ingrained that, like, yeah, those are the things that kick up dust. Those are your shit kickers. Those are like the lowest thing to the earth you get around on that has corns and whatever the fuck. And then, like, in Chinese culture, they used to get off on, like, you spent your whole life as a woman having those things smashed into tiny shoes, and you just get over it because you knew all the dudes were getting boners to your smashed up little feet you ballerinaed around on the toes of. That's as strange as the people stretching their necks out. How about those bug of 30s, Pam? Do you know what that means, Pam?
No, but he made a reference about seeing my titties earlier, so I'm sure it's related to that.
Oh, that must be a what do we a sock account for Brian O'Shea.
Probably.
See,
Get
and
that
that's
boy, get
kind
that
of
boy a drink.
that's what fueled me for that time I got between you and him on your endowment. Is I think I was recently coming off of that white women extravaganza. And it's like you were saying, you saw them biting their lips, and I could have swore like O'Shea had that eye googly reaching for his, like squeezing on his outer pants thing. And I say outer pants because he was still making reference as creepy O'Shea. He was also referencing that it was a dark square for Joe Cool when you just saw his blunt cherry lighting up. And then Joe Cool's
O'Shea was like asking me to come by and take a shower and shit. And I'm
oh
just
god.
like, I'm sorry, but that shit ain't happening. Like I'm the type of gal that has dinner on the table when her man comes home. Like I'm not messing with internet randos.
I
Like
know, man. And yes, Rob, he has been MIA, and I'm not gonna like deny contribution to that because every time he's popped in, I'll make references to White Woman Extravaganza Night. I think he first started going MIA because a bunch of people turned out for the Lauren thing, and I sat there talking about like, yeah, this dude was pathetic for years. He amazed all of us when he showed up to a swinger couple stream and then went and talked shit about it. And I was like, I personally have been invited to a number of those situations. And whether you take the offer or reject it, you still respect it. Like, you don't go around going, ha ha, they wanted me to come be an extra penis. Like, no, man, that couple was open enough to show you that open door. You respect that, you know? You don't, and if he did take part, well, all he did was come back and exploit it. He kiss and told it. And that's why I lost even more respect than I could have for a man in his 50s that had to live out of his car. Like, I had to live out of my car for a while in my 40s because I was wrecked by an SUV on a motorcycle and had surgery to reattach my bicep. And while you guys sound sympathetic to that, the landlord I lived in under their house in a basement that watched me go through that, relating as he was sitting in a wheelchair himself for the rest of his life, still did not tolerate like what they say was 2 months behind on rent. I know was my first month I was behind on rent. Yeah, you got to get the fuck out, man. Like, like, tell me how I would trust anybody in this B system when those people always started their day reading the Bible to each other in their bedroom as I like brushed my teeth or whatever in the upstairs bathroom. Those motherfuckers put me and my dog on the street after watching the obvious medical reason a lot of people go homeless. And you guys think I'm going to give you slack with your petty chat talk. God, Tal's had to work hard just to have that picture. Like, he's making fun of that man with that bad picture, what we call a herp derp in the 4chans. That's a herp derp picture. You all do it. You just need enough footage to be paused of you at the right time. But that dude's making fun of Paul, and he had to work hard for me to like keep track of what he says, just for like imaging that man. God, Talon, that's how you lose it, man. Just so attached to the filters. But it shows you appreciate the filters. A lot of people are so mad they can't filter, they want to diss it every time it happens. Like, even Paul talks shit about the filters, but the first time he saw it, he got real nice to ask how I did it. And then all he's got is like push button soundbite clips of Jack and Ian. So like very impressive, that thing that all StreamYarders can do. No, yeah, Terry Miller, they loved my dog because the guy that started out roommating with me when we moved in there, he had a Chihuahua, and my dog's a Border Collie Pit Bull. And we had like 2 or 3 roommates together because we were in college together till his Missouri piece of shit dropped out, but he was still my roommate. Every place we ever lived, no, you can't handle the truth, Flyshy. And Carl's not your brother, or your brother, but he's not your hard R brother either. And I should inform you, as a melanin skinned person, it's reversal in the brother speak. Like, hard R N-word is bad, open end A N-word is good, and then you reverse that for brother. Like, hard R is the military, religious camaraderie brother, and then A is the, oh, black people have uselessly devalued that term. Because I've even seen a black woman give a veteran shit as a group of people are like threatening a veteran. He's trying to like, hey, no, brother. And this black woman, hey, don't call him brother. He ain't you brother. He's you white boy. Like, no, lady, he's being honest with his fellow man. Probably seen his friends like explode in front of him, calling him brother. I hate you, Sly Shy. I don't hate you because you're black, because I'm not racist. I hate you because you're old and stupid. You're old and fucking stupid. You should die as fast as Wizard to put you out of your thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Christos. Does your fucking mic work?
Hey, my bad.
You're
alright
good
over
kid.
there?
You're just a little confused sometimes.
Well, I forgot that I unmuted right as I was blowing smoke out of the car here.
Right, and you forget a lot of the props we give you are dispelled by a pic of Cupcake Religion Ian with Jack as a necklace. Like, it's the details.
Not a necklace, it's the heart.
It's like he's explaining the worthless detail.
I don't know where you were going with this, but this is, this is a whole thing separate of,
Oh, it is.
on
It's a whole thing.
Slavia.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
calling
doing.
or Snafu calling, Ian a cupcake. This is just with
Right.
my own, whole falling out with him and whatever the fuck, and having fun with the memes and shit. Yeah.
Right. A strategic falling out, though, you want to watch me for that guidebook. You are claiming old soul while buying into petty, like, bickering stuff. Like, I have to because
But
I'm targeted.
I'm not for real
targeted
buying
meaning
into bickering stuff or whatever, bro. Like I like, in one sense, like, I get a kick and I feed off of like the drama, like an egregore and shit. Like, yeah, I
it's
got
the
that
20
shadow
that's the
side of
20
myself, but
Yeah, that's
I
the
don't
25-year-old side.
get stressed out about. I've never for real been getting stressed out about anything that happens on here.
Oh, so you're gonna walk into that one, are you?
The only thing I think the only thing I was getting fired up about for real in the past, like genuinely fired up, and I ended up being wrong and coming correct, for lack of better terms, was my whole throwdown with London Man and the whole shit that happened with. But that doesn't even matter at this point.
No, it does. That's very much gonna go on Friday because we're gonna compare notes now, and it's gonna be respectful, Christos. Like, everything I've said about you, I'm not bullshitting, but it's like, we were live on London Man. I was talking about how, like, I gave you all the props of, like, and to think Christos, compared to when the events of that video were happening, now Christos is cool that he can bring that video to my attention. We can laugh with it. And after that Friday, I didn't know you still had me blocked on multiple avenues. And you're sitting here telling me you don't get triggered? Like, that is the 25-year-old side of you. But
Hold on. No. Hold your horses. Nope. We're not doing the stop. I don't want you to say that because it's not getting triggered. I just legitimately didn't want you contacting me at that time. And I just haven't. I say that I'm going to unblock you, and I just still haven't done it.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's no, you can't explain that away. Like, I admit that I'll block people in chat just to not see their bullshit, and they earn it. But, like, you had you allegedly have had, like, I know when you had me blocked here because I see people talking to you, but your chat doesn't show up. But like,
Yeah, I've never
dude,
blocked anyone on YouTube.
right? I don't believe you because you are gonna get like a little wake up call. I don't
No,
know
I
how
could
all
stream. I could screen share that. I have no.
you're cutting out. Hold on. Talk,
check.
Christos.
Mic
Okay,
check.
there you are.
I
No,
was switching
Christos, all
over.
I'm saying is I don't know how different phone services work, but when you unblock me on your cell phone, you might be surprised what pops in there when I thought you were getting it. Because you like accidentally supported me because of me wording things not knowing you're not reading it. So you let me know what you think of those texts if they roll in.
Okay, yeah.
Like
I'll do that. You
and
know,
here's how I
and
fucked
it
up
hasn't been a
because
conscious thing. I just haven't been putting the time. It's my bad. I've been putting things off, so it hasn't been like a conscious like,
hey,
oh, I'm
it's
not actually
your
doing
life.
this.
You're free to do whatever you want,
I'm on
Christos.
break right now. I'm gonna go through. I gotta look at my emails and then go find your number. I don't even have you saved as a contact, so I'm gonna go through
Well,
that right now.
I do that to people too, but I got into the habit of not saving people as contacts. A, because back in me and Pam's day, if someone was callable, you had to remember their number, and we've lost brain capacity because we're not remembering phone numbers anymore. But also, I got into the habit of not saving people, so if I got busted in my nefarious times in life, they wouldn't get RICO'd as easy with me labeling them. Despite if they got as far as to read the text, it might still be RICO chargeable. But I tried to protect my plugs and associates by not having their name labeled to show association is deep. But man, like I said, all I'm saying is don't come around here talking like you're old soul, cool with everyone when you were driven to not be bothered with your personal number texts I was sending you.
I'm
And
an
here's
old soul,
Moose.
but I'm a young human.
You are, and I give you credit, Christos. I like you compared to this jackass that has the nerve to show up in this chat by the name of Moose. Like that dude consistently becomes more and more of a joke as time goes on. Like
Yeah,
who
the
was I?
optics on that guy recently.
Yeah,
I
man.
hear ya.
And when my enemies are agreeing and he still doesn't get it, it's like, God, oh, Tommy is such a wrecked being. This is what we're saying, Moose. Like back whenever I was pre-Lauren visit and I was on Ian's thing with Lauren, that was the night you got wrecked just over Lauren saying shit about you we didn't know you did. And I had the pleasure of watching you hobble back to Enslavia only to be turned away at the gates. And the fact you're back there playing the same games you did when you were the new Enslavia co-host, you're fucking pathetic, dude. I fear for the daughter you care and raise. Because you say the borders should be open, but you don't know why you lock your front door while you raise a daughter. And I would not raise a daughter without having more guns than I have. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Tao. I don't bring him. It's like they say, the light of chosen ones attracts everything. I attract the good and the bad with my illuminated chosen light. I don't mean chosen like a deity chose me. Chosen ones, the deity gives you an opportunity to choose to be chosen. You can't fake that. None of you can. Because you see how I read a bunch of you like a book while not saying me, not ego when I read you like a book. It just happens against my will. I can't do anything but. In the rare times I'm wrong, well, when you show that, I'm like, oh, I was wrong. Prop. What do you want to do, Moose? You think you're going to come up here? Is RT still crying in the chat that he doesn't get to go up anytime I'm on London, man? See, this is why Sly Shy is retarded. This is why a lot of parents are retarded. Like, I respect children. They're one of the last things I'll fucking go to jail for. And assist strangers over, but you can spot retarded fucking people in this world when the mentioning of one's child has people losing their shit. I'm sorry, Sly Shy, does he carry her on camera? Oh, then he might be open to it. Did I diss the child? No, just like you're snafooing, Sly Shy, because like I just said, I'm concerned for the child at the display of what the DNA contributor is with that child. I think that's caring for the child, is showing concern. I wouldn't make a welfare check call. That gets people killed. But yeah, Sly Shy, you're just consistently showing that everything I talk shit about you is true. And maybe whenever more people than Carl are agreeing, you might get it a couple days before you race wizard to the deep dirt. Unless you're, getting the ashes. Yeah, grown folks handle their own business without putting someone child. With that, see the ebonics she slipped in there? Without putting someone child in it. No, Moose. Women on camera that look better than your baby mama are better on mute if I have a roommate. But Moose, I've dissed, and here's the thing, I've dissed Moose's wife. Now, hold on, Pam. I'll recover this because I know how you feel. I have dissed Moose's wife to his face, and then in that same breath, recovered and defended her from the diss while giving her more props than her baby daddy. And Moose still will sit there and say this shit. Like, I diss the way his baby mama looked, and then followed it up with, but it doesn't matter when a woman has bared your children, is doing her job as your live-in baby mama or wife. She is a good wife / baby mama, and it's okay that she isn't a hot piece of trim ass on the street, which I doubt you would have got her in that state, Moose. I wouldn't be surprised if you found out you're raising another man's child. Shut up, Sly Shy. Don't bring none of your bullshit in it. Like, notice people, anybody that has watched not just London Man's stream in my likeness and name, but also the one I exited by my own accord, I'm showing that dude all the respect he's showing me. And I didn't hear him tell me to chill when I was giving that father the business. But because I knew, today's not a Tom is going to chill day, and this guy has walked too far into Tom's defense zone, that I was like, nah, London Man, we cool. I'm going to break out. I've already been here a bit, that I just came up randomly anyway. I feel the hangry coming on. I need some food. And then the only issue was like, how do I leave without looking awkward about it? And he obliged me with like, playing up the, hey, do I need to kick you? Like, you want to get the fuck out of here? I was like, make me. Because, yeah, man, he's a cool dude. That's why I'm glad he's a black dude in London. So I get my experience of like, yeah, these Joe Cools, these Sly Shies, it's not a black thing. It's an American thing. Because London Man's a melanin person in London showing how he's not Americanized. And he believes me when I'm like, no, London, come to America. I have a vest you can wear. Because he was like, I'm not coming to America after my description of where I live. But it's not all like that, London. I choose to live in these hot spots because with that money, I don't want to just retreat to gated communities and lose touch with my reality of what America is. I like to stay in the worst parts. So when the worst parts gets better, I would think that's the rest of the country getting better, because I live in places where it's like, well, it can always be good where white people pay for gates and private guards, but I want to know when it gets good where I've been living. It won't. But it is good where I live, because you'll hear panels and people with P names. You'll hear them reference that I don't do shit, that everybody hates me. Like, no, the complexes I live in, those immediate people might not know my name, but they know, like at this place, one day I'm playing Xbox, or definitely not on a panel, because these things happen in a godlike timing where it's like some things that could be referenced on panels, God will not let happen while I'm on a panel for proof. So one of the times I'm not on panel, those drugged out lesbians I talked about that had the pit bulls that I would pay for my own stitches before I'd report it and get one put down. They had people over there one time that I didn't know were there. And in the middle of like watching TV or Xbox, you just hear like legit blood curdling. No, stop, get off of me. Somebody help me. And it goes past my door. It's heading down the steps audibly. And everybody that's home is coming out on their catwalks, or whatever you call this fucking staircase shit you use to get to your doors. They're all looking as this dude is putting hands on this frantic, kirked out chick, saying, no, get off of me, let go of me, and like screaming bloody murder. And so I grabbed the fucking 5 smooth stones, the 45 5 smooth stones. I put it up under my long sleeve of that stretched out hoodie so it's not brandished. And I go out there to see what the fuck is going on in my area. And I come out there, the dude lets go and heads back for his apartment when he sees me coming. She cannot get the front gate. You guys have seen me leave out that front gate if you've ever seen me dog walking on a panel. She can't get that open, as it just opens from the inside. And she's losing her shit, wanting out. And even the maintenance guy, who isn't always here, is there at that moment and is watching me come out and Rick Grimes this shit. And I tell her, I'm like, listen, don't worry about that guy. Like, he's not coming back. He just left over me. I was like, but you need to go to the bus stop or an Uber right out front here. You need to not be here, because like, you're fucking up my place right now. I was like, and the thing that really shut her up is I stared her dead in the face and I said, listen, I know what fucking apartment you just came out of, and I just want you the fuck out of here. And she did. And as I'm walking through that cement courtyard back to my apartment and see everybody peering down off the ledges, I do Rick Grimes that situation. I go, listen up. I was like, the guy in 405 is your friend. He is not your enemy. You can come talk to him about if you're just figuring out where you live. But I was like, don't fuck with my fucking situation here. I was like, I don't need this bullshit. And it's like, even whenever I was neck deep in my own substance use, I was still that. I still have a grip. I still am me, because my beatings from my father as a child beats any withdrawal that I see so many people cuck to and ruin their lives over. I'm like, oh, you didn't get your substance and you feel a little bad, like you forgot that it was fun to be on the substance. Get the fuck out of here. Buy the ticket, take the ride, faggots. Come on. Like, so yeah, man, no matter what you hear about me on the streets, like last night I heard a little, you just show off your devices, you ain't gonna do shit, you've never done shit. I'm like, no, all I do is participate in my experience in this accordingly. Like, I'd rather get ended standing up for good than quietly sit back and allow things to happen. Who wants some, huh? London Man don't get any. Why doesn't him or Pam get any? You guys figured it out yet? Because it doesn't matter if we're on panels or not. Hey, Benton, are you back? I'm only solid on like going off on tangents while you're on a break, and the break thing's not on screen. But if you don't answer, I'll assume you're still breaking. And yes, people, I do know he can still share comments, add people to the panel, and not necessarily be off break. Shit, even at London Man, I forgot to show off. I do have a new chord sound test this week. that's longer and thicker, like I have on many people. But it should fix that little headphones problem, and I'll be able to full recline on my couch, and then show off the computer controls I have remotely to lean back, or as a Benton, still control his panel without being back from break. He'd be on the other side of his hotel room still doing mod god stuff. Rob, as a white man, I allow you to contribute vocally. That's why Rob's one of the good ones. Slice, I would kirk out over that.
Yeah, I'm just chilling, bro. I'm just chilling, listening and smoking.
Yeah. And Rob, you and Christos got the same thing going on. Like sometimes I give you some like duty aligned shit with like you guys are kind of, I don't know how old you are, but you guys vibe me as like similar age ranges. And
29.
Yeah, so and I have to give leniency with rage with age, because I give Brian O'Shea shit for being 50s in a car, but I have no qualms that like on the typical nuclear family path, I can give off looking like a loser just being 43 and confirmed bachelor loner, but it's like I can't explain enough how much that's the intention now. It's because I've lived that popular womanizing douchebag life that it's like, oh, I had my fill of that. I can put that down and go do this like alternate attempts at seeing things from different lives. And I still haven't gotten to my like hermit in the middle of nowhere experience. I want that to be like at least a year or two. Beast system providing. We all are, Jason. I mean, maybe not you, because you can't let go of that cult name thing. But everyone can contribute to another person's way and the light. Like, I don't know if anybody's caught me giving Paul props, but like the same way the Stars and Stripes have their world street cred because of Small Mustache, like he had no intention of it, but I can give the nod to Paul for like the fact I've stuck around this long. Like I troll him with it. Like he's like, "Are you ever gonna leave?" I'm like, "As long as men are using their panels the way you do, I'll be showing up around here just to fuck with them." And he might try and spell that out like a power over me, but it's like, no, I'd say it's more motivation. Like I don't claim power. I don't desire power. As he sat there last night, like he obviously didn't hear me talking about Yurt was the first person to full ban me from even backstaging with him. Last night, Paul's trying to throw it in my face that now that I control Jack Talcott's channel, I'm going to get that Yurt channel and the Benton channel, and you won't be able to go anywhere in these streets. And then I'm quietly like, my fake news show is going to rock at this point. Like, it's just, there's so many layers to why this fake news show is getting stalled.
So this is going to be a forever feud between you two?
Well, there's different aspects to it as part of the stall, Rob. It's like, on one hand, I realized, because Rob, you know, I said Illuminuzanati with your host Illumitami, and I had a whole like rap to the beginning of that I wouldn't even call rap. It's just like a Micro Machines man to a fast beat that all ends the rhyme on E. Like it starts out like, "It's Illuminuzanati with your host Illumitati," and it just keeps rolling. And I scrapped all that just for the fact I realized, well, this can't be founded in just a rivalry to Paul. Like I will use it to diss Paul and have people laughing at him as I laugh at the shit as I'm working on it. And then I realized, wait, in case this would happen to randomly go somewhere and obligate me to continue it if I did get tired of it, it can't just be about hating on you stupid motherfuckers. It has to have something about it that's legit. Like, I think I will add some real news in where it's like, this is the shit I care about or I would want to tell people, like I do on these panels. So there's gonna be that. Then yeah, it'll involve Illumitami, but it can't be based on him, because if I end up rolling with this channel, it's not even going to be it's the Illuminous channel. Like, no, that might just be the first episode, and then next time there's just something off the wall totally different, just because I felt like doing that. No, Gary, you have a bad reputation with me for saying things I respect that resonate with me, and then turning around and showing you're still just eating what you're fed from what chat says and what you think you're seeing. And I do admit some of my shortcomings are like, and I'll tell people like Pamela and other people, I'm like, listen, I know I look crazy right now, but you got to understand, if you weren't here for a lot of this, there's a lot of nuance and layers. Just like I'm telling you, Rob, with this show, I think it has to have a disclaimer where it's like, look, there's going to be stuff you're like, what the fuck, if you're just a person that this got dropped in your recommendations. And you have to know, as a unaware viewer, a lot of this is inside stabs at people I hate, or to get laughs out of people that know me and know what the joke is. It's not really a production for mass YouTube. It's a production for these screets nobodies. But it will involve defining like screets, where these terms came from. That I have to admit, even though we're a community of screets nobodies, we've developed our community. Like, Paul's still bitching about us using words that I have to toot my own horn and say I contributed those terms. And you can tell because of how mad he is when he hears it. I mean, just because I state the Zeitgeist, it does not mean that that is my point of view. I'm just stating facts. No, see, that's why you're a retarded old man, Gary, because you, like Jack Talcott, are just interchanging point of view, opinions, facts. You think you can just say that as if facts aren't a defined hardline thing. Slash, I speak for yourself. If you would have said, I don't think for ourselves, and that's how you would have said it, I know what I did there, you would have been right. You don't think for yourself. You're like a lot of these people that you might be referring to. You're, whether you know it or not, you're in a game of popularity and acceptance. And when you see Paul say that he doesn't need a team, he doesn't play favorites, he has no following, he has no group, I'm like, dude, say what you want to diss me, but don't take my thing in front of my face. If you guys want to know what it is to be that, you've been dealing with me for months. This is no group. This is not playing favorites. This is honor able, response able, integrity. Like, I'm letting you know I hate you. I'm letting you know when you're blocked. Just like I'm giving you props when I see props. That's why London Man made a thing about me. He's given me Fridays till there's nothing left to give on those Fridays. The only thing I got to do on London Man, besides respect him, is be careful about, is this something I should drop as my show, or is it something I can give to London Man as fresh stream stuff? That's why I'm disgusted. I'm literally holding back vomit at the idea of your cat being in my mouth. That's fucking gross. Like, I've been on these adult matchup sites where you'll hear women in these streets and all over social media complaining about the unwarranted dick pics they receive from men. And I get that. I know that's true. I'm part of a very elite group of men who, if we send dick pics, we getting laid. And that does exist, ladies. Don't deny it, because you got women like behind your back nodding their head very fast when I say that. But Sly, the women on these adult apps, they spare no expense in hitting you with pictures of their chopped Arby's roast beef, of their bulldog jowls. And I like fucking and womanizing in my past as much as any guy. Never been a fan of just staring at it. And like feet, I can appreciate it when it's nice. But man, you ladies that want to show off and talk about it, you usually got the lowest hanging ball sacks of that area, you know? Yes, Lyshy, you're playing into that fallacy of he's reading my comments because I control and have power over him. Yeah, I don't know why the cult rejects you. You do seem to have all the aspects that are right at home there. Maybe they are racist or misogynist because you don't get the play there you even used to get in the early days. No, Gary, I'm not. Like, I know how to like utilize and benefit the kinetic feels women get with them. But I don't know, man. It's like to get off on staring at it, it reminds me of like granny porn that I couldn't do. Ugh, that's fucking gross, Sly. She said something else one time too, even while we were cool, that even as like being cool with her, I was like, we were on panel together being cool, and she said something that was like, Sly, why would you associate yourself with fuckable women right now? Like, you can't acknowledge you've lived your life and you're just a content old lady in a Chicago apartment. You can't have both. Like, that's what y'all don't get. Like, I'll lean into this loner dude thing because I know I'm not sitting here claiming to still be living that womanizing life. God, it's like the remedialness is what gets me down. That's what I was telling him on the fake rage last night. I was like, look, guys, I can feud with Paul. It's fun. I can play into whatever dumb shit Paul does. The only thing that really gets me down in these streets is the nodding along with his dumb shit. Like, you legit believe it. You legit buy into it. And the chat response, it's like, God, is this people? Like, I have to go out in real life to verify, like, please show me that that's just internet bullshit happening. Because I acknowledge beast system, but you motherfuckers prove it. Like, you're like those kids on the Revelations comedy where it's like the main characters are, it's that kid from Waiting that went the whole movie not getting a sentence in until he kirks out at the end. He spurgs at the end. Like, he's one of the main characters in that movie. They're going through a ridiculous comedy version of Revelations. And when they're reading Revelations to try and better understand their situation, they're in it, reading it, and they're like, man, I still can't figure out who would write this shit. Like, they still don't buy into it as they're on a first name basis with the Antichrist. It's a great movie. I love it. But it's funny. The fact that the chat is that, it's concerning for them as individuals. Is she talking to me? I admit I missed some of it. Is my mama is Joe Cool's brother? Yeah, that's weird. Well, and Kick Out the Gym, he's making my point. Like, you hear all this racism is alive and well, and I'll go over to Real Brother Radio where he will tell everybody to their face that, like, shit. Okay, I'm still here. He'll tell everybody to their face that, like, if you're white, small mustache is in your DNA, that you can't not be racist, that no matter what you say or show him, he will be like, oh, you definitely still would kill all black people if you had the choice. And then he also thinks that Trump and Putin are aligned on communism. Now tell me a more based motherfucker. And I go over there and show that dude love every time I'm there, because he is so far out there that it's like the only thing I can do is go be nice to this guy. Because like Paul, it's like, dude, if he ever understood what he's saying, how does he not eat a bullet? But I got love for the dude out of compassion. And but like Jim is saying, like, send them all back. That's what I've told him. I was like, listen, not just him, I've told lots of black people like Joe Cool. It's like, if we're so hateful of minorities in this country, back when we were killing our cousins and brothers for opposing that whole North-South thing, why would we not just put you on a boat and sink it on the way out? If that's how, why were we killing each other? And I admit it wasn't all about your freedom, but part of that war was like, hey, if the North wins this shit, we're gonna free the slaves. It wasn't all about that, but there was that, no matter how trivial Lincoln saw it. Why would you still be here? Like, why didn't we just off you in that war? And why did even melanin-laden people join in that war? Because I'll tell you how in World War I, we still had some awkward aspects about how black people were allowed to fight for America in World War I, but that was post-Civil War, bro. And even in the Civil War, black people weren't worried about racism. They were worried about, hey, give me one of those uniforms. Let me musket some people for my freedom, whether I lose my life or not. Challenge that, bros. Come at me. Come panel me, bro. Robin, what are you talking about? Was yesterday Friday? Did you see the first London McLovin? Do you realize I unblocked you thinking I gave you more props than this?
Yeah, Robin, you're probably thinking about the Friday or Saturday stream. Those were the ones that Tommy was at, because there was an impromptu one on Saturday, but there wasn't one scheduled yesterday.
Yeah, to go with the respect, I'm surprised he gave me Fridays. Probably works out with his CPT. And for London Man, that's colored people time. It's how we excuse American black people for being late, which they always are, because they think we're racist, and we don't fire them because we're racist. We fire them because they show up on CPT sometimes. Rob can laugh about that, but because Reno 911 had a good bit about the CPT, because it involved Dangle and every black officer on that show. I love that show. But yeah, while I'm surprised he gave me Fridays, it is Fridays, Robin, and as long as he's open to it, and I feel like I can supply some material, I like to see how many Fridays we can go uninterrupted. We'll let him decide if an interruption breaks it off, but like I could see a future interruption over our personal lives, me or him. But as long as we feel we're delivering and we both have the Fridays open, I'm down to keep it consecutive, just because these monkeys we're having the experience of, their brains like to see a run going and see how long that run goes interrupted. And there's a detail to that we get off on as monkeys. But yeah, Saturday was impromptu, and even though I left under my own power, even when he dropped the link, I sat there like, man, I really am not one of these people that just go on a panel because it's there. Like, let me see where they go with this. And if I see a context or reason to do my presence, I'll do it. And so, yeah, literally talking about myself, Jim. And keep in mind, except for your racial shit you brought up, you won't find me talking about you. Because I don't know why you ever changed your cult name. You're still acting very cult. So get fucked, Jim. I could block you all the same. You ain't shit. But as your daddy says, he says it, but it's true for me. It's not ego when I do it, Jim. People understand when I reference myself, I'm referencing my outlook or my experience. Oh, you were responding to Gary's comment when you said Tommy literally talking about himself. That's why you're cult, dude. You're remedial.
No, he said he was referring to the Amazon guys, I guess, or at Gary's store, and he said send them back. And he was talking about the Amazon guys. That's what he said.
No, he was that was dog whistling, Rob. And even though you're right, even though you're right, and I respect you for bringing that up and clarifying, Rob, I'm not gonna miss the chance to say just dog whistling racism. Oh, look, a cult member number 3. Isn't that? No, it's not Wiz, because at least Wiz does have the stand up to be him, even though
Looks
he's
like
insane.
Benton dropped out on us.
Nah, it's kind of like a Christos thing. He's still here in God mod spirit. Like
Gotcha.
we're still streaming, so it's just the way you can like disappear from the panel but still be there. Because I gave Moose props, as crazy as that sounds. Recently, I gave him props when we were all surprised that he was, for an acknowledgeably short time, reinstated as Jack's producer. He was doing this thing where he would drop people out of the screen, but you could still hear them. And I said, it's pretty cool you're doing that, Moose, but keep in mind, since I watch on 2 devices, I'm gonna think you kicked me until I hear myself or somebody acknowledges me that I'm still talking, or I notice that you're in the show part. But like, yeah, when he was dropping people in and out from visibility, I admit I would have been tricked into thinking I was kicked because of how loosely people will God mod kick people. But now he doesn't have to worry about it because he's back to trying to get Paul to be his daddy, as Paul and Jack hate on him for the irony that he just does shit. Like Jack and Paul hating on Moose for stuff Paul still does. You can't write this shit. It's how I exploit them when they don't even know it. And Rob, just for your notes, I left last night whenever I said, hey, do you want some mind blown? You want to hear a secret? And then I just hit leave by my own accord because I hate them. But I immediately called Jack, like legit phone number dialed him. And when he answered with like, hello, Thomas, like I just rolled out why he's a piece of shit and why I legit fucking hate him and can only hate him because we've privately contacted each other and he's referred to me as a brother under Sky Daddy. And I said, hey, Jack, just make sure when you get what I know is coming, like just remember none of that. Like the fact that you can't even remember why I bawled my eyes out in front of you. Like, I don't fucking like you, dude. Now you can sit homeless in the streets because you've got an extra 365 days added to that deadline. You have false comfort because you got the money for your house, that thing you were clutching to that has your family nostalgia in it. You lost that for the price I got for an SUV wrecking my motorcycle. Like, you didn't get shit for a Washington house. You got fucked in the ass for a Washington house. And Benton gets this on his stream because I don't want to devalue London Man's production over doing this. But we also know that Jack's probably never going to see this the same way Paul barely does unless he shows up. Jack had his house stolen from him by these people who are tasked with, like, if someone's remotely in danger of losing their house, fucking take that shit because you're all going to own nothing and you'll decide whether you're happy or not. But they're very much playing it through on this you ain't going to own shit thing. And you see that with Jack getting, like, what is it? The price of a new Tesla. The price I got for almost losing my life and battling lawyers and insurance companies, including my own. I came out of that with the ballpark price Jack settled for on his house. And I've given him shit with, like, Jack, if you weren't being so secrecy as a buffoon in your personal life, if you would have just came to your alleged Sky Daddy brother who throws and flaunts his success around just to trigger people, if you would have came to me, there's no telling what you could have got for your house. Because I know that game. You can't be in the stock and crypto game and not have to watch the housing market because they're all bubbles. They're all manipulated. And by understanding one, you understand them all. And he lost a lot of money just keeping it secret from me. And now I can confidently, like, laugh at what he got for it. I can laugh that they exploited him and lowballed him by making him feel comfortable knowing, hey, we'll give you another year to be a renter of that place you started a family in. to have like a little bit more time with your baby that you're going to lose is definitely not. You've already lost it. And you feel like big shit with that petty money you got for who knows how many bedrooms that thing is. He's a joke, man. I love him. I try and be his friend, but I got to admit, he's a joke.
Tell us how you really feel, Tommy.
Yeah, man. And it's. Oh, Robin, don't even go there. You know why he's over at OTW? I don't think he is at OTW because I give Benton more credit than to start a stream and then go hang out at another stream. Thank you, Benton. Thank you for clarifying. Dealing with Federal Drug Clearinghouse BS and doing my laundry. Thank you, Benton. Because I was trying to do my laundry yesterday, except for I've neglected how much detergent I had. By the time I got it last night, I didn't want to trouble my ghetto neighbors with running that equipment next door to their most likely bedroom. So I respect those strangers. Take note, haters. Like, yeah, there's a time listed on the laundry room, but this is a barrio. Laundry room's working as long as you can open that door. You get it, ghetto barrio people. I'm a barrio superstario. I'm just in my unit, I'm Rick Grimes. And when you guys hear that story of how I regulated, I do that to the fucking housing company that took over while I lived here. I don't take shit from them because they're pushing for every inch that you give them, and I won't have it. I know my rights as a renter, and they know I know that now. They were trying to have like people come through my house weekly for their bullshit reasons. I said, no, you're invading my privacy. It's too much now. Like, not only are you not abiding by like a reasonable time of notice, like these people had me groggy answering my door in my boxers to an intermittently wrecked house, because that's my style, is like I meth level clean my house because I let it go when I'm tinkering and doing projects. So I was in one of the phases of my house looks like a tornado went through it. I'm in my boxers, I'm groggy, and they got a state inspector at my door with like 3 people from the apartment company, and I'm giving them the business like I wake up early and fuck you guys in the ass. It's like, oh hell no. Like, there's no notice to this shit. What are you at my door with an inspector that I might know from my low voltage days of that 911 system I used to run crews to install? And she was like, I emailed you, Thomas. And when I checked, like, yes, bitch, you emailed me at an hour I was asleep and now waking up to find this email as you're here for the email shit. And that bitch doesn't work for them anymore because she knows better than to put herself in that situation again with me. And I taught her that her job is to keep me from the corporate level. Like, that bitch would not give me a corporate contact. And that's how they're fucking up. That's why she quit. That's why like 3 managers have quit when I show them who they work for and what they're managing. Man, I keep it real, people. You have to know what life is. You have to have that awareness to stick it to people in their faces, up their asses. So yes, Robin, you are unblocked, but you're still performing that. Thomas, I don't think you want to get involved with all that Hollywood Ben. No, Robin, I very much wanted, do not regret, still real-time love Hollywood Ben and his family. You don't know what, because Robin, you were one of the fooled people. Like, you really were Stevening that up. Like, you saw Steven triggered and making shorts because he thinks a man would make pedo jokes about his daughter while his daughter does YouTubes. They both YouTube together. They live stream together. And you guys really think that there's a remote chance that Grace Thorpe has been wronged by her father or is abused by her father. And Robin, I'll give you the credit. Steven is deeper in that which way is up than you, but you warned me that I probably should stay away from the Thorpes. And if you can see the off-puttingness of me, why would you not see that me and the Thorpes are a money combination? That's why I invented Tommy Paparazzi for them. That's their manager. And they're free to accept or reject it as they see fit. But the layers was, yeah, maybe you are the other Robin with Y in the name. Oh, shit. Benton's got better machine. Well, you got the same company as me and even the same, like, buttons for operation. Oh, you're at a laundromat. You're fine. You're fine. I forgot. Benton's at a hotel going to a laundromat. That's money. Like, I'm a 3-load kind of guy. I like to put laundry off right now just because I'm on the 4th floor with the decommissioned elevator. So it's making me slack on my laundry. I'm not walking down those steps till I'm like 3 loads deep, you know? I judge it now by, like, do I still have underwear and something to wear before I start looking at laundry? Because I gotta walk down 4 floors for both loading, drying, and unloading. I'm not gonna sit downstairs and wait for it all. I'm gonna come up here and kill time or take my dog out. But yeah, man, a lot of apartments are taking that out of, like, yeah, we have maintenance men and we're the people you pay rent to, but as far as that laundry room, you got to contact the laundry company about problems there. I'm like, yeah, fuck you with that pain in the ass. So not only do some of the machines not work, that company is not going to come out and fix it. The apartment people aren't going to fix it. It's Barrio Ghetto shit. So I'm 3 loads deep working on doing mine now. No kick out the gym. The building next door would come into our building to use our laundry because their Barrio management was just as Barrio on their laundry room, until this shit company I'm complaining about came in, bought both buildings, put a bow on a pig, as you'll see that when I was leaving on one of Grace Thorpe's streams. She was like, oh, that looks like a pretty nice place. I was like, no, 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 young girl. This is a bow on a pig. I wouldn't let your father let you live here because the things they speculate he does to you, oh, that might happen here. And I'd have to put attention into protecting you as a young blonde white girl. I've been out in that nice looking dog run that I used to be in when it was just where people threw trash and they hadn't come in and made it a dog run yet. But after it was a dog run, I've been out there with a meth addict that doesn't look like a meth addict approach me at night, just come up to me face to face at night and say, hey man, I gotta tell you, like I'm on GoFast, and like I just gotta tell you, man, I am the devil, but I just want to know, like, back here, will you just take me back here behind this and just like fuck me in the ass? Like, come on, man, just take me back here and fuck me in the ass. And I'm trying every rational human way to be like, nah, dude, like, there's a place where I will leave it questionable if I'm a straight or a gay, but I'm really not getting down that. Like, nah, man, no thanks. And he's like, nah, man, I'm really saying it ain't a thing. It's easy. You can just do it. You can fuck me in the ass. I'm like, listen, dude, I have some sexual stuff going on I don't really want to talk about to another human. Like just, I respect the offer. I'm respectively declining. Like, just know, man, I'm sure there's someone up this Barrio ass street that will oblige you. But as far as me and you, like, I acknowledge there is the opportunity. There's the safe place from being seen. Like, you're right. That could happen. Just now, like, look, I'm taking my dog out. My dog's here taking a shit while I watch him. And I don't remember how many back and forths this cordially went. But this was the one time, and I don't know how many times I was out there without a fucking strap on my back, like under my shirt. And I'm thinking about that. Like, is this a God situation where he saw the one time I'm not armed and he wants me to either navigate this without it, or get some like kinetic with the hands experience with this kirked out, well dressed, clean cut Mexican kid. Like, does he want me to jaw this dude? And I'm starting to like worry a little in the back of my head, like, what's the score here? What's going on? I'm like kind of talking on speakerphone with God, like, look, I've ran out of cordial attempts. What do you want from me, Sky Daddy? Do you want me to jaw this dude? Like, I can't leave my dog. I can't go down with my dog out here. So long story short, saving you all how many back and forths there was, it ended with, get the fuck up the street. Do you hear me right now? Just get the fuck up the street right fucking now. And he did, you know? And Paul's trying to like play his fake street experience that I'm a skinny cracker going, that dude ain't got street experience. And all the prison references he makes over Wes Watson, that was just some institutional time his mommy made him do over sticking needles in his arm. Oh, boo-hoo. Like, what a fucking joke. Props to Benton for being like a subscriber with fiat funds to that man, and yet still grant me a neutral ground that I can show Paul ran away from, or even the times he might have gotten Benton to throw a few mutes or backstages. I know Benton's still going to let it play out cordially, but like, yeah, this place ain't that, and he sees that because he's gotten wrecked here. He's ran from me here. He's gotten my penis stuck in his eye hole here. However you want to put it, this is one of the places that happened. Props to Benton. Props to Benton for having the range to monetarily subscribe and still allow me that. And the only difference is London Man, who steps it up by saying, not only is this a neutral place, a rational place, but I can put Tom's picture here. We can give Tom the spotlight. And that grants Tom the context to show, look, when I have that, when I'm flexing the Paul style mutes and kicks, I still require to give these panel people like the time to be there. I can express rationally how they're pissing me off, and then I can kindly ask London to remove them. And on their way out, just like when I was a bouncer at Cowboys, hey man, you just got to leave tonight. We put that X on your hand. Just leave tonight. You can come back tomorrow night. Welcome. You know, like, have fun. Welcome. That's how we bounced Cowboys. And that's how I flex whatever little Paul power I don't see. Because you must be the representation. You must show. What's the other word for representation? I've never admitted to keeping words when I need them in the front of my mind. You got to be that example. See, there it is. They come back eventually. Thank you, Christos. Thank you. Now, Christos, your next level you can step up is to start saying that to his face. And I don't think that's like you got your green belt and I'm not coming up to you like, you know, for the black belt test. I ain't doing that, Christos. I'm just saying, as far as what I look for in people, I've seen you come a long way because you were one of the first people when these streets opened up to the cult and myself. You've come a long way. And so when I see someone coming a long way, I start setting bars I look for. Like, man, Christos will acknowledge that here in this safer place. And I wouldn't expect you to just throw that in Paul's face yet, because that's the type of thing that'll get you out of that panel, as I have been. And you're not there yet in the standing, because you've come a long way from when I used to tell you.
Hey, how are you? May I have some quarters, please?
Sure.
$2.
Shit,
Yes,
where
ma'am.
is Benton at? God, that's a lockdown story in itself. It's hell. I gotta fuck someone to get quarters in this city. It's part of going cashless. If anybody's noticed, they're already like restraining the fucking change. But yeah, Christos, because our early days was me saying and you acknowledging that you're everything Paul could rip, and why he took you under his wing is that's also why you still got to be careful with when you clear that bar of like, now tell him, because he doesn't know Christos. He doesn't know. And I've told him to his face, even before these streets opened up. I admitted to him, like, look, dude, I was trolling you endearingly. Like, I watched you for a while to verify you're doing that Zach Hubbard thing to every new person that crosses through. So as a recognizer of that and a respecter of freedom and rights, I wanted to fuck with you for my intro to come into your panel and partake. And in my mind, that would go from like, okay, we all had a good laugh, and then we go on with the rights and freedoms. And now you guys have seen, even if you weren't here back then, that man's become a caricature of himself. Like Sly Shy. Like Sly Shy's taking what I'm saying. She was here for it. She was here. She was with that cult before I got there, like Jack Talcott. And she's still so cult enslaved that she's trying to say I'm up here with his dick in my mouth. And I'm describing how my dick hasn't been in his mouth, it's been in his ear. Because every time I went to put it in his mouth, he turns his head away. Like, oh, okay, you like it in the ear. And that's ironic, because every time he runs or hides, it's because I'm fucking him in the ear with these words. No, Jim, you're the joke. See, Jim, this is what you missed, buddy. No, you're not in on it, dude. That's why you're lacking on panel experience, dude. Like, you don't know the lore, Jim. Okay, the cult, yeah, okay, I'm gonna let Jim roll a little bit longer with digging his hole. Because you see the chats he's making. You see the Zoomer hieroglyphic of the face palm as a white man. At least we know Jim is a white man because he uses the racially aligned Zoomer hieroglyphics, which are woke defined for various shades of brown. If you've shown the Zoomer hieroglyphics enough that you'll flip out, that you'll spurg over your individual melanin shade, they got you. They're programming for that. There's a whole cornucopia. Well, you're not white, Jim? Well, you ain't very woke because you're trying to signal as a white man with your Zoomer hieroglyphics. God, it writes itself. How could I ever think this shit up? No, you're hilarious, Jim, because number one, no, Sly Shy, I can't hold water around Paul. Like, I have to take a piss and a shit just at his presence. Like, Paul is a very good laxative, along with the things he said. No, Jim, I got you, bro. It's just, I'm letting your chat stream because some people here know what I'm about to say, and they're agreeing with me like, oh my God, kick out the Jim, just stop. That's what they're thinking. No, see, Jim, just keep going. Talk about how it's not that serious. Talk about how you get it and that I'm oblivious to the joke you were all in on. Because that's how we're going to show some of these neutral people how many layers I'm on top of and how lost the cult is. Yeah, I'm giving Benton content. I'm giving London more verification that I'll always deliver every time I show up, because showing up for a lot of the content I do, it's just seat of the pants, see what's going on and work with it. Like back when Dick was saying to Paul as a yes man, like once Paul would kick me, Dick would be like, fuck. Have you guys been hearing me?
I'm listening.
No, I wonder because I have this issue we saw with London Man. No matter how I hold my phone, it just goes to sleep these days. It can be plugged in, full power.
No, we've been hearing you. I've been laughing so hard over here. I had the root canal, and like you're making me laugh so hard it like fucking hurts.
Oh, I'm so flattered, Pamela. You're such a good co-host for London, and he deserves you. Because yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell Kick Out the Jam, and you're verifying that. Like, you hear that, Jim? Like she's laughing because
No, I'm laughing at you. The way you spit things, the way you say things. It's fascinating. I'm having a
oh
good time
yes,
over here. I'm very
yes,
entertained, Tommy.
yeah, and that's the stall on this show because it's like you see what I do off cuff.
Right.
Imagine what I'm trying to prepare for my acknowledgers and my respecters, my appreciators. I'm preparing something for you. Like if you
Yeah.
like me live off the cuff, I
Yeah.
gotta deliver with this. See, you hear a lot about broadcasting, but what I'm gonna show you people is a little thing called production. Oh my God, it's a totally different animal. When we say, fuck the live show, we've got premeditated production to work with. Oh, Tal's not going to bring it. I mean, that's how he trolls that man. Is I don't think Tal's ever been on a panel. With Tal, it can be funny. With haters, it's like, no, that's your downfall, is the lacking of panel while you'll chat away. If you don't notice, me and Paul are very much on the same page with that. If you got a lot of shit to chat about and you're not paneling, you're nobody. Because even I'll admit, sometimes I stay in the chat because the panel's like, no, come up here. And I'm like, well, we all know I will. That's why there's power in not. And they don't even get it. Just like Jim doesn't get this fucking weight I'm about to drop on his face that I keep stalling to add to. That's all he can do, Tommy the famous comedian. So let's talk about what all Sly can do before we get to Jim. Hey, respectable piano man, keep that Jim thing on hand for me in case I forget. Sly, my first impression of you was watching you go up on Paul for your first time. Because when we were cool, you admitted we both found Paul the same way. We both rolled in about the same time. Just you didn't know I was still watching, waiting, not even knowing yet that I was hating. I was watching and waiting, thinking I found a new ally or comrade in the whole freedom thing. I was wrong. But that's how we find our jokers. Isn't it just the way we find our jokers? You went up there to give the man props. And as much as people try and tell me I'm the only one in these streets talking over and spurging out, you went up to give Paul props. And that shit ended with a typical Paul rage rant. And you on camera, like with your old lady hand up, like just trying to tell him, no, I just wanted to say, Sly Shy, thank you. Because even as an enemy, you're beneficial to me. That's what I'm saying about Dick. He was trying to be yes man to Paul, saying, well, I think Tom was trying to set you up there. I saw how he kind of baited you in there. No, Dick. I don't set up or bait. I make working by the seat of your pants, just working with what's thrown at you. I make that look like premeditation, Dick. That's how much of a nobody you are, even like compared to that absent wife of yours that triggers you when you have to acknowledge it. Like, we all know you're married, Dick. Like, we know you're married. We know you're not lying because we also know she ain't home a lot as you not proficiently strum away at any number of guitars you might have collected that probably assists with the absence of your wife. And when you and OTW were jamming together, I use jam graciously because I give OTW some guitar props and some music props in the isness of music, but he's not highly skilled. Whenever he does his improvisational high note fucking like, you know, what we call like you just see him touching the strings like they're buttons. Yeah, man. I used to have a friend that was like a death dealer. Like, he was the reincarnation of some Nordic Viking badassery. And he looked like Slash as far as Jew hair fro, but he was tall and lean like Dritz like if a tall Dritz Duerden, dropping that name for those who know. He was like a tall human Dritz Duerden that struck fear in all who crossed him and didn't know him, as his Jufro carried the very stern, quiet, scary face. And if you were lucky enough to be a brotherhood with that man like I was, you knew there was aspects like he wouldn't hurt a fly, like he was allergic to bee stings and would let summertime bees walk on him just out of the display of like harming not unless one fucks around and wants to find out. I watched that man bounce at our local bar. He would take a fight between two men and just move that fight out the front door. They're still punching each other in the face. They're not hitting him in fear of what they'll both get if they did. And they're still just punching each other in the face as he moves them out the door and the bar continues. That's how badass he was. I forget which one of you was taking shit on that reference, but fuck you all the same. Was it Sly Shy? God. Oh no, I was saying he would take the thing OTW thinks he's doing and he'd do it masterfully as if he was Slash himself. He liked Guns N' Roses, among typo, a lot of good bands. Don't you dare walk up and call him Slash. But he looked like Slash. We all knew it. As a friend, respectfully, you could acknowledge it. But one of my little street skater buffoons, that I can tell countless stories of his fails, he saw that I was friends with that scary man and thought he could just walk up and be like, "What's up, Slash?" I dove between those people as his street skater friend. I said, "Adam, no! It's not what you think. We ain't cool like that, baby. Just because we like wax curbs together. You can't walk up and disrespect this man." I had to work just to get in and call back. Oh my God, Tom's quite the storyteller. That was one of the first married couples to privately say, "Hey, Tom, you know, we're like openly pagan, witchcrafty. Everyone in this town knows us just because we walk on the street together." They're one of the first couples to offer me a spot as that third dick, because they also had a term they coined called the Tommy cock. They never saw it because I respectfully declined on the basis of, hey, we good friends. I, as one of the people everyone knows in this town is like, wow, the first time he did ecstasy, two lesbians took that dick upstairs in front of the whole party. And then some people saw what happened just because there wasn't enough empty rooms in that house party. They said, this room's cool enough to get down in front of them, because they either rolling or tripping or drunk too. But they weren't drunk. The whole downstairs was calling for my head because they knew I was upstairs with the lesbian couple, and they were the ones mad that we all got slighted on ecstasy. We all put money in on ecstasy. It got ripped off. It didn't come through. But then my other drug friend, raver friend, comes through the front door, rolling his fucking face off, and he says, "Oh, I got a couple rolls left for sale." I was like, boom, right here. So they watched me nab the only extra option for ecstasy because I was friends with that dude. They're all drunk and mad from getting ripped off. So while I'm upstairs fucking two lesbians that will eventually be fighting with each other over who liked dick more when they sober up, comical in itself, the whole downstairs was calling for my head, while I was upstairs getting busy with people looking at my white boy ass out getting some lesbian shit. I should have saved this for London, but Benton's worthy of it. That was the same house I would sleight of hand my weed when the cops are shaking us down. Like, I sleight of handed weed behind a sofa while cops are like looking at us, shaking us down. I'm fucking deathly scared as a young man that I'm about to go to jail. If I had more faith, I wouldn't have been as scared if I had more faith in my real-time skills. But let motherfuckers tell you I ain't shit and I ain't done shit. Like, you people go back to your cult. You reference my rolling lesbian story for yourselves. Go tell him that to his face. I don't even got to be there. Just timestamp it so I can watch him. And then tell him the story about me ditching weed in front of cops. Because he went to jail or institutions because his mommy said he needled in his arm too much. And I can do that. It's not hate when I do that, because he's telling you he's your God because he did heroin, but I'm nobody, as he tries to tell you I still do meth. Listen, people, you all know I've only improved my life on meth. I've only improved my community on meth. I'm surprised I'm not still doing it. I don't know. Maybe you guys have some control over me. Like I do tell you, when I do it again, I'll tell you. But who knows? Maybe I'm avoiding it because you guys are making such a thing about it. I'm human.
Bro, I could give a fuck less about that shit, man. I mean, you do what you
What's
do,
that?
bro. I said I couldn't care less about that shit, man. You do what you do.
I know that's why you're one of the good ones, because there's a lot of people that are now cool with me because they used to hate, like Christos. Christos, I believe it was the first time I was on his stream. He even said back then, like, he was letting me talk about meth stories. Oh yeah, sure, Slash. I show your awareness as it's recorded. Like your daddy, if I cared to go back and find it, or if I accidentally come across it, he's always talking about me when I'm not there. And then saying my name is on his mouth everywhere. The only difference is I'm open about it. Yeah, I say his name everywhere. I say the same shit about him everywhere, and he still doesn't get it. But yeah, Christos was letting me tell some meth stories, and even said back then, like, yeah, but if you were on meth right now, I wouldn't have you on my stream. And then since then, he's been like, dude, all the stories you're telling, he's like, actually, I take it back. If you were on my stream on meth, I think it'd be fucking awesome. And that's how we came up with the LSD stream. It's like, well, I have a questionable potency dose someone gave me. Let's make a stream out of it. I'm still trying to keep hashtag Christos post the stream on. I don't think it's back yet.
All right, I'm still trying to watch that.
I thought he was gonna say something. Man has the screen. I thought he wanted to say something.
No, I don't have too much to say. Just hanging out.
Christos, if you bring that stream back, we can do more in the future of various substances, because that's the way Lauren and Henry have really disappointed me. Is I believe I said it on that interview, but I was like, dude, if you want to do like a women's show where I come on live and dose myself with date rape drug just to describe what's happening to me so women can recognize it, because you have less time as a woman when you're drinking alcohol at a bar. Like I can take date rape drug, the one they call G, but I forget the science chemistry name of it. I can take that by itself, and I've got like, I don't know, 15 to 20 minutes to feel it come over me and acknowledge what's happening and talk about it. But if you combine that with alcohol, not only does it increase the danger it poses to you, both for losing your consciousness of what's going on and possibly taking your life, but you have less time to know it's coming and recognize that's what's happening on alcohol. Because before you know it, like on alcohol, when you're already drunk, no sooner are you thinking, wait, I think something's wrong, then you're already going to enter into the realm of, you can't tell people this man, you don't want this man to take you home safely because he's lying and he's playing you, and the bar is going to let it happen if they don't know you've been dosed. So I said, hey, do you want to like do that? And Henry had a little bit of issue with, I got to look into YouTube policy to see if we could even stream something like that. And I said, on those grounds, I could throw you some code words that we're all using and we know what I'm doing, but YouTube won't. And on top of that, that person I don't slander as much as Paul still avoids talking to me not on stream. And Henry respectfully was just like, well, now our plate's full ever since she did that 4 million subs live show. which you don't see Mr. Don't even get me started on between Paul and her. It's laughable. I covered it last night a little bit. But yeah, man, their plate's so full, they're just pushing a lot of shit to the side. But the difference is Henry respectfully talks to me straight up about it. Which brings us back to kick out the lame. I didn't forget you, despite I know Rob held that marker for me. But this is the holy timing that you would be chatting again as the story comes back around to your issue, you fool. You buffoon. So kick out the gym. Just like your daddy, just like your cult leader that you bought into. Here's the story you missed on the panel I can't remember that I talked about in one. And the significance is kick out the gym. There was 3 times between Paul himself, Moose himself, and some random panel that one of them might have been present on that I was giving the opportunity for them to hear this straight from me. And I think I did reveal it here on Benton or someplace I respect. But you guys keep acting like that's your inside joke. That you guys played us all, that just because you were triggered along with your father, that you were being called a cult by said show I was just talking about. Because listen, yeah, she labeled you a cult to try and play it up that Jack Talcott was a cult member, as he's shown after his no, Sly Shy, stop, old lady. Just like Jim, you're just making yourself look stupid. And I can say it as the stepbrothers at the job interview, like you're just coming off as stupid. Only you're the stepbrothers in this situation, Sly Shy. You are a senile old lady just like that Wiz character. Like, please, you're embarrassing yourself. If either of you have any self-respect, refrain from the keyboard fingers long enough for you to hear the information that's been on these streets that you still don't know, because it was probably during your nap time. Because I hope to God in Wizard's context, when he references his partner or his wife, I hope it's not that fat, angry nurse that's been walking around the background. I hope that's his caregiver that does show up to give him his pills and remind him where his apartment is. If that's his
Yeah,
wife,
that's a tough one, man. I've been keeping silent, but that's a tough one.
yeah, like I respect Moose's baby mama, and I can't do that for Wiz. Like that's a travesty walking around in his background. Like,
Beast of burden.
Yeah. Like I try and convince you all I want this loner life. And if that isn't proof of like what I would take loner life, if I was crying about my loner life, I'd still take it over that.
Y'all are savage.
I am, and I try and acknowledge
That's me controlling myself and intentionally being tame.
Like I'm savage because Sly Shy doesn't understand when she says you're doing a great job of doing it by yourself to yourself. No, that's what we call, and I have coined, like mom defense. Sly Shy, you're giving that grandma defense. And I even say it in the way someone with your look would do it, and it makes Paul laugh. Like Paul was laughing when I was sticking it to someone in his house, and I was giving, oh, he just mad at himself, babe. He just mad at himself. That's why he do that. And Paul, like the Z footage on my props frag video, Paul couldn't hide his pleasure of me dropping that. Because here's a secret thing that you don't even know, Sly Shy, that I don't say very much so I can facilitate me and Paul being the enemies I'll very much lean into all day. Is that motherfucker, and Moose and all his past generals will acknowledge, you can be backstage away from Sly Shy eyes, and he'll treat me respectable, like a human being. That's why the more he plays into his hate for me in this.
Well, actually, I don't think that's Wizard's lady, because I believe I've seen her on stream before, and it's a different lady.
On whose stream and from what camera or profile?
I'm pretty sure I've seen him with a lady, and it wasn't that lady.
Well, this is where I beat people on some logic, and I'm just giving you a little example of how you
No,
beat
go
some
for it.
people. Yeah, like the fact you've seen her on stream has no bearing on is that who he's been fucking and calling a partner. Like,
Oh, I
I'm
agree.
I'm
Yeah.
confused of why that travesty of a land whale would be on any of our streams. But yeah, the only way, I don't know, Wizards made a lot of reference to missing his partner, and then that implies like a gap of time he doesn't see her, which was a question in itself. Like, I don't understand where that comes from unless the
But
person is off.
well, and I see Rob left, and I don't know if that's why he left, but that's the lady we're referring to. That's an objectively hard to look at woman. I mean,
It is.
I don't think that's an insult. It's a characterization that I
Yeah, she's
believe
a
is accurate.
tragic. That's a tragic look she has.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I'm not saying this to offend anybody. It's
no,
on the
no, it
internet.
can be
It's on
offensive
the
because here's
fucking internet.
no, and I'm gonna answer Rob too. Like, you don't like fat women. No, Rob, I've it's I've pleasured fat women and shows how and it shows how I'm good at keeping secrets. Like
Yeah.
like I'll sit here now, but it's like, here's my thing with fat women. You have a clothing or a type of fat you can be that I'll always think I'm getting a boner for that. And once we're in the act, I'm always like, man, they always get me. Like, I always think I want this until I'm here. But I stand up. I'm a stand-up dick. I go through and I give them the experience back when that was happening. But I've long since learned. Like, I finally learned that lesson. I don't get tricked by I forget what they called that clothing line that is the lie of trying to squeeze you into the shape you wish you were.
Thanks.
But that's why
Yeah.
I openly will rip fat women, because it's like, that is a choice. Like, there's a thyroid thing I acknowledge as a medical condition you battle, but the way I've triggered a lot of no, it was a brand name. Like, I'll remember it here when I'm not thinking about it. I've triggered lots of fat women when I've pointed out the simple science that, like, you never starve to death looking fat. Like, your body will eat away your muscle and your fat. As long as you're getting hydrated, you will never starve to death fat. You must get to a level of Ethiopian to starve to death. So if you are unhappy with being fat, because don't get me wrong, we live in a culture where they're throwing fat in your face like these feet wizard pushing the camera. Like, somebody said public as a popular, like, famous person that they like fucking fat people. Now you can't keep fat people off of runways and flaunting their shit. It's like, sorry, just because a couple people want to fuck it, you need to, like, be careful
Well,
with
and
that.
before we move on, there are some bigger girls that I like. I'll admit to that. It's
Right,
not a
and that's
preference. It's
fine.
not a preference, but it's not going to stop me if I find the woman attractive.
Exactly, because you find it attractive, she is getting some as a fat girl and is happy being fat. That's fine. The people I trigger are the ones that are expressing that they don't want to be fat, that they say they're struggling with removing the fat. Like, I will acknowledge I struggled to put on that beefcake when I did. But the simple fact remains that triggers them. If you're fat, it's because you're failing at that uncomfortable feeling of hunger. Oh, I'm sorry, you'd rather be fat than deal with that uncomfortable feeling. Like,
Well,
there's
and
some people that are failing at the idea. They think if they're sitting down to eat, they think that means it has to end with that full feeling. Sorry, you're slapping our forefathers and who we evolved from in the face.
well, and real quick, by the way, I was with my illness when I was 125 pounds. Hell, if I got sick and lost another 10 pounds, I'm looking like I'm in a concentration camp. So,
Right.
anybody can look a certain way and get made fun of, I think.
Exactly,
That's just
because
a thing.
I came up being shamed by my own goddamn mother for being skinny. And it's like, I knew kids that wanted to be skinny, but I knew kids making fun of me for being skinny. And it's all relative. It's all about and London Man, if he's watching, he'll remember this reference. It's all about your individual experience you're getting from that skull looking outward. Like, people say, I wish I looked as young as you. I wish I was as skinny as you. And I say, be careful what you wish for. Because I'm not careful with what I wish for. I desire that struggle, that pain of not only wanting the thing that is what you didn't think it was, but once I figure out it's not what I think it is, I lean into the misery of it. And you
Well,
have
and
to
by the
deal with
way,
it.
People should
go
be
ahead,
healthy.
Pamela.
I was going to say, I think people should be healthy. I used to be 80 pounds overweight, like a size 14. And several years ago, a lady confused me for being pregnant. And that was the last time that happened. And, you know, I made steps to make, you know, a size 14 be a size 2 and have never went back. But it's definitely, a lot of it's a choice. And a lot of these people are like eating food instead of like dealing with their emotional issues. It's sad.
Thank you, Pamela. And that just goes along with all our comical meth accusers and our meth referencers. They know, I've said it a million times. I know motherfuckers. Well, I don't know them personally, but you've all seen on shows. There's people you gotta cut a section of roof off and crane their fat asses out of their fucking houses. And you don't say, oh, hello, Mrs. Hamburger. Hello, food, to trigger them. And you think I have a problem with meth? Like, you need food to survive, and you can still have a problem with it. And you guys got nothing more than to greet me with meth after you were unblocked. And you knew that's why you were blocked. I wasn't as triggered by it as much as I wanted to clean up the chat so I could catch more chat. So first, we can just toss out everyone that only chats meth. Now I'm referencing to more people I respect, as their shit doesn't stream past me as fast when we dispose of all that worthless meth reference. Because like your daddy stole from me, none of you know meth had I not said it myself. And
I
that
think,
also
Tommy,
hurt.
a lot of the meth stuff people are coming at you with is probably based on family members that maybe they've had negative experience with it, and they're kind of projecting those type of things. I don't think it's personal.
Hey, Sly Shy, why would you give her props for taking care of herself? Is it because you see how you don't do that? Because we're all seeing right now that you and Jack are very cult ingrained. Like, you were there same time as me, and it's ingrained in you. Like, you're sitting here defending him, talking for him. You sat on Larry's stream, and we couldn't get you to shut up explaining to me how Paul thinks. And now you see you were wrong back then. Like, Larry was being quiet, Moose was being quiet, Nubs was being quiet, as we were all sitting there like, Sly Shy, respectfully, I'm here to not be where Paul is, and we don't want to hear you explain for Paul in a way that shows you still miss him, because you were there as an outcast of Paul's cult, and it's still in you, girl. Like, you're an old lady that still abides by that dude. Like, I can sit here and explain why I am a spaz inherently from my school days, why I was a D&D comic book place, and I can acknowledge to a Pamela, I think that's why they see their meth references, not just because I admit it, but because, yeah, I am a spaz. I've met new friends in person that so get me that I'm like, hey, I'm going to look like I'm on speed, but I'm excited to meet you, and I'm going to rattle off like a valley girl that talks too much. And then as they continue their friendship, they'll be, hey, I see that. I see how you've chilled out, and I'm flattered that you were that excited to meet me, the way I'm flattered and excited to hear Pamela and London Man and other people explain what Sly Shy doesn't get. And it's sad that, like, in the middle of explaining how she's wrong about me, we see that Kick Out the Gym is that bitch not showing you proof of how I'm still going to own you on this cult thing. I don't get it out because we go on to things I'm more interested in talking about. But goddamn, Sly Shy, I only acknowledge like the wrongs black people were put through in older generations through people like you and Joe Cool. Like, you guys want to come out here and talk about a racism alive and well, and like, I can dispel that your classic idea of racism is no more. If it's still happening, it's in the Ukraine. But at the same time, I show how black people were gullible, susceptible to it, and still are through you and Joe Cool today. You guys are cold as fuck to a white man.
Hey, is Tom still here? Tommy, we lost your audio, I think.
Yeah, it went quiet.
Yeah, thank you. I'm back.
I
And
thought my internet went bad or something.
see, this is the thing. People are always asking me if I see stuff on screen, and so I'll look at that point. But like, especially with this other way I have to watch comments, I just hold the phone to my mouth. And that's why I tell people to feel free to respectfully change my audio. Because sometimes I've got the phone held up like this, not even looking at it like a microphone. And then sometimes I am tentatively looking at it and further from it. So yeah, my volume changes. But yeah, the proof that black people are gullible as individuals and buy into shit and are stupid is Sly Shy and Joe Cool buying into that cult. They are still currently cult, as Sly Shy is showing us. But Paul is racist in the ways he thinks he's cucking to black people. Well, he doesn't know he's cucking to black people and leaning into the woke culture, but he's also being a way that if he does ever acquire the fame that he tries to say he has now, I'll just drop in that fame what the woke will need to see about him, and then that will stop that fame. Because last night I even told him, I said, what was it I didn't explain? There was something I didn't explain. Oh, I haven't explained the Michelle Spaghetti stuff yet. There's Michelle Moretti, Mom Spaghetti, vomit on her sweater already, Mom Spaghetti. Michelle Moretti, yeah. I like Michelle, but it's only because she is a female that I played in my fucking Which Way Is Up undercover style. Like, that bitch told me everything I need to know about Paul that her and Paul still try and deny. Like, she doesn't try and deny it. She runs from me and doesn't panel and is careful about what she chats, because one day it's going to have to come out that she was the key to a lot of shit Paul can never get over on anyone, because she is in these streets. She's playing that game, and she fucked up trying to do her little spy versus spy shit. I saw it from a mile away. I played her. I still like her for being a good sport, and I like her for running from me. That only acknowledges more and more the shit I'm saying. But the details, that's just a nuke I'm saving to drop on him whenever I said last night, I said, no, you keep asking Paul because you're concerned. He keeps coming at me with, why do you keep saying Michelle? Because he knows why. He knows why I won't explain Michelle the same way he runs at the idea of it being his next let the dead bury the dead situation. And you got to be cult or old school to know what let the dead bury the dead situation is. And since Paul already knows that and it's public, I might entertain that on London Man if he wants to know it. Because if they ever give London Man any trouble as that cult shit they were doing every channel they could get on, yeah, I will go hands for London Man. I will send lead anagorically in these streets. I'll go to task for London Man's channel, because if he's gonna respect me and give me a spotlight, he's running the risk of getting on that radar. And so I'll defend that channel at all costs, even with my fake news show. Chuck in Tennessee, the cult kind of repair work. You was told LADT night. You don't know what you're talking about. So does that make it true, Sly Shy? Because your cult did their typical strategy of speaking the narrative they want you to believe, which you show you believe? I'm sorry, do I have to finish that sentence? This is what I'm saying about these screets. The fact the chat is not laughing you away is a thing in itself. He made it like, okay, Sly Shy, enough of this. Come on up. Look, if you feel like that's power, Sly Shy, think what you want. But you're like oblivious, old lady. And because I know Benton will facilitate the fair back and forth, come on up. And even if you don't come up, you're still doing the choice of showing everyone you're going to not choice. So I just need to vocalize, come on up, Sly Shy. And that's just for people to see whether you do or don't. But if you do, you're going to hurt your old lady feelings. And Benton, I noticed you said some real quick and hesitantly cut in. I'm only on a roll here because I'm going into that mode of covering for you, but feel free to cut me off if you want to join back in or cut me off.
Oh, you're good, bro. Appreciate it.
And while I'm on that note, I'll cover vocally some more of what we were cool on yesterday. But I guess I'll cover this for chat and lurkers.
Mr. Unslaved in the house.
Of course he is. I summoned him. That's the
Greetings,
power I have.
Ben. So, Ben, I just wanted to know, how do we get together and allow me to maybe produce for you sometimes here and there?
See, he's doing what I told you. He said it last night.
Like so far, I got Yurt, Jack, and a few
Yeah,
others.
and
who
they
allowed
know
me to
that
be
you-
co-host with their stream, right on StreamYard.
And why? And why are you going through all this trouble, Paul? Why
Well,
are
I
you
just want to
clutching for
produce
power?
for everyone.
Yeah, why are you clutching for power like a Lewinsky
No, I just
blowbang?
want to produce for everyone. I want to
No,
make
you're a
these shows
Lewinsky
better.
blowbang.
Excuse me?
You've joined the ranks of Lewinsky blowbangs. You're a fucking whore.
Well, Tom's not going to let me answer that, I don't think, while he's
No,
here.
go ahead.
but,
No, you're respectful, Benton. You let this
well,
happen.
actually, Paul, he did have the keys at one point, but then I gave them to Drew before me and Drew fell out. So yeah, we can talk about that, Paul.
Perfect.
Yeah, as long as you don't do what Paul does last night that he always does, we can sit here and talk, Paul.
Yeah, when I get those keys, you won't be up here anymore. Not when I'm here.
Everyone knows. I know that. Everyone knows that. That's the point. You're a Lewinsky blowbang. Oh, is that one of those references you don't get? Like when Flow State referenced Ninja Turtles and you still didn't get it? Like how long
Hey, I'm
were you
going in the house, so I'm not
institutionalized?
going to hear anything you say from here on out, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
No, you're running, faggot. Benton knows I can say that and his channel's fine. And you know that too. That's why you make a big deal about it.
Well, Paul, I think he noticed that I said I'm trying to foster an environment where both of you can contribute.
No,
without
I noticed that,
necessarily,
but he doesn't believe you. That's why he's sitting here threatening his Lewinsky blowbang shit. Let's get it the fuck on, Paul. You ain't shit. And you're the only one that doesn't realize it yet. You ain't shit, Paul. You're not famous. You're not gonna be. You say you're coast to coast over not even a class reunion of people. Like, what do you got, you sad little boy? I was playing you like a fiddle last night. Now you want more. And we just let the silence wash over. Hey, you see that picture you're using, Paul? That's a mask. Not only is it a mask, it's what I told you I was doing back when you were hating on me. I said, Paul, I show up as characters, and according to the character that shows up, I'll do that for your show. And then you kicked me and started trying to do that. You're nobody, Paul. You're not going to be anybody. I've gone to panels nobody knows about. I say, hey, you want to see this cool video that Carl made about this guy I hate? And they say, and I describe it, and they go, oh no, we don't want to see it. We hate that guy. And they don't know who you are, but your description, they're like, we don't want to see that. And then with the London Man video, I went to a panel where they love me. They don't call me a meth head, even though they know I used to do meth. I said, do you want to see a video where this guy gives props and showcases / spotlights the side of me you never see here because I like you guys. And the host watched it like by himself for a minute, and he goes, listen, I'm not going to show that. He goes, I like you. I respect what you were doing there, but all those people in the video, like, I hate them. I don't like what I see of those people so far. And they didn't even show the video in a sense of liking me, Paul. Now, you ask a lot of questions, and then you backstage and you say a lot of answers to the things you won't let me answer. So in this neutral area where you don't have your blow bang powers, answer some questions yourself, Paul. Why do you fucking suck, and why do you think you don't suck? Like, look at that comment on the screen, Paul. I loved sitting there at meth hours after you streamed all day. You sat there all night trying to figure out if Tao was me or other people that openly don't like you. And it's like, I already convinced the Mrs. 333 lady that I respect. I had to convince her or somebody else that I indeed have no other profiles. I might change my name and my picture while still openly being like, guys, it's me. And I don't have to turn my camera on and wink, because that's the action of a man lacking in awareness, that you would turn your camera on and wink to this crowd like they're all in on it. When I summoned you by openly talking about what a piece of shit nobody child you are, and you think you're going to come Lewinsky blowbang here? I mean, you could, but it would just make me sad that everything me and Benton have built like stand-up men, that he would throw that away like that. He's already giving you monthly fiat, and you can't respect that, much less show up and like not try and Lewinsky blowbang this fucking spot. Your thoughts, worthless panel visitor. Like, I love how me and your dad are hitting it off once he got a few words from me that wasn't you speaking for me. Like, you revealed a lot, Paul, whenever you were on Jack's stream with your dad. I mean, that's the same place that you spurged out over your daddy issues and ran away, and Jack didn't capitalize in a long game sense on that. But it's funny that you showed there how much you have described me to your father, making me your granddaddy, I guess, maybe an uncle. But yeah, man, I have to fight through your dad's premonition, his premeditated description of me. And it only works, Paul. I work with whatever I got because I'm a motherfucking servant of God. But to watch me getting through to him after you had time to privately put all your ducks in a row for defense, it really shows how nobody you are in the grand scheme of our little me Joker, you not Batman thing. Sorry, that's not a question. I was just pointing that out for my lovers and haters, because it's all the same. Came in alone. I have friends, but I'm here alone. I'll die alone. What do you got for us? You got to talk in the voice that goes with that picture? Or are you going to not live up to like what it takes to discipline, do this game? And you're also not a broadcaster. I just let you say that so I can see who copies it from you and what each of you think that means as you throw it up as what you do and what I can't do. It's ridiculous. Your thoughts?
I think he's away from the mic there, Tommy.
Oh, he wants us to think he's away, but really he's feeling a little evasive. He's wondering, what do I do here? If I leave, they'll say I run. If I say something, I got nothing, because he's kind of, oh no, I know what you should do, Paul. You should do what you do all the time in this situation, as I've referenced before. It's the end of 8 Mile. I've said everything anyone could say about you or myself. We've handed you the mic. It's your turn. The beat has started. The crowd of melanin people is tentatively watching. Just repeat it back. Raise your arms in victory, and then come back next week and do that again, because that's all you've ever done. And I judge the viewers by what they know of us, how long they've been here, and what they say about us according to that. just like your cult people that have removed the cult name. And you had a couple, I don't know if you were here yet for it, because I know there's the time span that one of your cult followers has to be in the chat. They have to see that I'm there, hear that I'm talking about you, contact you, and then fucking wait for you to show up, because that's what's been happening for months. As you say, you have no crowd, have no following, have no leadership. And look at this boomer displaying his lack of awareness, and he's one of your early ones, Paul. That's RT. I had to remember why I hate him and where I hate him from. He's one of the OGs, Paul, and he's still showing up here like Sly-Shy, completely unaware of what they've been involved in. And while you say I don't have power, and I'll agree that this isn't power that I'm doing, it is a thing of, like, fuck around and find out as you step to more game than you even know you're involved in. This is game, Paul. Like, had I continued in with that military police thing I was removed from by way of Sky Daddy, I would have been detective. Find me a hater that denies that. Like, the shit you won't say because you're so caught with your pants down with me, don't tell me I wouldn't have made detective. Because as I use you, Paul, to buddy up with my local beat cops by reading their eyes and body language, like, there's this moment of honesty in that approach question. Oh, Yellow Cake, Paul is being quiet for the same reason you're my not required but self-acknowledged follower. Like, that's why he's being quiet. The thing that makes you be my follower and contact me privately, that same thing is why he's shutting the fuck up. He's going to act like he walked away, as if he can't hear this from every position in that trailer. I've got an apartment. I can constantly say, hey, I'm gone, but I'm still listening. I'm over here in the kitchen. I'm still listening. Yeah, he hears this. And this is the best thing he can do, is shut the fuck up. Because if he was cutting me off, talking me over me, not only does he display how much of a child with father issues he is, but he would be blowing his chance to Lewinsky blowbang in this aspect. Like, he spent last night buying into my playing him like a fiddle, just playing along with it, even though he doesn't know. And that exploited witness and some others who agreed with him. But he had the nerve to say he was going to go to Yurt, where Yurt was the first one to make me unable to backstage. I don't give a fuck who's running Yurt, because all I acknowledge is Yurt isn't paneling because me. Yurt leaves chats once I see he's there because me. Because the last time I saw him, he tried to talk about how I'm his favorite and he loves me. And I said, then why are you the first to totally ban me from backstage, you fake fucking motherfucker? You deleted 3 channels, mostly because of me. I exploited your current channel for deleting those and acting like you're new to all this. Yeah, the reason I show up on the Spotlight video talking like this, sound like Yurt, is because I deleted my channels and then I pretend I'm new to all this, so I can act like a historian that's studying you all, except I come up in the stories. Like I was telling you, Tom, tell this story because I don't know. I'm just the host. Oh, yeah, Yurt, this story, it's going to have you in it. So you look stupid saying you don't know. And I got you just as hard, Paul. I've got nukes I haven't dropped on you yet. And you're quiet already without them. And if you can spare yourself that, as in spare yourself the experience of being stronger and developing from dealing with those nukes, I'll never drop them on you. If you just cuck the fuck out whenever I grab you by the forearm in YouTube, don't look like a cracker crazy. Like, do what you're supposed to do. Get with the bitches and be out. Like, do you know what rap album that's from? Because you probably don't. And Snafu fucking dropping laughing Zoomer hieroglyphics in the chat. It can only be in 2 wrong contexts. Oh, Chuck in Tennessee saying hello snaps. There is a million ways to go with that. But the fact that, like, Snafu shows up places, talks superior over me, and acts like everyone likes him, it's not only laughable, but the people that do like him only fail at any progress they'd ever get with me, which is where the value is compared to Snafu. God damn, it's like I've got so much long game, full circle awareness of life in these streets that sometimes I got to stop just because there's too many choices of what to do with it, what recipe to make with all these components. Let's check on that silence though. See, Paul, they all know you're there, man. That's why you turn the camera on and wink. See, Venus Cupcake is right. Like, their name is Cupcake based on Snafu bringing his bullshit terminology into these streets. But yeah, the Cupcake named person is acknowledging like, hey, Snafu, people hate you. And that's also why Yurt is failing, because Yurt was the first panel to allow me, like, the open neutral platform I'm given right now to fuck Paul in his ear hole like he doesn't know he gets so often, whether he's here or not. Same fucking of the ear hole, because he can watch it after the fact when it's a recording and still feel my Chris Strokes proportions just plugging him in the wax place. But yeah, Yurt was the first person to give me fair passage to defend against these unwarranted claims Snafu still makes. And now he's like a Snafu supporter. Like, it blows my mind how fucking stupid Yurt is. And all that shit was true when I said Yurt reminds me of two of my lunch table friends combined together as one. And when Yurt described that way he can get, where like when he gets mad or whatever, he turns into this like beastie rage thing. I acknowledge that. I see that in him. But in these streets and physically, like Paul, they just don't understand. They can't hold a candle to this shit. They were never in my league. I was fucking undercover to Paul in a endearing context before I even knew I was gonna legit fucking hate him. And I'm waiting for him to be here to acknowledge I very much hate you, Paul. As a human being, I can take you physically. I can take you with devices, and you are free to tell your cult all you want that that's not true.
Yeah, I actually don't care. You're the one who desperately needs power over me. You're a non-factor in my life.
So you have this opportunity, and you're just going to do the same old bit.
Yeah, there's no bit. You desperately want to do a bit where people believe you for whatever you're ranting, and I just won't play into it. You're a sad little man.
Projection. You are desperately describing me the way you desperately want these people to believe, and I've been sitting here showing them it's not true, and you have the nerve to still play it.
No one cares, Tom.
No, you care.
I really don't.
They don't care. They don't care in the sense of the way they used to be like, can Talcott era just end? And you kept the Talcott era going, even when your cult was speaking against it. Now they're tired of me versus you. I've shown them through that country of England that it can be different, and you just won't allow it because you're desperately clutching to something you don't know isn't power. This isn't fame. It's not power. And a lot of your haters that I don't like are still right. Like me and CBO, we ain't cool, but you'll see him back off whenever he knows I can handle what he can't handle, because I'll acknowledge CBO can't handle you. But I'll sit there and juggle you both, as everyone saw me do. And you don't even know what to do. You'll sit there and play my line of like, yeah, me and Tom know how to be respectful enemies. I let you have that day, but it's not true. You ain't shit, Paul. You don't know how to be a respectful enemy, as you showed last night. You got to backstage me and roll a few more blunts because you know you can't handle what comes when you ain't got your power to defend with. Where I got you, Paul, is not just in the neutral battleground, but I can be at a loss. I always say, don't give me that wrench. Don't play me your favorite, because I can't promise you I will be. I gave Yellow Cake fair warning. Like, listen, girl, I respect what you're saying. Don't come at me like we cool because you agree, because you don't know how long that's going to be true. And she stuck it out, and I'm seeing, hey, I think she's right. I think she gets it because she's still there. You got a lot of people. Like, this is where I disagree with Jackie, Paul. She was trying to say, oh, we're all family. We all keep coming back. Wrong. Wrong. I got a fucking ebony monolith wall on my house where I engrave the names of the people I miss and have lost to the unslaved fucking bullshit. Rest in peace or missing in action. Shout out to Harlow. Harlow got it, man. Harlow got it, and that's why he's gone. Harlow said it before I got to say it. I wanted to say, listen, guys, I know I'm the heel over here. You guys know who I respect, who I don't like. But the way I've always pictured this is when I find myself doing a year or two of hermit alone with his sky father in the middle of nowhere, I'd still like to think I'll have Starlink that whenever I'm feeling a little too much hermit and Sky Daddy's like, yeah, you need a little human interaction, go for it. I was still going to come back to your house, Paul. And Harlow was the first one to say that. And the ironic thing about my missing in connection with Harlow is for all the months you lied and tried to say you never read my emails, even though you show you miscount them. And I had already proved that you do indeed read them and you didn't let it change anything like your cult didn't. After all those months of that bullshit, you brought Harlow's email live on the screen, not even nefariously. You said, Harlow, if you don't mind, buddy, I won't do this if you don't want me to. But you wrote me such a good email that I want to show it to everybody to show how much I appreciate you. And in typical Paul sense, you went from that experience, you turned around, you fucking ran him off forever, and he's never been back. So tell us how great you are, you fucking Lewinsky blowbang. Tell us why you think you're good. Come in here and take Yurt's channel, take Benton's channel, and the only one I care to do something about is Benton's. But I also care so much, I don't think I have to do a damn thing. Take a drag, roll another one, because I've never knocked on you for the weed, but it does affect you. And the time I agreed with you is one time you speculated, I wonder if I'll feel different if I did stop weed. As a guy that's done everything and stopped everything, I guarantee you, you'll feel different. First time I stopped weed after doing weed for a long time, I was going around like after that, where you know it's out of your system, you know you have no, you never have to touch it again if you want. That level of sober, I was telling my friends, I feel like I'm on a whole new drug. Like I was doing various party substances for so long that once I sobered up, it's like, wow, this feels like a drug in itself. It's like I know where I left everything. So what do you got for us, Paul?
Well, Tommy, I don't think he's going to take the channel, but maybe he wants to come. I can't speak for Paul, but he might want to just hang out a bit before he goes and does his thing.
I think there's a lot of time Paul does want to hang out, and that's the same situation he puts me in, and he deserves this. Sometimes I do just want to hang out. And sometimes Paul just wants to hang out. But because no one calls him Batman and everyone knows and acknowledges I'm that Joker, filter or not, neither of us really get to hang out, with the exception of respectable people that highlight me and showcase me and give me that place. And you, Benton, you do give me a place here to hang out. And with that freedom I appreciate, he has that opportunity to show up. So it's his opportunity to see that you let me just hang out. And he's trying to come be an agent of chaos in that. Just like that my favorite trans stripper last night.
Sitting on his couch.
Yeah, this is fucking street cred.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure he's doing these things that you're saying. You know, I'm trying to go with the premise here, Tommy, but I'm not sure.
Hold on, Benton. I give you a lot of.
I'm trying not to get in the middle here. I'm trying not to.
No, you're not in the middle. You're digressing your own intelligence. Let's be real, Benton. If you've known Paul long enough that you are a monthly contributor,
oh God, here we go.
This is. You know how many channels are gonna want to see this? Like me, no name, no picture from the screen I'm looking at. Sorry if there's a picture, but it doesn't matter. They know this voice. The fact that abused, like scared little boy is now just sitting on his couch quiet when he should have been to a number of other panels he's been owned on. The fact he goes from recent last night to this, it's the most verification any cult member could ever have. I mean, I don't need the verification. I've been trying to reach you people. Like the only emotion and triggering I've had in these streets is the plebs who aren't getting it, no matter what I say. Like, Paul, you have been part of that. When you do pop in and say, hey, kick him, I'll never forget the first time on Yurt. Like, I thought Yurt was the Benton. And you showed, like, you assist me, Paul, in revealing people for me. When you showed up and said, hey, Yurt, I'm sick of hearing this guy, throw him in the backstage. And I might have been mid-sentence like, oh, Paul, not.
Hey, Benton, I'm sick of hearing this guy loop and ramble about his jealousy for me. Could you put him backstage for a minute?
Oh, Paul, you're not
We
listening.
could have a conversation because it's like it's just insanity. It doesn't go.
No,
anywhere.
he knows I'll shit.
So
Hey,
jealous
Benton,
and envious,
ask me to
doesn't
let
stop
Paul
my
speak.
name in his mouth.
Yeah, that basically I'll request that Tommy lets me have a chat with Paul. That's what'll end up happening.
And he gets that, Paul. See
Yeah.
how adults do things when they're not stuck in your little fun house?
Right. When he
When-
gives me the keys, I'm going to throw you out when I come over here. He can yell at me.
But that can't empower you. It can only hurt Benton now.
No,
Like,
it doesn't
you've
hurt
heard
Benton.
enough to know
People
that,
love
you don't
Benton.
get it.
They hate you.
Do
That's
they?
the difference. People like Benton. They hate you.
But they like me and Benton because they've seen us be real guys with an issue and watched us resolve that. And they
No,
don't
you're
like
using
you
Benton like you use everyone to get a fucking soapbox to do your bid on.
projecting.
And because
Because
he
you
wants
have a
people to
soapbox
pick
and
up
you're
the slack
still
'cause he doesn't
using
want to
people.
talk for hours. He lets you fucking ramble and all of us observe you in your insanity.
These people know if they think I'm insane, just like they know if I think, fuck.
You're constantly talking about me in this cult. It's insane.
Yeah, I do. I know. I acknowledge
It's a
that. But see, you're
fixation. You're
using.
obsessed.
Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking over him. Benton. Let me know when it's my turn.
Oh, I don't know when it's your turn. I have no idea.
No,
but,
you do because you're hosting this. You're choosing whether I'm here or not. I was only rambling to cover for your break.
Bro,
Now I'm going
nobody-
back to Benton's channel mode.
Nobody listens to me over here when
Yeah,
when
they
we're
do.
paying.
They like you, Benton. See, you're letting him get in your head. They do like
I'm
you.
not. No, I'm not letting anybody get in my
Okay.
head.
Well, yeah, he did say that they like you, and he's not in your head. But he's not in any panel member's head right now, but he's still showing what he thinks he is. Let's do
Can I
this,
have-
Paul. This is
Can I
progress.
have
right here.
some?
This is good.
Can I have some internet friends, Tom? Would that be okay?
Yeah, I'm telling you, you can have all the internet friends you want, but my true to life friendship that also got
Benton, who
the
would you
same.
trust more in any situation, me or Lumatami?
Oh,
I
this is
can't.
getting
I can't answer.
You won't
that.
answer that. Okay, we all know what the answer is. That's okay.
Yeah, we all know what you're doing, though. The same way you said
Yeah,
God
establishing
and
you're a non-credible
He's talking
individual.
over me.
Pretty much everyone here would trust me in any situation more than you because, well, you're you and I'm me. See how that works?
No, we see how it works, Paul. We see how I sat here describing what you do before you got here, and now you showed up to do it in front of everyone. So, like I said, everything is good. I can work with anything you give me.
I
and
don't
when
want to
you-
work with you or give you anything. I just want to watch you descend more and more into madness and make a fool of yourself on the metaverse day after day.
See, you're not understanding the English language. Like before you got here, and I said I can work with what I got by servitude to God. That means everything in life, from
Yeah, I don't
bullets.
care.
Yeah, we know you don't care because
No one
that's the
cares.
loss.
No
That's
one
it. You
cares
take an
about your
L
story
every
and
time
walk.
you say that.
You're meaningless and useless to most people. No one cares about your story and walk. Very few people, like 2 people down there, and they're usually some of the more inadequate folks in the chat. It's like 2 to 3 people in every room identify with you, and they're usually loser failures who can't make up their own mind one way or the other on what reality is. So
Okay,
that's
so
it.
Paul, I want to tell you the other thing that makes me sad. And this is being fucking, what's the word you try and throw in my face? Not genuine. What's the other word for genuine that you used to say?
Authentic.
Authentic, yes. Now, here's the thing. Authentic is not chosen by the outlooker. Like, the person must be authentic, and they can tell you they're being authentic. But just because you think authentic is when you're pleased with your interaction with someone, that's not authentic.
See, Yellow
Like,
Cake doesn't get it. She says, if you got my number, you use it and hit on me. Well, number one, I know plenty of married women, and I don't hit on them.
No, you do. You've done that on your panel. You are a fucking asshole to married people. Even
Like
Flow
who?
State, like I
Like
pointed
who?
out last night.
Like who?
I
Like who?
called Flow
No,
State
like
out last
who?
night.
No, like who?
I'm explaining it and you're talking over me.
If
You're
happily
remedial,
married,
Paul.
If you're happily married, why do you care about me hitting on you on a broadcast? That embarrasses me, not you.
Are you talking to me or Yellow
I'm
Cake?
talking
We're gonna
to whoever you're talking about. If someone's happily married, first of all, why would I want her number? You have her number for some odd reason. I don't want her number. I wouldn't take it if she gave it to me.
You're
The woman
spiraling,
down
Paul.
there, she says you have her number and she wouldn't give it to me. I don't want it. I don't want to talk to her. She's insane. I've seen
I know
enough
this
of
is
her.
your
And I wouldn't
shortcoming.
need to hit on her because A, she's insane, and B, she's married. If she's happily married and I hit on her, what's the difference? She's happily married. It makes me look bad.
Wow, man. Like last night, Paul, when I played you like a fiddle, you thought I
I
said
got
that
news for you too, lady down there. The odds that you're happily married are like slim to none because you're constantly in this chat. So neither are you happy in your relationship. I'd bet.
Yellow Cake, pretend that I'm a Jedi with a hood and I'm saying, do it. Make it happen. Supply the footage. Chat away, girl. You're no longer Padawan. Now you're in these streets.
More mystical bullshit nonsense. More illusions.
Are you talking shit on Pamela? Don't be talking
More
shit on Pamela.
illusions. I wasn't talking about
You
Pamela.
wasn't talking to me.
I've hit on
Oh, I
Pamela
heard the
before as
mystical.
well.
Sorry,
Pamela
I got a
has very
little
large
strong there.
breasts, and she seems
Oh,
to
now
get
he's
it, okay?
Oshia-ing.
Yes.
No,
yes. No, shut
Paul,
up.
you have to
Dave.
excuse
I'd
me.
rather
I
hit
had
on
just
Pamela
said
than talk to you. If that is the choice to hit on
he's gonna
married
talk
women
to
or
me.
talk to you, I'd hit on married women all day, every day. Are you married?
No, you
Pamela?
do
I
hit
wanna
on married
you.
women.
Okay,
You've
okay.
digressed
Number one,
marriage.
I'm not,
He
I don't
doesn't
have.
even know what he's said
Shut
on
up,
panel. He's
Slade. We
ridiculous.
don't care about you. Go ahead, Pamela.
No, not go ahead and Pamela.
I
Pamela,
just
I
wanted
was
to
just
say
let it
describing.
play out, Tom. Let it play out.
I can't talk with Tommy talking.
No, I thought you were defensive that I brought you in, but it was the
No,
mystical
Tommy
thing. I said I'd
good, but
defend the
let me
London
say what I
place.
gotta say.
Addled energy. He's insane.
Hold- Okay, Pam, before you talk to him, just have Paul answer this. Do you know who
No,
Pamela
I don't.
co-hosts for?
I
Hold on,
don't.
Pamela. Hold on. Trust me.
It's just he can't
Paul,
let anybody have
do
any
you know
interaction.
who?
This is why
Paul,
you don't
you're
come
gonna
on
get
my
to
panel.
talk, but this is
why
this
you
is
don't come
wholly
on my
experiment,
panel.
Paul.
Because you can't shut the fuck up and not make it about you. You want me to hit
Once
on
again,
you, not
projecting.
Pamela. You
Once
want
again,
me to
projecting.
hit on you,
He
not
doesn't know
Pamela.
who you are, Pamela. Take it away.
Let me just say I've been on Paul's panel. Paul's always been respectful to me. Yeah, there's comments about my breasts, but they're kind of out there. I'm used to that.
Right.
He's been
Agreed.
very respectful, and I want to say that Paul's content got me out of a 3-year stagnation of making my own YouTube channel. And if it wasn't for his content, like I wouldn't even have a channel today.
Another
because-
life-changing
Okay,
story.
respectfully,
every
Pamela.
time-
Respectfully,
Shut up,
Pamela.
Shut
Let
this
me
Pamela.
Slave up. He can't get out of his own way.
Let me say
Every
something
time we
else.
turn a corner with someone up here, they got another
No,
story.
we're getting
How
in
I-
London's
how
way. I
touch
just
them
need a
in
simple
good
question
way
before
and
she
change their
speaks
life.
further.
Let me
You
say one more
angry little
thing.
bitter jealous slave. You don't have that.
Paul,
Shut
do
up,
you
Tommy.
remember when you did the Jack Talcott challenge and you told him to scream like every
Right, I
day? And
remember
he
that,
gave. I started my challenge on my channel and all my bullshit on that day, and he gave up on himself, but I didn't. And so, no matter what's going on with you and Tommy, like I like Tommy too. I don't like see both of you guys are creators within your own rights, so I don't like seeing all this bullshit. But
Wait,
like,
Tommy's a creator? No, he's not. He has no channel. He has no content. He's never done anything.
Pamela,
He's never created
respectfully.
anything. He's never
Pamela.
affected anyone in a positive way.
Pamela.
I see good in everybody.
Pamela, respectfully,
Slave down there,
please.
right? He loves me,
Pamela!
but he's hating on me, right?
He
Pamela,
definitely
I
loves
need
you.
you, Pamela. I need you to not talk while Paul answers one question to acknowledge all this.
I'm
'Cause
not
I hear what you're
answering.
saying.
I'm not answering.
No, I know you won't. Paul.
I know, and you
Who
keep
does-
running reverse psychology on me. It never works.
No, I've never ran
You're
reverse
horrible
psychology.
at
You
it.
look
It never
stupid saying
works.
that. Paul.
You speak with
Paul.
this smug affect. We know you're full of shit. You try to do reverse psychology to get me to act, and I don't never follow. And it just grinds.
Who
your
does
gears
Pamela
that you
co-host
can't
for?
manipulate me like you can most people. Grinds your fucking gears.
Who does
I'm
Pamela
not
co-host for?
answering. I'm not answering.
We know because you don't know.
We know then. Shut up and stop asking. Reverse psychology bullshitter. I'm
No,
not
this
answering.
isn't reverse psychology. You
First
just look
answer,
stupid
the
saying
first
that.
time manipulative scum. I'm not answering. You want to ask me 3 more times to manipulate and tell me what you know I'm going to do?
Well, it's better than telling you what I say is the narrative. Wouldn't you agree? I'm asking you.
Deflection.
No, it's giving you the opportunity to be a man and answer straightforward.
I'm not answering.
Because you're not a man.
I'm not a man. I'm not answering. See how that works? You're not
Yeah, that's a great
manipulating me in the high school basketball court anymore. We're not in high school. Even then, you couldn't have manipulated me.
Oh, you're still in high school. That's how I've described these streets.
I'm pretty adept at manipulative bullshit. You can't.
No, you're not. You suck at it. You fail and you don't know it. Because see, in the chat,
I don't do it. I stop you from doing it. See, I'm not.
You ain't stop me from shit. I'm trying to tell the chat whenever they say Paul's hard to kill. Like, no, we're both invincible in these streets. That's why it's ridiculous.
I go take a walk. I get ready for the day.
You do not walk, you fat piece of shit.
I go to listen to music, and you're on here, so I check in, and you're talking about me.
Yeah, you're following me. You're watching, waiting, hating.
I check Benton's broadcast, and you're up here anywhere else. You're sucking my cock and hating on me at the same time. It's pathetic. Get a life, loser, failure, obsessed, fraud.
So you were sitting there for all that silence, and you still feel like you're doing something.
Obsessed, stalker, fraud.
You're saying that in front of people that know I'm fucking rich.
You're still a loser failure. You could give someone like you $1 billion. You'll be a creepy loser failure, obsessed fan. Fraud.
Yeah, if you gave them $1 million like reparations, they'd be fucking losers. But because I had to struggle and get rich off of homelessness, that's why I'm not what you say. And you're a joke.
Well,
look how fast you suck that blunt down.
That person won't be over on my channel today.
Look how fast you suck that blunt down. You stressed out pig.
Back over again, another little hoe who loves me but can't stop from hating. So
you think this is love? You were abused as a child.
Come back to my channel again like Tommy does. Please unban me. Please unban me. No, you're not coming back now. You did it to yourself. See?
No, you did it. That's your responsibility. You did it.
Yeah,
I can't ban and unban for your channel. Only you can do that.
You got to find something else to do with your life and day instead of follow me all around and every.
Hey, Michelle Moretti, come on up here. I'll drop that nuke. Come on up, Michelle. I'll drop it to both of you.
Somehow, you all show up and.
Hey, I said Michelle Moretti again, Paul. Michelle Moretti, Mom Spaghetti. There's puke on Paul already. Mom Spaghetti.
You keep bringing people's names up, alluding
I do.
to things, and
they're major players in this game.
No one knows what you're talking about because you're insane.
No, they all know what I'm talking about. You don't.
Right. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
Oh, you care. That's why you're saying all this shit. You're sucking a blunt down so hard. You only care, Paul.
Blunts are kind of awesome, though. Let's be fair.
They are awesome, and they're good to like mellow over and be like a connoisseur with. And he just sucked it down like a cigarette from someone that just got fired.
Before you don't give me content, I don't appreciate it. So now you're not coming there, big fella, little fella.
You give me content. I don't even have to come there to get the content off you.
I don't need you fucking pathetic slaves with horrible humor and personality to give me content. Haven't you noticed? I'm not you. I don't.
No, you have horrible personality and content.
You guys
You're
are a joke in life. Someone like that in the chat, someone like you are a joke in life. I don't need you as content unless I'm going to do
okay, this is what I was saying makes me sad.
And then I use you as content. Hey, look at this walking joke. Thank you. There's so many of them. I don't need you.
This is the thing, people. When we talk about the experiment that he thought he was doing, and when I acknowledge the experiment that I'm doing, that London's doing, and that we all are like still an experiment of someone that doesn't even partake, this is it. And the man that originally tried to like disclaim his own shortcomings was saying, it's an experiment. We're all actors. This is for entertainment. Look at him fucking spiral off of something he could never control. He could never control or have power. This is why we don't have kings. Because you make a man like that a king, and we're all losing our heads just for minding our own business.
Is that what you think? You think
That's what I know, Paul.
You or anyone else for following me around all day, every day, using my images and talking about me?
Paul, the all day thing is a fallacy.
No, I was
the
just
following you
you
is a
in
fallacy.
normal life, get the fuck out of my face and keep my name out of your mouth. And if you kept doing
Yeah,
it,
that's what people were saying as you went panel to panel. Your call was coming to you. This guy's live.
Right?
Now
But you
this
would
guy's
know
live.
that
You got to
because you're
go
a
there.
dumbass
And you don't have a following. You don't have a cult.
I'm not interested what you think about me and my trajectory.
It's not about what I think. I'm assessing what's happening. I'm discerning the truth.
I don't care. It's way better being me than it is you. You know that. So why keep
God,
talking?
man, you're
about it? You're not
looping,
going
Paul.
to get to me with that. You're not going
The
to get
fact that Sly Shy isn't dropping looping in the comments shows her devotion to you as a stupid fucking bitch.
Right. Now we're gonna play the game of I got so angry by a chat, right? I'm so angry right now. I can barely, like, I'm raging. I'm blacking out.
No, you were angrier when
so
Ian's
angry
crew
right now
showed
by
you
a
up.
chat. Either
The
that or I'm just
angriest
so
I've
tired
ever
of
seen
being-
you
I'm just
spiral and
so tired
surge
of
is when
operating in a
Ian
realm
and
full of
Red Squid fucking
weak-ass,
wrecked you,
fake-ass
bro.
losers. I'm tired of it. Right?
If you're tired of it, what do you keep following me around for?
I'll do what Talcott did. I'm gonna start working, man, with the most.
See, but you'll do the Talcott bit, but you make him believe you really like him.
Working with the top people on perfecting genocide to stop all this. Right? I'm doing.
So you're projecting the Talcott issue onto me when I was trying to save Talcott from you and losing his house?
And even living in a world with inferior scum like this, that I'd almost like Klaus rather than not be here. So I say double down, keep spraying. Fuck it.
That's what you're doing. You're doubling down, but
fuck it, let's gamble. No one's leaving dead anyway. I mean, no one's leaving alive. We're all dying.
so now you're knocking on betting for liking to gamble. I like to gamble too. What's wrong with gambling?
And get these fucking inferior slaves up out of here. They're wasting our time, energy, attention, and air.
Tao, we summoned this. Tao, we manifested this because I was giving you the props in the beginning. We're getting what we want, Tao. I love you, brother.
I gave you what you need now. Now go clip it and make the whole reality out of it. There's your life.
Hey, Snafu, Yella's not going to mind that I say this, but I have her number, you stupid faggot, and you don't have my address, as you've shown us all. So if Benton wants to let you come up here, I'll let you come up here if you're going to tell us all my address, which I permit you to do. And when you don't give it, you look as stupid as your Paul does. Because Paul was my first snafu. And Snafu came along and showed me that Paul was a snafu before I knew what snafu was.
I gotta tell you, the more and more time goes on, the more and more I start like contemplating really, like I've already
Okay,
told
he
you.
doesn't get it. Like,
I've
as
already
he
told you to come
continuously
down here,
says,
you won't
we
come.
have your
You won't
address.
come here.
I don't know
The more
who
you
we
keep
is,
rattling on day
and you
after
don't
day,
have my address.
The more you keep popping shit and talking
Oh,
violence,
Paul, were you talking?
the more I want to
Were you talking right now?
head metaversely in front
Oh,
of the
you're
world.
still talking,
Come
Paul. You're
down
still
here,
talking.
let's live stream it. I want to face to face with your Holocaust looking ass. Okay.
Oh, you want to fight in person? You're saying?
No. I want you to look me face to face and pop all that shit you do on the metaverse. You won't.
Yeah, that was my line that you never did.
Yeah, and that's not about my line. I'm inviting
No,
you down
it's
again
my
like I
line
did
because
2
I'm
nights
the
in a
one
row.
in
Where would you like to
Denver.
look? When would you
This
like
is what you don't get, Paul.
when
I'll
would
wait for you
like
to finish.
meet, slave? I'll have Jennifer pick you up. She's right over there in that area. You want me to have her pick you up and drive you right to me, you slave? And we'll see what you're about. All this popping shit on the internet.
There, Michelle Moretti's got it.
Yeah,
She
I didn't
knows I don't
think
have
so.
to go
Yeah,
anywhere.
keep deflecting on to Michelle, you little bitch. Now he wants to
No,
go
she's
back.
giving you the cross streets, you little bitch.
Yeah.
She
I'm
knows
not
what's up.
interested, Mississippi and Jason. I ain't going back to that slave hole Denver. I wouldn't. waste my time.
Exactly. That's why I told you to come
I'll
to my
have
face, because we all know you're not coming back to Denver. It's where you made your claim to fame fucking with cops.
Right, you got so much money and so much time. We'll come meet and we'll make content. We'll live stream it. What's the problem?
I barely want to use my time to come to your panel, much less Arizona.
I didn't think so. Okay, Tom. Well, just continue then, because now no one believes you because you're full of shit.
No, you're fucking retarded, Paul.
Right,
Like
you
you've
won't come
you've
here,
spiraled to
you
where I
won't come
can't
here,
cover
though.
what you want
You
answers
keep giving
for.
out your cross streets, and I never invite anybody down. You're the only one I've invited down.
Yeah, and you're the only one that is stupid enough to think I'm not telling you to come to Denver. That's the whole bit, Paul, is telling you to come to Denver is the bit, and you don't get
Say a
it.
word when you get here, and we all know it. You'll put your face down, and you'll be real
You're
quiet.
snafuing right now.
Okay.
You don't even know it. You look stupid, Paul.
Okay, I'm not interested what you or anyone else thinks. I'm talking directly to
Oh, you
right
very
now
much
as a
are,
man.
because you keep
I'm
saying
talking
what you want
directly
everyone to
as a
think.
man
You're
right
a fucking
now,
moron.
And you're not a man. You're a bitch. And you know it and I know it. So stop talking all the tough guy shit.
That's
on
Trump.
the internet.
That's Trump strategy. You're oh, everyone knows. You know it, and I know it.
That's
Tom's
fine.
more
You
of a
do know
bitch
it
than
and I know
Paul.
it.
Everyone knows Paul's not as much a bitch as Tom. You know it. I know it.
And let's see your face, punk ass.
That's why you love your daddy so much, because he wears a Paul hat, a MAGA, a PAGA hat.
Why you shake like this and try to pretend to be false strength? Go ahead
Paul,
and look at us
I'm
in the
playing
eyes
you
and
like
the
a
face
fiddle, buddy.
and make it believable.
I appreciate all this.
Right. Well, pull up the emails where you said everything you do online is bullshit. You're just
No, the 11 emails that
and you
I
really
don't
wanna
send
come
emails
hang
I'm
out
not
with me,
willing to have
and you
public. I only
really
do
wanna
private
just come
talks
hang
for the
out with
person I'm
me.
privately
Why
talking
are you
to.
talking over it, Tom? You're scared of the real you? How you really just want to hang out with me and be friends, and this is all bullshit to get you some kind of name and attention? You told me that in an email.
No, you're
You're a
doing the thing
pathetic
you did with Jet.
embarrassment of a
Why are you
man.
talking over me, Paul?
You're a pathetic embarrassment of a man.
He's scared to get the answers to the questions he narrates. You all see it. And the only disappointment I have in people is there's not enough chat calling him out for what he's doing. He doesn't bother me, people. What would make this a great day like Cal? He's just talking over me. I even gave him the Orange Man impression. He's talking over me.
You the fake ass bitch and how he has two personalities depending where he's at.
I know you haven't lived in hoods or done the life you claim, Paul, but those hood people would tell you we put in our own work, homie, because you're out in the street like Denzel trying to tell everybody that I'm the bad guy. Right, indeed.
Right.
Okay, follow it up.
Right. This is a guy from Denver who's going to
I'm
tell
not
me
from
about
Denver.
where I'm from and where I live.
I live in Denver. I'm not from
Right, you
Denver,
live
and
in
neither are
now.
you.
You're not even from there. You're from the Midwest somewhere.
No, I'm not from the Midwest, you fucking
You want
moron.
to tell me about the hood and the rest of it, which is more
So you want to tell me what my email is saying you don't know where I'm
You're
from?
lisping Kentucky-sounding ass living in the ghetto in the hood, or maybe Paulie the
this.
gorilla, which
Listen
is
this.
more likely?
I told everybody knows I'm from the most slanderous state in America. In the same way you don't know who Pamela co-hosts for, you don't know where your arch nemesis is from, and you think you're being a respectable enemy.
You're there to get drugs and make them money, dummy. They don't respect you.
Oh, he's Ianing. Did you hear that, dummy? He's Ianing, people.
Yes, I am, dummy.
It doesn't work like that, dummy.
It doesn't work like that, dummy.
You people are disgusting.
You people are disgusting.
Paul, you make me sad that you just don't get it. Like, I hate you as what you do, but the fact you still don't get it,
Stop looping.
I feel like
Stop
Jesus
looping.
Christian sad
I'm
for you.
never going to be your friend. I'm never going to love you.
No,
the way you
that's
want,
my
and you're
line.
never
That's
coming
my
back
line.
on the broadcast the way you want. So fuck yourself and get over it.
I've been on your broadcast the way I want every day, except
There's the
even
woman
back
you
when you
keep
didn't
bringing
know
up
I
her
was
name.
playing you. I've
There's
always
the
been
woman
how
you
I
keep
want,
bringing
where I
up
want.
her name, and she knows what you have: a West vagina. You have a very open West vagina. That's your crush.
Oh, that's the West Vagina disc you got is to say it's a vagina.
Paulie Boy the gorilla. What else is new? This is common here. We're all used to it.
Well, Paul, we all know that you said your stream was going to be reading my emails. We all know why you didn't stream and read my
Do you want
emails.
me to read the emails right now, Tom?
Yeah, because I'm going to read Michelle's after that.
Okay. So go
Snafu,
ahead.
Snafu, I played you.
No. You start with Michelle's, and then I'll read yours. Go ahead.
See that's like you come to Arizona. You're a fool, Paul. But let me tell Snafu how I
you
played.
wouldn't bullshit, right? You wouldn't bluff. So go ahead and read hers, and I'll read yours after.
See, that's your weakness, saying you want to know what.
I thought so. So we'll read the emails then, won't we?
Yeah, that's what we agreed to do. But when you said read Michelle's first, you look like a bitch and a fraud.
Right.
And Michelle's
so because
worried
you
about
want to use reverse psychology and try to,
Okay, Paul,
pull
before you
something
keep
out of nowhere
saying that,
and bluff,
before you keep
we can
saying
do
that, tell us what reverse psychology is, please.
It means you keep trying to put out a narrative to get me to act in the reverse way, the way you
No.
put it out, right?
No, it's not.
You put something out to get me to double back and go the other way.
Oh, let me clean up my statement.
You don't want me.
You
to
are
read
correct.
emails.
You are correct
You don't want
that
me to read the emails, so you think you're going to take power.
You don't want me to
by
talk.
bringing up something about some woman. So
You don't
go
want me to
ahead,
talk.
Go ahead. You've been saying it for days and weeks. Read.
No,
the
go
email.
ahead
We
means
all wanna
nothing at
know.
this point, Paul.
We all want to hear it. Read it.
You are correct that that's the definition of reverse psychology. I commend you for that, Mr. Institutional. But that's not what I'm doing to you, Paul. That's not what I do for Sky Daddy. I'm giving these screets a little silence. We all want it. because you just ruined all this, Paul. You came in acting like you're going to be cool
Right,
like a
so you're
cucumber.
faking
And
controversy, and when you get
I,
called on,
I
you
played you like a
deflated now.
fiddle, like
You're
I
deflated
always
now.
do, because
Michelle
every
Moretti
outcome
says,
is good.
Michelle Moretti
See, he's
says,
talking.
read
He's
the
talking because I
damn
started talking. We
email
were
already.
quiet.
She says, read the
He didn't
fucking
see the
email
showcase,
already.
and now we have another one where London can use the kids with their hands over their ears. I was quiet,
You're a fake
and then
ass
as soon as I
lying
start
bitch.
talking,
You're a fake
he
ass
starts
lying
talking.
bitch.
And the boomer shows the boomdom. Even
And
when
you
it, he's
deflected and
RT is
obfuscated
just like
again.
Paul.
It was a slight deflection, almost like you didn't see it, but it was big and it was there if you look hard enough, right? We're gonna
Michelle,
go on to the
stop.
boomer now. 'Cause
Michelle,
you don't
stop.
got
I
no
thought you
email.
understood
don't
what
got
was
nothing.
happening, Michelle. I mean, I can read
Then
them, Michelle, but I'm not saying
Read
that
the
to read them.
emails,
I thought
Read the
from those
emails.
emails, I thought
Read
you
it.
got it,
I
Michelle.
already read
Because I
yours
know
online.
you got it when
I
you
already
stopped
read yours
replying
online.
recently.
Read the email. Read it.
Yeah, we're reading them in order. Yours came first. The haters dozen emails I sent you.
Yeah, I read
out
them
of
online already. I did them on another broadcast. You don't remember? You weren't there stalking for that?
No, I'm not there every day watching
Okay,
and
well,
waiting.
you should stalk harder then. Then you would have heard me.
No, I
read
don't stalk at all.
all your pathetic emails begging to suck my dick privately that I never answered.
No, I know you didn't read them.
A
Somebody in the
dozen
chat tell me that he
a
read them.
dozen unanswered emails with you begging me to get back in touch with
No,
you.
answered. It makes you look like a fool, but you answered.
Okay, read
Did
my
you? Are you telling people you never answered? Because I called you out on your show. I
Fuckface,
brought my
liar.
other device to
Read
show
your
the
emails
screen
and
of
read my
you
answers.
answering.
Read your emails and read my answers. We'll wait.
No, you did read them
No,
because
you're
you said
full
you
of
did.
shit again. Oh my god, he thinks he's so clever. He's so
Oh,
great.
by your narrative, yes. By cucking to what you command, I would look like a fool. But because I don't,
Now to provide the record because you don't have it. You fucking
Paul, you're calling the game you want to win on.
These emails. Read them.
I don't know what to say to someone this fucking stupid.
I thought so.
Everyone should rewind this stream.
all
Watch
just so
how
stupid.
he came
We're all
in.
just
Watch
so
how this
stupid and you're so
started.
clever and intelligent.
And as much as you guys see me perform things, sometimes like now I'm like, how do you go forward talking shit to a brick wall? Like really, how do you progress talking shit to a brick
Are you
wall?
ever going to stop talking about me and using my name constantly and embarrassing yourself? Or is that
That's your question because you're the one doing it. I don't have a channel to talk shit. And when you talk about me talking shit, he's not going to let me answer.
I'll jump out
Rob
the window.
Cleveland is
I'll
correct.
jump
Can you
out the
moderate
window.
a little bit, Ben?
I'll jump out the window. I've been honest about it before. I might reach out to everybody who I see as attractive and have a back and forth and see where it goes. And if it leads to a real bonding connection, yeah. So there's a good chance if you throw a rock, you'll hit somebody who I've reached out to on some level or another. I'm not
I don't know
worried
what he's
about
talking
that.
about.
You don't know what
I
I'm
mean,
talking
he's just,
I'm
he's like
saying
sovereign
before the
citizen
narrative
or
was-
the
narrative
what is it?
started
Sovereign soul, something like.
narrative-
He's acting like that guy right
narrative
now.
started with I hit on married women. So I'm jumping.
Oh,
all the
you
way
do
up.
that openly, whether I'm there or not. I can
wanna have
bring up
sex
clips
with-
of that
I
right now.
wanna- My dick wants to have sex with every attractive woman down there, but I don't. Okay, but
No,
there is-
you condescend married people to their face whenever you were on that kick about if you're married, the guy should fuck what he wants.
I'm taking the power right away from it. I date online. I will contact people and
No,
have
you
back and
don't.
forth with them. If
You
I
couldn't
contact
even
with
keep
anyone,
that
go ahead and
50-year-old
bring it
woman
out.
in your
Bring
trailer.
it all out. Bring
You
it all
used to show her off and smack her 50-year-old ass, and now she ain't even in the background no more.
Hitting on married women. You got something. I don't know what Michelle Moretti is talking about, but apparently I did something to her. There's a huge narrative.
Oh, I'm sure you did. You talked shit about her,
I'm
too.
assaulting Pamela too because I said she has large breasts, even though she said I helped change her life. So just bring it all out, Tom. You could have me like done and gone tomorrow with this woke stuff.
No,
you
I
got.
can't. I've told these streets
You
that's
can
the
have
one
me
thing
all
that
done
can't
and gone
happen.
tomorrow If you just let it all out, how bad and evil and wrong I am for being attracted to women.
See,
and
you're
being
spiraling.
honest
Now
and
you
real and
want it.
open to experience with them, right?
It's almost like you're trying to 8 Mile, but you already like everyone went home and you're still trying to 8 Mile.
I have nothing to be worried about. I'm not ashamed of anything.
Then why are you
I
presenting
want to
this
hear
way?
it. I desperately want to hear and see whatever you
Whether
have.
you have nothing to
got us
worry
all
about or
excited
you
now.
want to hear something from
built it
someone,
up
this isn't
for
the way to
days and
present
weeks.
for it.
We're all excited. We're waiting with bated breath. We all want it now. Give us the goods, Tom, please. You're the
I don't
God
like
of all
people
media.
speaking
You've
for everyone.
replaced me.
I
You're
don't
the
speak
God
for
of all
everyone. Why are
media.
you speaking for everyone?
Bring it out, Tom. Let's get it all over with.
Oh, you're
Half
reverse
you gotta know-
psychologying me. You're telling me to do it because you know I won't. So that's reverse psychology. So you're
I don't think
reverse
you have anything. I
psychologying
don't
me
think you
because if
have
you're reverse psychologying me,
think you
that
have
means you tell me to
anything, and
do
I'm
it.
going
I
all in with
think
you.
that you're reverse
don't think
psychologying
you
me.
have
Then I'm paranoid that it's reverse, and then I still do exactly what you're saying because it's reverse psychology. I got
don't
you,
think
Paul.
you have
I'm on your game.
anything, and I'm going all in on your bluff. That's all I'm doing.
I'm not bluffing. I never am.
Then go ahead.
No, you keep talking like a jackass, and that's all I need.
I thought so. I'm not worried.
Yeah, you are. That's why you're giving me the footage I want.
I'm not
Just
worried.
like last night. You said
Get
a
all
lot
the
of
footage,
shit that is
Tom,
going to
for
be
all the 50
perfect.
people on your horrible channel who will watch you fail there. That's the only reason folks come, to observe you be an insane failure.
How can I fail?
You already have failed in life. Look at the way.
No,
that
I
you
can
look,
never
look at how you
fail,
present.
Paul.
Look at your day-to-day life and habits. Look at how you have no source of career or ability or talent other than Catcoin. You're a joke.
Not only are you wrong that Catcoin is my wealth, but you're wrong about everything you said as you've said it for months. And I don't know why these people respect you because I've proven you wrong and they won't even tell you you're wrong. And you're not worried about it, though, because you don't need them and you don't care, except you need them and you care.
Oh, we're hating on Jennifer now down in the chat, right? As if a woman driving thousands of miles to see me twice a month isn't indicative of how much.
No one
she
hates
values
on
me.
Jennifer.
You don't
No one
have
hates
women
on
who
Jennifer.
drive to you. You
No,
slaves
no one
don't
hates
have
on
women who
Jennifer.
drive to you
You
to come
look
see
like.
you. No
See,
one
he's
would
not going to
take
let
their
me
time,
talk because he
energy,
cares.
attention, and money and take off from work and spend money to come see your goofy asses. So you
This over explanation is your weakness, Paul.
Yeah, it's
Have I told you
fascinating.
my
Every time
resume
you
yet?
folks try to-
Do I
try to-
do I spell out my resume every
folks
time you
try to
talk your
grasp the
shit?
straws, you just embarrass yourself. Because
No, you're currently and always have embarrassed yourself.
I'm in
The only
a power
difference is who's
position in
looking
my
at you.
life. I'm in a power position in my life. You folks are powerless. That's the dynamic.
Jesus, how is that not
Every
spiral? Do
single
you hear
time.
that?
Yes, do you hear
Has
that?
anyone ever seen a movie where a guy goes, "I never said I was a golden god," and he's like, "I am a golden god"? That's you, Paul. Jesus, you are a fucking loser, dude. And I mean that in the totalist, literal sense right
Take
now.
over, Tom. You take over.
Oh, do I have your permission? Because you're just going to start talking when I get good. We all know you're going to do it. Watch, I'm going to sit here quiet with you. And then when I start talking, it's going to get so good, you'll start talking again. So here's the quiet. Okay, let's cook. Nobody's talking shit on Jennifer. Nobody doesn't like Jennifer. You have lacked the class to fucking throw references to her vagina around verbally and smack her ass on camera in front of that old crazy foot fetish man wizard, thinking you're the man, thinking you have power, thinking you're adulting, thinking you're not an abused, traumatized child that used his father as a reoccurring character before anyone knew he was your father.
Yes, I did.
There, you see? He talked.
Right.
Like, and you think that's
agreeing with you.
power?
I'm
You
agreeing.
think you have hand in these streets?
I'm so fucking powerful right now. You have no idea. You can't see.
Yeah,
it and
because
feel it.
one time
can't
you
see it and
said,
feel it coming off me. That's weird.
no, what
Some
I feel coming
see it and
off of
feel
you.
it. You must not be sensible.
See, it was good enough. I can't go without getting over talked again. He's gonna nod and smile to project
With you. I was agreeing
confidence.
with you most of that until you showed everyone you're blind again. Have no feelings.
What? Explain
Tom.
that.
You have no sensibilities. You have no ability to feel properly. You can't feel and see that I'm way more powerful, inspired, and inspiring, and will get my way in every situation more than you. You clutch for your way and never get it. I get my way just asking.
No, I wouldn't call it my way, but I get
Ben's
my.
not going to give you the keys. Your
He's
new
not-
little
I-
boyfriend
I-
who you want to suck up to, he's not your boyfriend, but you've made him. You've sucked up and attached to him like
Oh,
you do to me.
that's
So
a good
he's your
one.
new like wannabe.
That's
He's
a
your
good
new
one.
like Valentine, your new crush.
That's a good-
You can
well-
like get your soapbox, But he's not going to give you the keys because you're an addled liability. He'll give them to me in 3 seconds if I ask, because he knows I'm not going to do anything wrong, and it's going to be funny one day when I fuck with you on here, and he can say, "Well, he didn't do that, I did it." He's just going to sit
Benton-
there. If he's
Oh,
smart, he'll
God.
sit there and go, "I didn't want him to do that. I didn't do that. Paulie did that, right? But I
Wow.
gave him the keys to do it." See how that works?
God.
I suspect he'll
God.
know that that's funny and interesting. And I'm going to dunk you and put you in the back and bring you up and back and up and back and put you in a twist because you can't get your way anymore, right? As soon as you can't get your way, you go right into a twist. I get my way like that. And then I control you again, just like I have on 3 panels. And you've tantrumed and screamed and showed guns because you can't get your way like a baby. I love giving you consequences. The consequences you need, like a spiritual child, and putting you in your place and watching you freak out and continue to rant about me and cycle about me because you can't get your way and I'm way more powerful than you in every venue. It's kind of fun, actually, for me and for folks who watch me. Go ahead, Tom, take over.
I mean, wow, I guess there's nothing to say. I mean,
Right.
you fucking got me, Paul.
That's it. There's nothing
Oh
else
my
to
God,
say,
I'm-
really. Now that's the
I'm
real you,
wounded.
right?
Like,
There's
I'm
really nothing to
fucking
say.
bleeding out
You really
emotionally
love
right
me and
now.
want me to be your daddy. I wouldn't. So now you're upset, but really there's nothing you could do about it except sit around and watch me just drag you from one panel to the next.
No, you're right.
What's up, everyone?
I'm
It's your
upset,
favorite
Paul.
gay meth head, Tommy.
Right.
I'm over here tweaking on the metaverse.
Right.
I just hit a 7-gram rock of the finest ice.
Ah,
Luckily,
there
my
it
dealer is gay too, so I exchanged a few favors for this meth. Now I'm
Yeah.
going to go from panel to panel, tweaking out and rambling to myself all day.
Right.
Oh,
That's
and
a
fuck
deep
all you
fake.
losers! You are not retired like me. I'm on welfare, bitches. Now, excuse
Right.
me, I have
Yeah,
to get
Cage
back
is showing
to
his lack of awareness,
sucking
his
dick.
change of allegiance.
Much love, slaves.
Sucking dick for
What's up,
welfare.
everyone? It's your
Yeah.
favorite gay meth head, Tommy.
So that's
You
a
know?
good example of why.
Okay, so that's the video. You did it, and it tells exactly who and what you are, and pretty much what your MO is. You're a dick sucking meth head who's retired on welfare, and you go panel to panel trying to get validation and attention, and it never works. You're just perceived as pretty much insane ubiquitously.
Well, you guys ruined my bit.
Let's
I'll
play
admit
the
this is
video,
the first time. This is the first time my bit was ruined because everybody saw that. Like I was really gonna lean into that. Wow, you got me, Paul. I was gonna try and come crawling back and go cuck to him on his panel. And I don't. And Cage, forgive me if I said that was yours. It looked like that was your video as you popped into the panel. I don't know whose video that is, but it was a very sloppy deep fake compare. It was like a deep fake of me, I think. Like they deep faked my face onto my face. I don't know. It's not impressive, but I could go back into the bit where it's like, Paul, I could never ask for anything more than the rant you went on before that. Like there's nothing more to say. Like that's all I needed for any future use.
Is there anything more you need? I'll give it to you right now. I'll jump right out the window. Just go ahead and tell me to say it. I'll repeat word for word.
No, I've always been trying to get you.
No, I want to give you all the clips you need to destroy me. Like before as soon as I came on, I heard you telling Benton and everyone how you have so much on me that if I ever get famous, you're going to release it and destroy me. So do you need
Yeah,
any more
that's what I'm.
clips?
That's what.
No,
It's
but
not
I'm
to
saying I
destroy
want
you.
to give you everything you need.
I have it. You
Give
already
me-
have.
No, I already have. Okay. Well, that's
No,
fine.
it's not you giving it to me. You didn't let me
Okay.
explain
Is there
how
anything
I have
else
everything
I
I
can
need
say right
in
now
life.
to facilitate my own destruction? Go ahead and give me the lines, and I'll say them.
So, guys, and this is for the chat and the panel.
I'm the
it's
most
like,
powerful person in this room right now.
you sure are,
Does
buddy.
that work? Does that work
You're-
for you? Can you clip that and use that against me sometime to show me to be egoic and arrogant?
No,
People hate
because you'll still be
People really
saying
hate
it.
that.
I don't need to clip. I don't need to clip that because it's like you're.
How about
rude.
if I say, well, that's really jumping out the window. I mean, I don't know if I could get that done with a straight face, but how about most powerful?
No,
in the
I don't
world?
think you could get
How about in
yourself
this
through a
universe right
window
now?
or up
Do you
over
want
the
that?
ledge of a window.
How about in the
But the
universe?
falling
right now?
part,
I'm the most
you'd be
powerful
proficient.
being in the universe right now. How about that? Is that what you need? People
You're kind
hate
of
that.
playing in a reverse
People
psychology.
hate when folks step into their power and start making statements and affirmations that really trigger them in their inadequacy. I'll jump out the window. So does that work for you? People will really hate that if they hear me say something like that.
In this moment, do you think you are stepping into your power?
I'm the most powerful universe. I'm the most powerful universe. I have my own gravitational pull. I'm so
No,
large.
I know I make a lot of
I'm like
Joker
my own
reference, but
planetary
forgive
system.
me for
I'm
stepping
the
out
most
of Joker
powerful
reference.
being in the universe right now.
Yeah, the powerful always keep talking.
From my
They're
perspective,
the
I'm the
loudest
most
talkers in the
powerful
world is the
universe.
most powerful.
I'm the most powerful universe. Again, I'm the most powerful person in the universe right now, Tom.
So go back to that. Let me answer, Port.
I am so powerful. You are not.
Despite the whole Joker thing, I'm going to step away to say, do you feel in charge?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, well, your feelings betray you, friend.
Thank you.
Not friend, I hate you.
Thank you. I know you have a lot of hate.
So what's up with the deep fake? Well, let's
That
delve into
wasn't a
that.
deep
Who's-
fake, bro. That's obviously you. Why do you keep saying it's a deep fake? It was your voice, it's your
Because
face, it's
that
your mouth.
wasn't well. How do I know it's a deep fake? The same way I know when you mute me and when things happen you think people don't know happens. That wasn't the camera angle of Lauren's show, and that was not a very not like that was eerie the way you saw the face detach from the top of my head and the way that wasn't moving like my natural facial movements are.
You're
And the
possessed,
scary
bro.
thing about
You're
deep fakes
possessed.
is they're going to get to a point where you'll need AI to tell you if it's a deep fake or not.
Hold on, the woman down there is trying to equalize with me.
I bet you that was Michelle's clip, wasn't it? Because she's the one that does all your technical shit.
Powerful and attractive that it feels to me like everyone wants me. How about that?
How about what I was getting at? Just because back in the day you said that you're doing tongue-in-cheek doesn't mean you're successfully doing tongue-in-cheek. You're
Right.
actually an asshole.
Okay. I really don't care what you or anyone else thinks about me. That's the
Why are we looking at Michael
anchoring
Douglas?
theme, right? I don't care what a bunch of metaversal freaks think about me.
If that was the case, you wouldn't be going to every panel you can as fast
No,
as you
I
can.
enjoy it, Tom. What don't you get about it? If I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it on some level.
And there's my answer to you.
Right. The difference is that I get paid to be here and folks
No,
will
you
pay
don't.
to have you leave.
You get paid by handouts. That taking people's
You
money
can
that
call
you
it
beg
whatever
for,
you
that you
want.
call people, that's
It's
what
an
you're doing.
honest living. I come on and
It's
give
not
my,
an honest living.
I
You're
come on
a
and give a
grifter.
third
You're
of
a
my day,
scammer.
7 days a week, over 8 months now, without a day off. And folks give value where they get value. So
Right,
that's
and
an
all that
honest
time
living.
you talk,
And
all
I'm
that
not a
time you talk,
slave.
and all that work you put in for the legit information that I'll give you credit for only requires maybe a couple 20-minute videos.
I'm not interested in how long you think it requires. I want to be here. Folks want me to be here. I enjoy being here, and I'm putting in my time for me and for an ethic. So you don't get it. You think it's about clocking in and clocking out to get that money. I'm telling you, I put the time in for myself and the people and for an ethic and an idea that I shoot for. You wouldn't know
Well,
it.
it seems like you put a lot of time in fucking with me right now today.
Right.
And it is about clocking in and clocking out when you're trying to give yourself credit for it. You very much acknowledge this is your job. You get paid. This is your work.
Right, and that's
and
why
I
you
say
said
you're
my
doing nothing
numbers
for a
were
living.
down a few months ago, and by coming on these panels, I've stolen viewers from every channel. Now I'm back up around the 160, 180 mark sometimes.
No, you're not. That's a lie.
Well, just last night I was up around 160 something.
No, last night when I was on your
You
panel,
didn't
you had
see
like
it. You didn't
88.
see it. Well, that's okay, because the more that I show this big, pretty gorilla face, more and more places, the more people start coming over to hear me pimping Mac on them or give them that real good game.
And I'll support that. I want as many people to see you just
I'm
like
sure
you
you
were doing.
do, but someone who won't be there is you.
Yeah, I can promise you both. I promise you that I want you to see that influx of viewers, and I don't want to be there. And my channel will even help you get
So is
awareness.
there any way
People
now
will
we
know
can
more
go
who's
all the
doing
way
it.
with this and just stop talking about me completely because it's embarrassing?
Yeah, you could
to
leave.
you?
You could leave.
Oh, I don't mind. I'm saying it's embarrassing to you.
No, it's embarrassing for you because all these months and all this lore, it all traces back to
It all
you fucked
traces
around
back
and
to
have been
when you were
finding
an
out.
unrequited love story and I didn't love you right and you got
No,
hurt,
no,
as they say.
no. I don't want
Yeah,
love. I'm
yeah.
okay. I won't
It all
answer. I'll wait
traces back
till
to
the
the old
respectable
days
people are
when we
left.
were best friends. and all this
Everybody wants love, Tom.
No, they don't. I got all the love I need from my Father in heaven. That's why I walk alone in this world. My mom tries to call me. I don't answer. Paul keeps following me. I only deal with him so we could get back to what the
you now.
good
This
show
is
was.
bizarre. You go everywhere to talk about me, but I've been here days in a
No,
row.
I go everywhere and
I'm
have to
following
talk
you.
about you because I
So,
try
like-
to avoid
like,
you
it's
and you
not that
come
I,
up
like,
everywhere I
sometimes
go. That's the
enjoy-
context you're
It's
missing.
not that I sometimes enjoy listening to Benton and or want
Can someone acknowledge in the chat if it's even worthwhile for me to talk over him? Because he's not going to let me talk.
It's not. Can the chat all verify that Tommy is an
Well,
adult
it's for the
redhead
chat. It's
and
all
present-
about the chat.
Right,
Even
so
when
go
I
to the
bust
chat
on the chat,
go to the
the
chat.
chat is required for these
Can we
panels
all
to be a
agree
thing.
pretty much ubiquitously Tommy is an addled meth head who presents little to no value unless you want to go to the zoo?
You guys are free to agree with him. Just let me know you agree.
Right.
Keep your fucking screen name. Let me know if you agreed with him.
Right. Just let everyone know what's going on.
Jake, he doesn't make gay dudes hard.
Wow. Okay. So we got gay men on the brain now, just randomly.
Hey, Salty Siren,
Randomly
go
gay men on the
raise
brain.
that baby that you can't stop
so now you're
paneling
gonna
over.
so now you're gonna attack all the women and men who say that you're an
No,
idiot.
I'm referencing the
After
people I
asking them their
respect.
opinion, they're all saying you're retarded, and then you're gonna attack them now individually.
Right, and we all know how much legitimacy there is to come on these panels and speak for everyone.
So there's nothing you say that's continuous with continuity. There's nothing. You
No,
say that
all
you really
those
mean.
people
There's
you're
nothing you say
speaking
you'll
for,
actually do, right? Because you're just
all
a man.
those people you're speaking
you're not
for
a man of
know they can
credibility.
just tell me.
Yeah, your word
Just
means
like
nothing.
they know
Your
I'm not
voice
going to come
means
around
nothing,
talking
your
about
word
you
means
behind your back.
nothing, Your voice means nothing. Your
Man,
word
I'm so
means
tired of
nothing. Your
fucking.
perspective means nothing. Your
This
value.
is good for everyone. They can see, everyone needs to see me get a little fatigued because they don't believe I do.
Right.
And
You
I'm
have a
just
way
so
of
sick
spinning
of hearing your
everything,
fucking
huh?
voice say the
You have a
same
way of
shit over and
spinning
over again.
everything, huh? When I drag your bitch ass all over, everything you say you're known for, when I outcompete you in every arena, and then it's good for people to see me be a bitch and not be
No,
able to
what
hold
I'm known for is the
Right.
shit you say, and that's why I hate people. Like,
Oh, there's
EBT.
Golden Renaissance
Oh, he's
Productions.
he's not
It's
going
not
to let
like
me
that
elaborate.
person doesn't have a habit of constantly shitting on me everywhere they go. It's not a biased opinion at all.
You get what you put in, Paul.
It's like there's
Make a note of
about
that.
3 to 5 folks in every chat who are biased and hate me, so they'll agree with the
With
devil
good
himself.
reason.
They'll
They're
agree with the
validated in
devil
that.
himself in order to go against me. So that's what that is.
Oh, be careful, Jeep Girl. You don't want to be saying that shit. You don't want him to see you saying that shit. Like, me and Jeep Girl have presented as horrible enemies, but that's why I'm kind of disappointed I didn't hear about her being in the Springs soon enough to say, come on up here, Jeep Girl. Let's do a live stream and me and you going to a restaurant you probably can't afford, and I'll take you there, and we'll be rationally talking people face to face, unlike Paul or Snafu could ever get from me forever and ever. Amen. My folly under my God in heaven, I fear that he sent me Paul and Snafu and Toothless in a homestead in Colorado. My worst fear is my way to please him or pass my test is to like ever like those people. Like, I will shoot Snafu in his fucking face, and he can tell the cops I said that because there's too much motive once he got here to prosecute me for it. And he doesn't even get that. Like, Paul says all this shit and says that he has no following. If any of you appeared in front of me and said, I'm here from the Unslaved Clan, and I shot them, Paul has spoken enough that any jury would be like, yeah, this scrawny motherfucker was self-defense all the way. To have people online bullying you and saying that shit about you and then show up in your location, Paul's given me a fucking pass to end any of you that want to acknowledge your presence in that context. And Kem before the storm is stupid enough to openly say, see you tomorrow, Tommy. And it's like, you better hope not, because you're fucking around, bro. You're trying to find out. Yeah, it's not a game, Paul. You agreed with me when I asked people what makes you think this isn't real. Every negative thing I've ever said about someone, I've followed it up with the context, the reasoning. I've squared up with them and okayed it. Like, hey, man, we're cool. If you've followed all the shit I say online, Paul, go find the shit I posted on Wizard's fucking comments. Because I know even you don't go to his channel. Nobody does. But go find the comments I've left on his shit. See what I said. Then maybe we can compare Moose emails. Then maybe we can compare Michelle Moretti emails. Because it's not about exploiting those people. It's about showing you what a fucking abused child fool you are. And I don't put that on your parents. I think you're just a weak human. You're weak, Paul. This is what weak men do. Strong men come and stand against all this bullshit and let you say what you want and get acknowledged for how much we wreck you. And you're desperately clutching the power by saying, you must believe it's how I say it. Listen, it's what I'm saying, you fools. Follow me. Give me the power. God, Paul. And like, Cage is actually earning points with me that he came up here just to be quiet. Because I mean, me and Cage have had our personal shit where we get along, and that's why I've turned to like, man, because we got along that way is why I don't like you now. But I see him go to your panel. I see him go to Sovereign fucking whatever name. Like, it's not Cage that I dislike. All people are likable. Because any of you with a cult name right now, or that dropped a cult name, you can just as easily drop this bullshit. Show me that you're a rational human being. Show me that you understand YouTube versus IRL. Tell me how you understand why I'm not the things your daddy says. And what logic brings you to believe that without me explaining it? Because that's my experiment. Paul claimed he's doing an experiment. I am a science degree holder that came in with my own experiment.
Science.
Yes, science. Blinded me with science. She blinded me with science. Yeah, man. Paul, it's like you do your thing. You play your role. You bring a thing that some can find value in, even me. But it's not in the things you say you are. That's the fact you sit here day after day, 12 hours a day, and find any way you can to how can I get back to ranting about me and saying it's not ego when I do it, but yet explaining that I don't care. It just doesn't match up. Like Johnny Cochran would fuck you in the air hole that I don't have my penis in, and we turn your skull into a Chinese penis trap. I'm just fatigued by how long it's taken just to see that people get it. And the ones that do get it, they leave. And I forget that. So it looks like people never get it. It's just the good ones let me know on their way out. But the ones that get it, we don't see anymore, Paul. And that's why you and Jack have the same weakness. Bum rush you to the UN. Either one of you. Bum rush either one of you to Dr. Phil, Steve Wilkos, whatever show you think is the one you can coattail to success. And when you find out that the world is not this small class reunion you've gained as a following, you might start to understand how not only are you just like people, you're actually the worst of us, the least of us. And my God apparently judges us by how we treat you. But luckily, he's using me to work on you, whether you see it or not. And I don't say that with ego because I am nothing, Paul. And everything I'm trying to convince you is true about my life, all that glory goes to God. I wouldn't be here without him. I wouldn't be where I am. I would be on the street if I'm still alive. And even though meth did not put me on the street, even though you guys choose to take cherry pick details of my 43 years and conveniently stack them in a row in the order that's best for you to condescend me, to raise yourselves in your own minds, what the fuck how can that hurt me? Like, I've stood as a child of God trying to find Special K substance. You know, Special K, the girl that believes you like her when you've exploited her as bad as any other heroin addict you'll exploit on your show. I was trying to find the substance Special K, which is ketamine, because I had a neighbor that was struggling with meth.
Ever. And if you were to
Hold on now, Benton.
If you were to know,
can you pause that, buddy? Or are you wanting to cut me off? Thank you,
Tom, you're wearing me out, man.
Paul's wearing me out. I'm finishing out, buddy, and then you can play this. I just want to give one last example that I am a motherfucking servant of God that fears nothing, and you're all free to come show up in Denver, and I won't lose any sleep if I have to delete you, but I'll give you that out. Not everybody in these streets give you an out. Some of them will follow you to every panel and fuck with you and say that's you, say that's what you're doing. But I've always, as a criminal and a child of God, which was both at the same time, it was never not child of God. I've always left my enemies an out, and some of them are dead now, cops and criminals. That's the shit I wanted to save for Z if Z hadn't been destroyed by the guy that calls him X Factor. But because that kid was showing up to your panel long before me, long before we knew who Z was, and you let him burn over that kid, and you let him burn over shit we tell each other, Paul. We tell each other to kill each other. Like, kill yourself, Paul. Tell me they're not going to cancel you, but you sat back and let your X Factor rot. And even when he comes back to see you, I say, man, I've been reaching out to you, man. I'm glad to see you're back. and he'll still lean into his little dick sucking game with you, and I still love him, and I hate you, Paul. And Z's one of my co-hosts. I won't need the 4 minutes, Benton, trust me. Z will be my co-host. He already is, because I love shit he's done. And I'm gonna represent that when I slander your trans terrorist ass, Paul. Because I got too many clips of you representing saying transgender shit not to have you look like a fucking ugly ass girl when you're doing it. Yeah, my channel ain't gonna be shit, Paul. My haters will follow that shit, and I don't even want them to. I just want you to see it. That's all that matters. And tell me that you don't, just like you don't read my emails. Let the dead bury the dead, you might say. Let the Morettis bury the Morettis. Mom's spaghettis. But yeah, man, I was looking for ketamine to help a guy struggling with meth. And I look like an asshole. I realized, like, oh man, I've been talking about how it ain't no thing to me. And this guy's struggling to get off of it. So I found neighbors in my own ghetto ass complex that I lived at before this one. And there's little kids, like 10 years old, laughing with each other, going, ketamine, ketamine. I'm like, hey, kids, that's not how you would look or sound on ketamine. But since you're old enough to say it, like the 14-year-old kids killing each other, do you know where there's ketamine? And they're like, yeah, come to this apartment number. I was like, all right, I'll be by in a little while. I show up to do business. Whole apartment full of melanin people that under their power alone could hold me to the ground and just strip me naked. But no, because melanin motherfuckers are stupid and crybabies about racism, they invite me in to do business and follow it up with a motherfucking gun to my face. Oh, did Paul leave because he knows it's coming? What a shame. It's not like he's going to watch this after he leaves out of respect for his monthly contributor. But I'll continue for the people because that's what it's all about. It's always been for people. So they stick a gun in my face. And the first thing that scares me is, oh my God, trigger discipline, dude. He's got his finger on the trigger. I'm assuming that he probably just wants to take my valuables, but he's got his finger on the trigger like I'm about to be a YouTube mistake. I got to wrap this up in two. Long story short, those two maybe 10-year-old kids are trained coordinated level to just come up and start going through my pockets while I'm at gunpoint. And I'm trying not to cry about that. Like, oh my God, these kids that were pronouncing that my dog is like, this nigga adorable. Like, yeah, my dog's a nigger and it's adorable because these 10-year-old kids say it. They're going through my pockets now as if they're trained. And then there's nothing in my pockets. And this dude with the bad trigger discipline and the gun to my face, thanks, Benton. I'm assuming you're going to free me up to just finish this. It might go a little over 2, but I appreciate you, dude. I appreciate everything you've done this morning.
We'll give you another 5.
No, I'm just going to continue later. Thanks, Benton.
Peace out, Tommy. Thanks for being here, brother. That was real. Goodness gracious. No offense, Cage. I think the panel section has ended. This was Cage's first appearance on the broadcast, I believe. I did somewhat enjoy it. But go ahead, sir. Final words, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, nothing really. Much love, everybody.
Yeah, man. Well, I'm sure we'll see you again in the future at some point.
All right.
Cool. Well,
Good day.
Yeah, man. Thanks for stopping by. It was a strange timing, certainly, but Pamela will, if she's around, she may not be here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on.
I'm here. I was just in the kitchen.
Okay. Well, any final words? Because sometimes when I listen for that long, then I realize I'd like to summarize the broadcast. So I'll probably go for 20 minutes or so, and then we'll wrap it up.
Well, there's a lot that transpired today. Definitely a lively stream.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I forgot about the Tommy timer. I didn't realize I could have done that about an hour ago. And
I hate to see people that are fighting that are previously in good terms, and I don't want to get involved with two people fighting like that. So
yeah, I know, man. It's unfortunate because I'm very patiently trying to eventually get to the point where Paul will be able to hang out if he wants to, because this does, if I stream long enough, it does become the Paul Enslaved pre-show at a certain point. I'm certainly aware of that dynamic. But then I also want Tommy to be here. I like hearing from him. Number one, number two, it does allow me the opportunity to go live my life to some extent, which is a benefit. So I don't know if you had any response to any of that, but
Yeah, it got a little crazy today. I hope I didn't offend Tommy. It wasn't my goal, but I'm not going to talk shit about Paul, and I'm not going to talk shit about Tommy. I respect them as men in their own rights, you know?
oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I hear you on that. But unless you have anything else, I think I'll
Nope.
solo
I'm
to the end
good.
here.
Thanks for hosting. I only meant to stay 5 minutes earlier. I just wanted to say hi, but it got crazy real fast. So
Yeah, I know, definitely. So yeah, thanks for being here. Hope to see you again in the future.
take care. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. And as far as those calling for me to moderate or act as host, the fact is I'm not able to access those levels of energy. And just listening to all of that, is draining on some level. But I will always reserve the right to reference my my health woes in that my nerves are shot at a certain level. As far as what Tribe's saying, I mean, yeah, I'd like to see you around, Tribe, but what people may discover about me is any attempts to, hey, it's London Man. All right. Well, he left. Actually, he might have just been popping in to talk to Pamela, perhaps. But we can get Pamela back up here if you need to talk to Pamela, Mr. London Man. And your points are well taken, Tribe. Your points are well taken. I've developed a rapport with Tommy. I feel like we've worked him into the broadcast. He certainly has his fans over here. There's some people who can't fucking stand him, actually. That's certainly a thing. Same with Paul to some extent. That's certainly a factor. Although he seems to have mostly fans over here. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. He's a penguin. Indeed. Thank you, Chuck. And I enjoy doing the broadcast. I'm a big boy, so don't cry for me, Argentina. But I will say, Tribe, without I'm trying to avoid getting into any kind of skirmishes, especially with a respected regular panelists over at the Paul and Slave Show, which I am a big fan of, or the broadcast rather. Paul doesn't like it referred to as a show. And by the way, I'm going back to work. It looks like, and Paul will be receiving more donations from yours truly. So that does run a bit counter to some of the points Tommy makes, certainly. And I was hoping, what I was hoping for, and I'm going to avoid martyring myself here, but what I was hoping for was for Tommy to kind of wrap up, again, if I had remembered the timer, and then maybe spend, 45 minutes hanging out with Paul and just sort of, shooting shit. And then I'm assuming he's gone over to see to his broadcast. So, and with the truck driving, with me returning to work, I don't even know if I'll be, occupying these time slots much longer, but maybe I will. I really have no way of knowing. That's part of the fun. And that's part of the fun of these broadcasts is me, not knowing ahead of time, which direction this will take. And people can be critical, Tribe. You can be critical of Tommy, and it's certainly, some of that is valid. However, he does help keep the broadcast going. We never would have even gotten to this point without Mr. Tommy, because I was, literally getting hired for truck driving jobs here on the broadcast, eating meals, drove across the street, got my laundry did. But so what I'm trying to say with Tribe is any attempts to anything I consider to be, well, if you have this person on here, I won't be around. Well, it's like, well, bye. I'd like to have you here, by the way. But it's like, all right, well, we'll be seeing you then. And then Tommy's doing his version. I feel like Tommy's been doing his version of sort of trying to get me to behave in certain ways towards Paul. And then, Paul seems to, although Paul's a little more overt about it, seems to be appealing to, whatever my nature may be to try to, get Tommy out of here. And Paul may end up with the keys. That is something that could happen, certainly. And did have them briefly before Drew and I had our falling out. And then because there's only one, slot available, I had to take them away from Paul and give them to Drew. So that's how that went. But and this may be one of the times, because people have a perception, and I went through this with Drew also, where people had this perception that I'm only ever kissing up to someone, and that what will happen is, if the more time passes, if I'm still interacting with Paul metaversally, there will be times when I will push back, and any attempts to sort of drive a wedge, or now if I go along with something that's proposed, such as him having the keys and potentially backstaging Tommy, that's me choosing to go along with something. But more or less, I can't be forced to do things. So people will figure that out. It's a part of my personality. I have no trouble, as much as I may seem like a pushover who's happy to, allow Tommy to rant and rave for hours on end at times. And as much as also I had Paul and Wizard in here yesterday for like an hour and a half they were going pretty hard in the paint. The fact is, anytime I want to, I will absolutely assert myself. I prefer not to, and especially with my my health stuff, and I'm really finding it's a new experience in life, learning how to budget my energy, right? Hey, here's London. Hey, brother, good to see you.
Salute, Benton. How we doing?
Oh, man, doing great. There's a little bit of an echo.
Hold on.
I hear myself, yes, sir.
Is it echoing now?
I don't think so. Yeah, I can still hear myself, yeah.
Damn. 1 second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks, Paul. And I felt like that was the case, honestly. I feel that, brother. And again, this is what I was going to say, and I can't blame it all on Tommy. You guys were going back and forth quite a bit, but I do want to say that I do understand there is some dynamic of this does end up becoming the Paul Enslaved pre-show at a certain point, which I think can't speak for Paul again, probably part of the reason he does pop in, although he might want to actually join in on the broadcast. I mean, that is a thing, right? I think it is.
Mic check.
Hey, yes, we're good now.
Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. How we doing, Benton?
We're doing good, but I owe you an apology, because I yelled at you the first time I talked to you, and I never got to fully apologize. So my apologies for yelling at you, London, man. You got caught in the crossfire. Timmy was the main one who was annoying me at that time. So.
Yeah, I think I do recall that day, actually. It seems to be a thing on these metaverse streets. Everybody likes to yell at London for some reason before they even get to know me, really.
Yeah, well, if that's happened before, that's certainly regrettable. But yeah, it was more just, it kind of spilled over from Timmy is what happened. But I'll still take it. It's all my fault. I apologize. I hope you accept my apology.
Hell yeah. You're cool, man. You're cool. Awesome. You're cool. You're a bit like myself to some degree. You have a platform, and when people come on, you give them the mic all the way, not halfway, all the way. And I like that. You're a bit like myself to some degree. You don't really like to tread on people's toes. You let them get it all out, That's cool. I like to hear that shit.
Thank you.
I mean, today was very entertaining, from both sides, Paul and Tom. Very entertaining. I'm sure you're aware of my, little parodies that I do. It's got a few people featuring, and this is just for amusement purpose, so we can look back in a few years and be like, hell yeah, I'm glad London Man did this, man. Something to look back on and, have a smile on, see what we was doing 10 years later or something, and, I feel like it also makes people aware of their actions, of how we present ourselves, for the whole world to see. So keep that in mind as well. It's just for fun. Hopefully it will bring people closer, really. Hopefully it will bring people closer. Nobody's safe from the humor of London.
That's true. Yes, sir. Yeah, I really enjoyed, sorry to interrupt. I enjoyed part one That was really good. Yeah, I like that quite a bit. Most of that happened on this channel too. So even though I wasn't really in the video to any great extent, I certainly, had some pride in realizing that I at least helped facilitate the footage being available. So that was pretty cool.
You're gonna love part 2. If you don't
I
keep
can't
using
wait.
part 1 enough, you get a short little cameo in it as well. I'll give you that much.
Oh,
there's
good.
a few people in it. There's a few people. Like I said, nobody's safe from London, and I want everybody to know this is just fun. At the end of the day, we're all having fun. I would love if someone did one over on my side. But I'm the dude doing this at the moment, so everybody just gotta sit down, take a number, and I'll get with you shortly. But yeah, it's good stuff that you're doing over here, Benton. Good stuff over here. It's not too mental. It's kind of easy on the air at the same time. So yeah, salutes to that, bro.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. I feel like those are genuine compliments, so I'll take them. I am
Definitely.
powered. I'm powered by compliments on some level, as long as they're genuine. And yeah, and as far as what you've been doing with that same, that video style, I'm actually surprised that hasn't happened more in the past. Not from you, but just from other people in general, because there are other, subsets or genres in YouTube where that is more of a thing that happens. People make those style of videos, to some extent. So I've always been a little surprised that the truth community, so-called, it's something that's been lacking. So I'm happy to see you filling that void to some extent.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's where it was. The truth community. This is what kind of pushed me to it. The truth community was driving me bonkers, nuts. We're supposed to be standing for something, but everybody was falling for everything. It was falling for everything out here. So, I had a little 6-part documentary that I did. I'm not sure whether you're aware of it. It's called The Holy AI Book, right? It's look, this thing right here behind me. I've got 6 parts to that. That was the serious part. That was the creative side of me, the truther side of me, so to speak, the researcher side. Now I'm having fun with it because it seems like no one is really out here to find the truth or research anymore. So if everyone's out here acting a fool, I'm at the fool with you guys. I'm gonna have fun as well, is what I'm trying to say. So this is a way how we can all let our hair down. If you feel like you wanna feature a bit more, let me know where you're gonna be at. Pull up, because I think
Okay.
I think Tommy is gold at this moment. A lot of people wouldn't agree with me, but I think he's gold at this moment. I think Paul's gold at this moment. I think Z was gold. I don't know where the fuck he's gone to, but it's Hey, Paul, you got a slot in my thing as well. Be ready for that. Z, you got a slot in that as well. Be ready for that. But like I said, it's all fun and games, right? It's all fun and games.
Well, and I agree with you. As far as Tommy, I think sometimes it's tough separating the negatives from the positives. So sometimes I think the positives get overlooked with Tommy.
I agree.
But there are some negatives, certainly. But that's, most
Debatable.
people.
That's debatable as well.
Well, sure. Yeah. I don't need you to agree, by the way. That's me. That only speaking for myself there. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But I'm a fan. I'm a fan, certainly.
Hell yeah, I'm a fan.
Oh,
I'm
and
definitely a fan.
I saw you scooped up Pamela, by the way. I had her over here. I was trying to possibly slot her into the co-host role. So, but well done, London man. You have a keen eye for talent, sir.
Like I said, you're a bit like myself. Didn't I say that from the beginning? So
yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Come on.
Yes, sir.
We know genuine when we see it in front of our eye, right? So you have to do what's right. To be honest, yeah, shame on you, bro. What took you so long?
Who? Me?
You? Yeah. How come you didn't get it rolling? Like, what happened? Like, what's going on?
Oh, you just mean being a broadcaster? I'm
Yeah,
not
the
sure what you're
broadcaster
asking.
side of it. Because if I'm correct, I mean, I met you over at Z's, but
Yes.
I'm not sure whether you was taking off how you're taking off now.
Yeah, I was live streaming back then, but yeah, for whatever reason, it was we still had numbers over here, but it was more like 20 in the live
Got you.
chat. And
Got
yeah,
you.
I don't know if it's just from doing it every day, or I know certainly there's been Paul, you know, a little bit of Paul crossover that's helped. And then I used to do a podcast, and actually Chalk Body Outline kind of put me on back in the day. So I think all of that sort of converged. And I've actually started the broadcast while I was truck driving. I drive a 18-wheeler over here in the United States. And I've been off of work for about 6 weeks. I was between jobs. So I'm actually going back to work probably early next week. So I started out broadcasting while I was driving the truck.
Cool.
Yeah, which I enjoyed. And a lot of people like that because, you know, the screen would show, and it was at nighttime. I was doing a lot of driving at night. So it is going to be interesting to see if I can maintain, you know, the size of the broadcast while also going back to work. And I do have some health stuff going on that, you know, I try not to talk about too much. So that's always a factor. So, and I appreciate all the kind words because it helps me stay motivated, right, to keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. Of course. I mean, yeah, words do help. Words do help. Words do help, definitely. But I don't want to keep you up for too long. I know you got things to do, my man. But thank you for letting me up. And yeah, if you are ready for Friday, it would be good to see you over there, man.
Oh yeah, I'm going to check it out. The only thing about me is over here in the States, I go to sleep like super early. Other than that, I'll be there for sure. And the last one you did, I was around for at least a couple of hours of that also. So yeah, I definitely want to check it out. And I will be promoting that. And I promoted it last time as much as I was able to. So yeah, I like to do a lot of promoting of other channels, even if they're live at the same time as this one. So yeah, definitely. So yeah, anytime, man. Anytime you have something on your mind, feel free to swing through.
Cool. Likewise.
Indeed, sir.
Cool. Peace out. Much respect to your chat and much respect to you. See you on the other
All
side.
right. Yes, sir. We'll talk to you later. London McLovin. And Tommy, you can come back on if you want. I was just going to wrap up solo, but if you got something to say, I wasn't trying to big time you there, Tommy. You're certainly welcome to come back. And if you got something on your mind, sir, we'll have you back up. That's up to you, man. Other than that, I was just going to wrap up. And I don't know. I can't remember. I think that might have been London Man's. If that wasn't his first time on the channel, it was the first time I've really got to talk to him. And I did owe him an apology. So I wasn't fully able to appropriately apologize. So that all worked out. What's up, Tom? Keep it short if you would, sir.
Oh, I am. That's. Hold on, let me get my volume here.
Yeah, I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, I was trying to catch London Man, but it's all good. I'll see him Friday.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I just felt like I had to explain why I would go on like that and then just cut out. But I kind of don't want to explain it because people use that. There's a thing that men try not to do that it's either we're slandered for it or we're supposed to be like, wear it honorably because you can openly do it. But I mean, for all the shit I put up with like fucking cunts that just had fucking babies and they're still sitting in the chat saying, oh, it's just the meth. It's just the meth. That's why you can all get shot in the fucking face because of my lack of faith in humanity, because of your petty school reunion numbers that make you be the worst of humans. Salty fucking siren. Eat shit and die, bitch. Like, you just had a kid and you're still in these streets because you're for the streets. And you came up with Paul hitting on your ass, and I quit because I forgot about that. But is what I came back to say is, like, despite all the times people hear me say nigger and faggot, I had to cut the fuck out of here because I got all choked up with the combination of acknowledging that little 10-year-old nigglets are trained to run my pockets while I'm at gunpoint. And then that faggot that has me blocked in the chat that everyone's glorifying for me having to fucking fight off on your channels. He says I don't live that life. I fucking hate you guys. And I got like
this God of compassion that doesn't seem to stop me from expressing that. Because while Jack Talcott claims to be a messenger of God, like I kind of sit and think by myself, like, what if that's me? What if I'm here, like, tasked to let just a small portion of you know that you're fucking shitbags?
You little bitch. You went crying off the panel.
No, you're the guy that tried to wear
you
crying on your
I know I was
sleeve.
going to say it. I didn't even say nothing. I just let you come up and convict yourself. You went crying like a bitch running.
No, you ran. You ran on the ghetto story. Would you like me to continue?
All that shit online. You talk about shooting women and all the rest of it, and you're a punk ass bitch who get your pockets ran in your own neighborhood by little black boys. You ain't shit.
No, at gunpoint, faggot. Have you been at gunpoint? Yeah, that's what I thought. Fucking running ass bitch. God damn it. What are you doing, Benton? I just gave you credit. Like half of that choke up was like trying to tell you I appreciate what you're doing here. And then I couldn't get the fucking niggers running my pockets at gunpoint when I'm trying to find a substance to help a man get off meth. And I still got the laughing Zoomer emojis. It was your daddy last night, y'all, that's sitting there going, I want the real Tom. I want to reach you. I want to do this. Oh, nigger, nigger, nigger. There's no excuse not to say it. Did I direct it at someone, Oracle? Oh, I directed it at the fucking kids that'll die or go to jail because of their responsibilities. You guys don't get it. And give them your fucking channel, Benton. I don't care, because I never got around to telling them that you did offer me those keys, and I respectfully turned them away. And I respect a lot of you only to get clown face. What do you want, Wiz? You here to show us your feet, or are you here to stargaze for us?
No, I'm here to tell everybody look up Jesus of Bethlehem.
We've been over that. We went over that on Lauren's show. They brought it up. I said you're stupid for saying that's literally me, and you're still riding it. Fucking delusional old man. That fat fuck that you pork is like needs to get you back to your room. He thinks he's so clever as he says he's the man of God and beats you over the head with that Bible. Shut the fuck up, Sherelle. You're as fake as they come too. Listen, man, I ain't got no delusions, people. When Snafu says Tom thinks he's intelligence, I'm like, do you mean intelligent? But listen, I'll admit it, man. I'm sitting here fucking, I was bawling my eyes out. I left real quick to try and hide. I was getting choked up over talking about my life. So, oh, and see there, even the guy I respect. Like, he comes up here, he gives Paul equal respect after he's given me the place to go be me. It doesn't make sense. But I got love for you, London, but I don't know how long this Friday thing's going to go, because I say I don't want friends. I don't have friends. I push them away. I've left my parents in an abyss of quiet in exchange for my Father in heaven. No one can just do that. I'm a singularity. What do you mean triggered, you fucking cunt? I'm only triggered because I care about you. Like, do you remember that, Sherelle, when I was telling you not to talk because, like, you're just another New Jersey Jeep whore, but I got love for all of you, and I'm trying to be a voice of reason in this darkness. Like, the act that you all would take me, what you say I am, the fact that you'd all still jump back in a crew. Yeah, Siren, that's the funny laugh I get whenever people abort their babies. Like, that's how I laugh too, right? Like Zoomer hieroglyphics. No, so you guys don't make sense. Like Paul last night, acknowledging that I entertain, and that's what y'all do. You just loop. You're hypocrites. You're contradictory. It's like, I almost called Yellow Cake, like right when I left the fucking stream. But, yeah, Oracle's muted me. It's like, whatever. Yeah, Tribe thinks he's winning. Yeah, pack it up. You're right, Tribe. So on that, no, I'm going to listen to Tribe because you all love Tribe. I'm going to pack it up. I'm going to call off Friday. Yeah, I'm in shambles, Arpole. You got it. I'm in shambles.
No, I'm eating, Tom. Do 10 minutes if you would, please. It would help me out.
Oh, yes, anything for people that assist my enemies. That reminds me, it's like, let's talk about video games, because Paul never misses a chance to talk shit on an adult man that occasionally plays video games in an industry that is fueled by adult men over children, where games exist that children aren't allowed to buy. That's a child thing. Not like making a career off crying about your daddy. That's not a child thing. No, well, I'm glad you'll be there, Gary, because I might not be. It's not about trauma. It's not about me. It's not about what I want. It's just about, like, you guys really are showing I'm wasting my time. The only thing that's kept me here is God and the fact that Michelle Moretti has outed her stupid fucking friend, whether they realize it or not. Like,
come on, Tom, don't take your ball and go home.
well, it's not that context. That think of it more like I'm going home and then you guys realize I was like whoredoring the whole time. Like, oh, he was holding that door while we had more time. And then whenever we think we wore him down and we think we get a win, Salty, you just watched your daddy fucking Kirk out twice and he didn't stick around. And only by the power of this man asking me to take up some more time while he eats, even though he wanted to get me the fuck out of here. Because see, here's the thing you don't get when you're on your rants, Benton. And this is one thing I learned from you. No, it's not a cry for help. It's a cry of, it's more like a giant finger to everybody, except for like the two people I took a picture of their chat to remember that when I'm gone, when I choose to leave.
No, give me my feedback, damn it.
Yeah, man, I learned a lot from you because we both walk around these streets saying that we do whatever the fuck we want. And that's not true for me. Like I was trying to tell Paul last night, actually, Paul, I don't do whatever the fuck I want. I can't do whatever the fuck I want. And before I answer that, does anybody know why? You want to pop it in the chat instead of Zoomer hieroglyphics of hate?
Because Sky Daddy?
Did you just say that?
I did.
That was Benton?
Yes, that was me.
Fuck, man, you redeemed yourself, man. It's because I'm sitting here saying, oh, is Paul chatting? Because Paul's got me blocked like a bitch. But that's that's right, Benton. It's like, now that my little like games and my my masks and shit, all that, like the way I was playing Paul like a fiddle, even though that has been outed for a while, there's like more of a outing officially to it today. And as I like stand firmly that I'm a servant of God, as I will just as firmly when the government cuts my head off over it, that's why I can't do whatever I want. Like the things I do are allowed or part of the path or required. But yeah, I can't just choose what I do. I didn't choose how I got rich, but it happened. Like I had a dream of a career of my own business I wanted to do. And it fueled me all through my homelessness. Like, and every time I was about to give up, a thing would happen in that moment that reminded me of that business. And it was like God telling you, you're going to have that business. But then whenever I got out of homelessness and the lockdowns came, everything about that business was shot because of this new world we live in. And it was like, that was still Sky Daddy keeping me going. No, I don't love you, Paul, and you're the one that needs help. And as long as you keep playing your little game, you don't get it. Like, you're a fucking piece of shit, Paul. I'm not playing games with you. You just wrecked this whole morning. It started out great. I was talking about what is, where I come from, how this is going down. I was giving London Man props. And you watched and waited, or you had one of your cult members come get you. You came in here and you fucking wrecked it. And even though I give Benton props for saying, well, not necessarily, Paul, too many of you have come up here still given this equal, oh, well, Tom's right and Paul's right. No! He's wrong! And everything that truly triggers me is that you people don't tell him. You're setting him up for failure while making him think he's a thing. I am not a thing. What I've done in these streets is not a thing. It's just glorified by you stupid fucking nobodies that need entertained. And the fact that Jesus talk and path walking can be combined with the entertainment of remedial fucking plebs, it's a contradiction. No, Paul, I don't want you in my life. I could set this all down and walk away and go on to the other shit that's in my life. Tribe, you're fucking worthless, you piece of shit. All right, man. I said what I needed to say about the black niggers and shit. That y'all are worried about saying nigger until they're running your pockets. And what I told them when the dude with the gun and the sloppy trigger discipline has it in my face, he's saying, "How you gonna roll up in this crib, not have money for this shit?" And I said, "I think you're showing everyone why I would do that." And they didn't get shit because all I had was my house keys on me, well aware that that outcome could be a thing, but I was willing to try and get that shit for my fellow man who desperately wanted to conquer his fucking, ruined like your child's life, Salty Siren, you fake fucking whore. Goddamn, what do you got, bitch? Have you ever paneled? You've been here longer than me. You ain't paneled, whore. New Jersey Jeep girl, you've told me you're scared to panel, and rightly, because you're a whore. Oh, he's still saying I'm on meth. God damn it. As if I couldn't make my fake name. And Sherelle, you're a stupid whore. You won't stand up and tell these people that you and I were back to back trying to defend Jack Talcott on his birthday. You got a temporarily pretty face that once I know you now, you could be hotter than that. You're not getting this fucking Chris Strokes fucking shit. Yeah, sad, Arpole, except you're talking about the wrong people. Like, guys, like I said on Paul's stream, I proudly am hated by you guys. I fucking hate you guys because you won't listen to me, and what I have to say is not for my benefit. It's only for yours. Fuck you guys. I don't care if God strikes me down in the middle of this fucking Zoom call for saying it. Fuck you guys. And if we all find ourselves standing before an Old Testament, angels with harps and halos gates, and they say, "Tom, you can pass through these gates right now. All you got to do is forgive those motherfuckers." I'm saying, I can't pass my test, man. I can't do it. Put me in hell with the dinosaur believers. That's how I'm a human. That's how I'm a Paul. You guys want me to spill my soul like I haven't already when you missed it, and then when you hear about it, you make fun of it? I've got a lot of real in these streets that you guys don't respect these streets enough to follow and watch. You just stay with your daddy, you follow your daddy's word, then you do it. I fucking hate you. I'm not scared of you. I'm not scared of anybody. Nobody can hurt me because I, to my knowledge, am still on my path. No, Sherelle, we weren't back to back. I was actually not acknowledging it while we both did it and let you not notice it. Yeah, Salty Siren, you sold your vagina for money and you still had the kid. Good on you. That's very Christian, not have the abortion with your black ass baby. Fucking hate you guys. Benton's redeemed himself enough that I stay in contact with him, but really pushing to fucking keep covering his little breaks as if he can't just stop the live stream, as if he doesn't need to reserve fucking
well, no, I'm clearly addicted. I'm clearly addicted at this point.
No, it's convenient. I'm not special, Benton. I'm not providing you anything no one else can't sit here and ramble and do. And you did clarify for me, why do I always say I'm doing whatever the fuck I want when that's obviously not the case? Because it's the same reason that everything works out for me. That's why everything works out for me in ways that only can be the hand of God, because I'm never doing whatever the fuck I want, actually. That's just more of that game that, even when somebody puts a deep fake up of me sitting on Lauren's show, it's that was all a game. Making you, I played into you guys acting like she's Oprah, and no matter what happened in that show, I would have been able to work with it as I do. And yeah, you guys showed how you didn't even watch it. You talked a lot of shit before you showed me you didn't even watch it. And then Paul showed me I can sit here and Paul did make a fool of me on that. If you guys watched it, Paul made a fool of me because I sat there saying, Paul Enslaved, he's my enemy, but he has shown us that you can, among other YouTubers, that you can get pulled over with no plates and registration and be released. And I looked like a fucking jackass as she played the video where it never showed him get released despite the title. And I'll admit, I've smoked a lot of weed. I've seen a lot of people pull that off, including people that come to me I said, you should get with Paul Enslaved because he does that, but a different way. And they're like, yeah, I reached out to Paul Enslaved. He didn't seem very interested. But that guy successfully did it, and it shows on his video sheriffs not only let him go, but they were happy and interested to hear about his tactics rather than Paul's ragey, I'd never talk to a cop that way in fear of getting shot, if anything. But yeah, Paul, you win, buddy. You made me look like an idiot because I believed the title of your video and misremembered it with successful videos. And yet you don't have a video of releasing from cops with no plates and no insurance, despite me looking dumb for telling Lauren De Laguna that. But hey, she looked dumb getting called a cunt on RBR. And I look dumb for caring about you people enough to be your Batman that lets you think I killed the mayor. See how that all comes full circle?
All
Oh,
right, Tom.
interesting observation, Drive. I don't see what he's texting, but I don't believe that for a minute, Oracle. Yeah, what
All
the
right,
fuck is he talking about indeed? Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, wrap it up, Ben. I hate you
Yeah,
guys.
I'm gonna wrap it up later, Tommy. Yeah, Paul's live in 17 minutes. I might pop in. I'm in my afternoon routine. You know, I got need to prepare my food for tomorrow. But I may pop in for a bit. I don't know Oracle Light some of the time. Tommy's a bit of a mystery that way. Although to Tribe's point, the numbers they did go up when he left last time, and they dropped slightly. Not too bad. But I notice these things. Not that it really matters. I mean, we're doing a free broadcast here on the YouTubes, but yeah, it was cool to talk to London, man. You're welcome, Yellow Cake Maker. Thanks for being here, by the way. Good to see you, Jackie Fox, as always. What does that even mean? Sometimes I don't even know what people are talking about. Oh, you know, I'm supposed to do that deal with Yurt in the morning. Fuck. Then I got to go take this drug test. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. Yeah, I suspect Tommy may make an appearance over there. Yeah, I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. Well, thinks he's a people. He does have a following over here to some extent. Although there was damn near a mutiny initially when I brought Tommy over here. It was controversial at the time, I must say. However, overall I would say I've enjoyed his contributions to the broadcast, certainly. But thank you, Pamela. Always good to see Miss Pamela around here. Cherish and discern. Yes, that's right, Yeti Life. Well, and one thing about Tommy is I get most of his references. I think that helps. Because like Chalkbody likes to say, nobody knows what you're saying, Tommy. And I'm like, well, they kind of do, actually. Actually, I think a lot of people get a lot of these references. The fact that Drew doesn't, it's not our fault. But thinks he's a people, I want to say, I think you're kind of in the same boat with Highly Suspect, people that were fans of me because of my podcast and, probably my appearances on Drew's channel. But then, now we're sort of in this new realm, this, new niche group of this cast of characters, right? And it can be a bit daunting of a task. I know my truck driving friend, Dallas Don Juan, I got to know him. We were both working for the same trucking company, and he's popped into the broadcast from time to time. But there is a bit of a steep learning curve trying to figure out who all these various personalities are. And they do, to some degree, this all does sort of revolve around Paul, whether Tommy wants to. I'm sure Tommy realizes that to some extent. There is an element of that, right? That's just how it works, and I don't have a problem with that. And then Tommy certainly does play an excellent foil. He is Paul's kryptonite to some extent, at least with the back and forth and the. There's been several just knockdown, drag out fights between Paul and Tommy here on the channel, and in fact, Tommy took on Paul and Wizard simultaneously once. But then it's like people are like thinking I oh, Benton, moderate. It's like, do you really think I'm capable of moderating this chaos? It's like, that's not my skill set. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe 15 years ago, and before these illnesses, perhaps. There you go, Tribe. I like Tribe. I got to say, Tribe's a bit prickly, I must say, which is not inherent. It's not necessarily a bad thing, and I'm not saying that pejoratively, Tribe. I'm trying to get in where I fit in. I'm even coming around to Timmy, believe it or not. Timmy, I found extremely annoying. Although Z also took an immediate dislike to Z. Now I'm a big fan of Z, so I think I'm coming around. I'm starting to fully come around with respect to Tribe. Also, possibly. And some of these folks, I know Tribe's got a channel. I need to go check out Tribe's channel, and I do want to do some promotion. In fact, that is one channel I probably have not promoted as much as I could. His and Wizards. I don't really shout out Wizards. I know Wizards does these live streams where he covers information, and I like to talk about it being an information age, but the reality is that the more time, it seems like the more time passes, the less taking in of information, I'm really doing. And I do like my thumbnail today because in fact, most likely I was hired on the broadcast to drive an 18-wheeler. I'm trying to find Tribe's channel. Is it just called the Tribe channel? Is that it? Type in the Tribe channel, will it come up? See, I don't think I'm subscribed is the problem. Some of these are hard to find if you're not actually subscribed. Can I just do @the Tribe? Help me out, buddy. If you would, please. Anybody? Here's the thing is, Tribe, I'm a big reader. Historically, like I've read a lot, and I haven't read that much the last several years. I don't know what happened, but yeah. So I do like the content. Oh, you don't want it promoted? Okay, I got you, Tribe. Well, say no more, sir. Well, I will find it for myself. How about that? Because I want to check it out, and especially now that I'm going back to truck driving. I'm going to have lots of time to listen to content. Because I certainly won't have the energy to do these long of a broadcast while I'm truck driving. In fact, I might just stick to my solo stuff initially. So I'll be a bit rusty going back to work. Yeah, we've adopted you, Yellow Cake Maker. Yep, we've adopted you. Yeah, there you go, Tribe. So yeah, I'm gonna find you and subscribe. So I'll figure it out. I hear you. Thanks, these people. And I'm trying to keep as much of these because there are a few people that just fuck with Benton, right? Like that is a thing. And I know you're one of those people, and it means a lot. And music holds a secret. I think if I'm going back to truck driving, I think he will be a little happier. The broadcast has taken a turn here of late that maybe certain folks have not appreciated as much, but I don't really want to put him on Front Street. I think Music Holds a Secret's been receiving probably an undue amount of attention lately. So, and then Tommy, yeah, that didn't help anything today, Tommy, but I don't even know what to say, man, about that. That was unfortunate. But yeah, Highly Suspect was in the building. He was even on the panel briefly. So I'm trying to keep some of these, and every once in a while somebody shows up in the live chat and they're like, hey, I used to listen to Benton's podcast and I finally found him. Yay. But then, maybe they do tune in and Tommy's ranting and raving and they just never, I don't know. Like, I don't really know until people tell me. By the way, the best way to send me your feedback, folks, is email me, bentonja@protonmail.com. But just please don't get offended if I don't. Sometimes I don't reply to the emails, but it's nothing personal. Half of it is that I typically, if you send it to me It's 8 p.m. I'm asleep, and then I wake up at 1:30 a.m. and I know that may be a bad time to shoot off an email to somebody. It may very well wake them up, and then later on in the day, I typically forget, to respond. What am I looking for here? Oh yeah, there's my email address. Probably not going to be needing the donos. If I manage to actually go back to work, probably won't need the donos. But thank you. Thinks he's a penguin, and I got a kick. I'm glad you got to see that we played your, that podcast. You might have been on more. I think you were on multiple episodes of the podcast, but we played a podcast from early 2021 with myself. And thinks he's. I keep saying thinks he's a people. It's here he thinks he's a penguin. Yeah, who does these thumbnails for Paul? I've been wondering that for a while. Does he do them? Does he do them himself? For some reason, I just always assumed that he had a listener that did the thumbnails, but maybe he does them. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, All right. Yep. Good vibes, Oracle Light. May you experience many blessings, and your journeys be protected and fruitful. How about that? Does that work? Oh, I don't even know, man. He does Google image searches. Well, but somebody merged, somebody put, I don't know, maybe it's just really easy to do these things now, and I'm just not aware of that. Although I had a brief foray into graphics recently, because I had to submit the bill of sale in order to get my slave tags. Yeah, I'm slave tagged up, y'all. What are we talking about, Jim? What services? What's he talking about? Okay. Whatever, guys. All right. Now, I think something's wrong with my brain, because I'm no longer even understanding the live chat. And in my experience, the live chat does make sense. So, Gatlinburg, yeah, been to Gatlinburg. It's a general vicinity of Dollywood, if I recall correctly. Stay out of Sevierville if you can help it. Not a fan of those folks. Particularly aggressive jackboots there in Sevierville. Indeed, tribe, indeed. Well, and I do have a CDL and I drive a big rig. But yes, I have my vehicle is registered for commerce. Yeah, my personal vehicle. Because I bought a car. Yeah. And sadly, I'm just want to be left alone, but eventually planning to move more into the arena of opting out of the slave system. I have no energy left for this. We got 10 minutes till Paul enslaved. I think I'm actually going to beg off. I said I might pop in over there. I'm pretty sure I'm not. I'm going to take care of my business over here. I got to email Yurt, tell him what's up. Oh, yeah, I got you, Jim. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I'm trying to think if I have anything else to cover. Hopefully we'll see everybody. I'll be in the live chat for Paul's. And I don't know. Sometimes I just make myself do shit. I might just, let me go look. Does he drop the link yet? I might just go ahead and, yeah, I guess I'm going over there. All right, we're wrapping up. I'm hitting the link. I'll be there for a few minutes. We're out. Thanks for watching. Bye.